In a dark, blood-soaked forest, a pack of monstrous wolves with glowing yellow eyes snarl, their prey cornered. Watching from the sidelines, a blonde-haired boy named Lise thinks to himself, this time. On the ground, amongst the bodies of her fallen comrades, a red-haired girl pushes herself up, her will unbroken. With fierce determination burning in her eyes, she makes a silent vow, I will live my life properly. Lisa's gaze is fixed, his own resolve hardening, I want to leave behind evidence that I lived in this world, he declares internally, stepping forward to face the beasts. But this determination was forged in another life, a flashback to a rainy night on a dark street. Panicked voices cry out at the scene of a car crash, call an ambulance, there's a man in the car. An ID card lies in a puddle, the name on it, Minoru Kaido. As his life fades, Minoru Kaido's last thoughts drift, am I really going to die like this? His mind fills with regret, without any friends or family, without having done anything meaningful, without leaving anything behind. My whole life, I have been lonely. Lying alone on the floor, his final, desperate wish echoes into the void, if there is an afterlife then. His wish was granted, he awakens as a young elf boy named Lise. His new parents discuss him. Papa, listen, his mother says, about Lise, he wants to go into the forest alone to forage. Lise's pointed ears wiggle as he listens to his father's reply, even so, he's just a child, it would be dangerous for him. His mother agrees, her voice filled with concern. Will you be okay? The forest is full of dangers after all. His father adds, I think he should be at least 30 years old before going there. A casual statement that highlights the vast lifespan of elves. Lise turns to them, an earnest expression on his face. He tries to reassure them. Don't worry, father, mother, at this time of year those muscle wolves won't appear. The life of just eating and napping in the forest is simply too easy for me now, he proclaims. His father looks thoughtful. Lisa's growth seems to be quicker than that of the others, huh? His mother gently touches his head, worried. But mother's worried that Lise is growing up too fast, you know. Lise looks at her, his mind racing. The life of elves lasts 1,000 years, doesn't it? He knows something they don't. That's right, I was 30 when I died in a traffic accident. Minoru Kaido. He was reincarnated into the long-lived elf species, gaining a second life as Lise. This must have been a second chance given to me by God, he thinks, clenching his fists. I'll live my best life without regrets in this world. And so 10 years passed. With the mind of an adult, Lise developed at a shocking rate, standing and even reading as a toddler, much to his parents' amazement. For elves with their 1,000-year lifespans, the concept of time is loose. Decades can feel like moments. Their village, hidden by a powerful barrier around the ancient tree of Yggdrasil, is a peaceful paradise, free from disasters and dangerous beasts. Most elves live their entire lives content within this sanctuary, never seeing the outside world. For them, this was simply common sense. But for Lise, it was a cage. But father, mother, I. An elder neighbor passes by, chuckling. As usual, Klein's child is energetic. Lisa's ambition leads him before the village patriarch, who notes his unusual curiosity. You just learned to speak 5 years ago, and yet you're already interested in the outside world. As his mother tries to apologize, the patriarch waves her off, intrigued by the boy. Really? Lise asks, excited. The patriarch confirms there have been few elves as interested in the outside world as you, however. It will be a precipitous path. The patriarch's tone grows grim. In the 600 years I have led this village, most elves who went outside met an early end, especially those who got involved with humans. His mother looks at him, her worry returning. Lise, the outside world is dangerous. The patriarch looks down at the boy. I ask this because you are far more intelligent than the other children. Do you still wish to venture outside? Lise turns to his parents. Father, mother, thank you for raising me. I am appreciative of everyone in this forest. Even then. Even if I have 1,000 years, I don't want to live in this small world until the end. I will learn various things. I will meet various people. I want to leave evidence that I lived in this world. His eyes burn with the fire of his past life's regrets. And so, I want to live my life without any regrets. Seeing his unshakable will, his parents finally relent. If your will is this strong, then we won't stop you. The patriarch pats Lisa's head, a rare smile on his face. Sure, it's been hundreds of years since the last one left. If you want to go to the outside world that much, then I'll allow it. He issues a challenge. Try to pass my exit examination, Lise Klein. Lisa's face lights up. Yes. The patriarch sets the terms. All right, then in a century, attain the peak of elven recovery magic that dwells within your soul. 100 years is it, Lise confirms. The outside world is dangerous, the patriarch explains. You must be able to protect yourself. If you pass my exam within 100 years, I will permit your departure. He gives Lise a sharp look. Understood. Lise considers it. 100 years. It sounds like an eternity, but it's merely a tenth of an elf's life. With his human perspective on time, this is more than generous. Understood, this will be great for me. But the patriarch leaves him with a final warning. However, this exam is not one you can pass half-heartedly. Do not forget that. But 10 years later, a fraction of the allotted time, Lise stands with his arms outstretched, unleashing a torrent of power. Recovery magic, ardor. A massive wave of restorative energy flows from his body. The patriarch's eyes widen in utter disbelief. What? Before him, the great progenitor tree, a being over 1,000 years old, is completely restored to its full glory. That magic, it's the pinnacle of elven magic, ultimate recovery magic. He stumbles towards Lise, completely floored. Why you? It's been only 10 years since that promise, right? He can feel the immense, overwhelming power radiating from the young elf. How did you do that? Tell me, Lise, the patriarch demands. Lise smiles calmly. Well, I've been training my magic power since I was little. The patriarch presses him. When did you start? Lise thinks for a moment. Well, I'm 22 now, so maybe when I was 5, the patriarch is rendered speechless. Lise explains, I already made some arrangements for this. Before I even got your permission, I had a plan. His plan was simple, raise his total magic power. He found human magic manuals in the library which stated that a human's magic power is decided by their efforts before puberty. So Lise followed their words, repeatedly exhausting his magic to its absolute limit, and then using recovery magic on himself day after day, much to the confusion of the other elves. But then he had a realization. Humans' magic power stops growing around age 20 because their lifespan is only about 60 years. So, he wondered, what if an elf is practicing their technique? He grins at the patriarch. It's possible my magic power will continue increasing until I become 300. The patriarch is still trying to process the fact that Lise passed a century-long test in a decade. There are still 80 years remaining for his exam, though. But Lise is already moving on to the next step. So, patriarch. I read in a manual that different species have different magic affinities. Elves have recovery, dwarves have earthen magic, and so on. Theoretically, with enough training, one could use other types of magic. He looks at the patriarch expectantly. By chance, are there magic manuals for other types of magic elsewhere? The patriarch sighs. There is, but... Seeing the unquenchable thirst for knowledge in the boy's eyes, the patriarch asks, dumbfounded, do you really intend to acquire all 4 magics? Lise looks up at the ancient trees, his resolve hardening. Until this exam ends in 80 years, he thinks, I want to do as much as I can. The patriarch, seeing this fire in the young elf, remarks, even now, when demons don't exist anymore, he's passionately studying magic. Sighing, the old elf relents. He holds out an ornate key. It can't be helped, I suppose. Here, the key to the forest's library. I will allow you to access our forbidden books as well. But he gives Lise a sharp, warning look. However, magic manuals for which you have no aptitude will require much time. Even if you understand them, it may take 100 years. Lise is ecstatic, completely ignoring the warning. Thank you, patriarch, he shouts, practically bouncing with excitement. He pumps his fist, declaring, I will absolutely do my best to attain the peak of all types of magic. The patriarch just shakes his head, muttering, please, do that in moderation. And just like that, 80 years flew by in the blink of an eye for the long-lived elves. Inside the grand library, a now older Lise finishes his preparations. All right. Sitting amongst a sea of books, he smiles. Soon, it's time for my appointment. He reflects on his progress. By the time he was 30, he had already acquired all the types of magic he set out to learn. I wonder what kind of magic manual I'll find this time. He recalls the patriarch, impressed by his progress, officially making him the keeper and manager of the entire library. And so, today was a special day. Lise had an arrangement to acquire new magic manuals from the outside world. The narration explains that the elves' only point of contact with the outside is a human noble family that manages the bordering territory, the House of Garlanda. To fund his obsession, Lise had made a deal to trade the rare products from the ancient trees for capital, allowing him to purchase books from the human world. He had established a good relationship with the family head, a man named Grillet Garlanda. Lise remembers Grillet being in awe of his talent, admitting that a normal human could never keep up with his pace of learning. During one of their last meetings, Grillet had excitedly told him he was going to propose to his childhood friend. Grillet had laughed, promising that he'd introduce her to Lise one day. Lise smiles at the memory. Man, he did say that last time we met, he thinks nonchalantly. That was years ago. Suddenly, he spots a carriage approaching in the distance. Oh, he's coming. But as he gets a better look, he squints in confusion. Wait, what? The person stepping out of the carriage seems different. Hasn't Mr. Grillet's impression changed since we last met? A much younger man with glasses looks around, startled and out of place. The young man spots Lise and freezes in surprise. Lise, oblivious, gives a cheerful wave. Hey there, Mr. Grillet. He casually walks up to the stunned visitor. It's been a long time, huh? What sort of magic manuals did you bring this time? Lise tilts his head, confused by the boy's shocked silence. The young man's eyes are wide with disbelief. Elves, they really do exist, it's just as father said. The word hits Lise and his smile fades. Father. The young man bows formally. Yes, this is my first time meeting you, Mr. Lise. I am Grillet Garlanda's heir, Gallius Garlanda. Gallius continues, since my childhood my father Grillet told me all about you. Lys is completely floored, but we met just a few days ago, so Grillet is your father. Gallius explains sadly, my father wanted to come but nobody can win against the waves of time. He has begun growing weak, so I was chosen to come in his stead. The weight of Gallius's words begins to sink in for Lys. He crouches down trying to wrap his head around it. By the way, Gallius, when was the last time your father came here? Gallius adjusts his glasses. Ah yes, my mother and father got married about 2 years before that so. It was around 22 years ago. The number echoes in Lys's mind. 22 years, what felt like a moment to him was a lifetime for a human. He realizes with a jolt how different their perceptions of time truly are. The life of a human is so fleeting. Gallius is then shocked by Lys's next statement. You have only 7 years left before you leave the forest, Lys nods. Yes, if you do the math I'm already 93 years old. Lys smiles softly. If I leave the forest I may visit your family, can you tell Mr. Grillet that for me? Gallius beams, shaking his hand enthusiastically. Of course, I'm sure father will be overjoyed. Lys waves as the carriage departs, his mind reeling from the encounter. He looks out into the forest, a new determination in his eyes. As long as I overcome the patriarch's trial, I should be able to meet Grillet again. Returning to the library, he gets to work. He eagerly unpacks the new magic manuals Gallius brought. Looking at the massive pile of new knowledge, he grins. With this, I won't be bored for what few years remain. He immediately dives in, flipping through the first book. He skims over a children's story, Tales of Heroes. The hero defeats the Demon King, a nursery tale, He muses that in this world, demons were a long-extinct race, much like how elves might seem like a myth to humans. As he sorts through the pile, he finds a small, tattered book. This is old, it's in really poor condition. He can just barely make out the title on the crumbling page, Recommended Movement Magics. A new idea sparks in his mind. I, who acquired all types of magic, will finally set my sights on ancient magic as well. The book speaks of magic used long ago by extinct races and the demon kings who once ruled the world. It explains that these ancient magics were different from the 4 basic types and often required special, complex conditions to even cast. Lys's curiosity is piqued. This is interesting. Holding the ancient tome, he makes a decision. With a grin he declares, all right, let's give this thing a try. He finds a clear space in the library. For now, I'll just try moving somewhere near the house. He carefully reads the ancient, unfamiliar script. A brilliant magic circle explodes into existence around him as he shouts the incantation, Movement Magic Bizandal. The ancient words pulse with power. A strange pulling sensation envelops his entire body. What is this feeling? He can't believe it. Did I really get the chant for this spell right in one try? In a blinding flash of light, Lys vanishes, the ancient book clattering to the empty floor. He slams face first onto the ground, the world spinning around him. Pushing himself up, he looks around, completely disoriented. Where am I? The first thing that hits him is the thick, coppery smell of blood, followed immediately by the terrifying roar of a massive beast. He scrambles to his feet and finds himself in the middle of a frantic retreat, surrounded by terrified human adventurers. One of them spots him appearing out of thin air and yells, "Where the hell did you come from? Are you one of the guild's posse?" Lys, still dazed, can only reply, "What?" His mind races to catch up. The teleportation spell worked, and it seems he's finally outside the forest barrier. Then his eyes lock onto a small figure lying amidst the chaos on the forest floor, a human child. It's a young girl with red hair, gravely wounded but still clinging to life. Lys stares, his heart pounding. She's still alive. This was it, his first chance encounter with a human in this new world. Lys casts a new movement spell, expecting to land near his home. But the spell goes awry. He finds himself in an unknown forest, realizing he's accidentally teleported outside the safety of Yggdrasil's barrier. He's immediately confronted by a group of hostile humans. Where the hell did you come from? One of them shouts, "Are you from the guild?" Lys realizes he's caught between 2 threats. Behind him are the humans. And in front of him, a pack of vicious magic beasts, standing over the bodies of fallen children. His eyes lock onto the tragic scene on the ground. Lys is horrified. Children, were they attacked by the muscle wolves? He clenches his fist, his mind racing. Then he sees it. Amidst the carnage, one of the children, a red-haired girl, is still moving. One of them's alive, he realizes. The humans behind him start panicking. Fuck, to be chased by magic beasts and the guild's goons. One complains, the merchandise won't be any good anymore. Lys's eyes narrow at the word merchandise. A ferocious roar from the alpha wolf cuts through the tension. The men decide to bail. Boss, before that bastard starts aiming for us. Let's get the hell out of here, the leader yells, turning to flee and leave everyone behind. Lys watches them go, his expression hardening. He doesn't care if they tried to use him as bait. He looks at the injured girl, his resolve solidifying. Whatever they're trying to do, I won't allow it to happen. He raises his hand and unleashes his power, shadow spell Black Whip. Tendrils of pure shadow shoot out, instantly catching up to the fleeing slavers. The men are caught completely off guard. The hell, what is this? The shadow whips bind them tightly, immobilizing them. What the fuck? The boss screams, this thing's too sticky, I can't move at all. With the slavers dealt with, Lise turns his attention back to the more pressing matters. He rushes towards the injured girl. Now I can help you, he declares. But before he can reach her, one of the muscle wolves lunges, teeth bared. Lise reacts instantly, channeling magic into his arm, hardening spell magic empowerment. He cocks back his fist, ready to strike. With a powerful shout of beast fist, he unleashes a devastating punch that connects squarely with the wolf's face. The sheer force of the blow sends the massive beast flying backwards. The surviving girl watches the display of power, stunned. Lise examines his fist, surprised by the effectiveness of the beastman magic he'd learned. That was my first time using it. I didn't think it would work on my muscles. He cracks his knuckles and glares at the remaining wolves. Next. The captured slavers stare in utter disbelief. Be boss, those ears. Isn't that an elf? One stammers, but elves are only supposed to use recovery magic. Ignoring them, Lise dashes past the remaining wolves. He quickly closes the distance to the injured girl. He kneels beside her, assessing her condition. This kid seems to be the only one that is barely breathing. If she's still alive, then I can heal her, he thinks with determination. He looks at her gently, it's okay, you'll regain your energy at once. Lise begins to cast a complex spell combining two powerful schools of magic. Conflux spell, Grand Fire and Recovery magic, Dragon's Healing Breath. A vortex of flames erupts around the girl. The slavers watch in horror. Is he burning her? No, the boss says, his eyes wide. The flames. She's absorbing the flames. Lise kneels as the light from the healing spell intensifies. As the magic fades, the girl's hands touch the ground, her strength returning. She sits up, her once fatal wounds completely gone, and stares at her savior. Lise looks back, relieved that his spell worked. The slavers are dumbfounded. A wound that can't be cured by anything less than grand recovery magic was cured in an instant. The girl tries to thank him, but no words come out, only panicked gasps. Lise notices the thick metal collar around her neck. Oh, I see. He leans in closer. This collar has sealing magic applied to it, and that's stopping you from talking, huh? He examines the cruel device. If anyone other than your master tries to remove it, it explodes. So there are magic tools made for slaves, huh? I get the situation now. He looks at her with a kind and reassuring gaze. It's okay, you can trust me. He tells her, just hang in there. Lise prepares another spell. First, I'll remove the spell from this collar. I'll need to overpower it with my own magic while simultaneously inserting some destruction magic. He chants destruction spell, Devil's Thread. A thin line of magic slices the collar open. He rips it off her neck and hurls it away just as it explodes in a violent blast. You did good to hold out for so long, he says with a smile. The slavers are terrified by this display of mastery. Hey boss, he just forcibly destroyed a magic seal. Is he really an elf? Lise turns to face the captured men, his expression cold. Right then, now to figure out what to do with you guys. The lead slaver immediately starts pleading, spinning a pathetic lie. We were here to protect the kids. We just ran into some muscle wolves. Those damn beasts split us up and ate us one by one. He continues his desperate appeal. You have to help us. Every one of us was about to be eaten to the bone. So can you please remove the spell, he begs. Lisa's eyes are shadowed, his voice dangerously calm. You tried to help, huh? He gestures to his pointed ears. You may have realized this, but I am an elf. The slaver's face is pale, as the reality of their situation sinks in. Thanks to that, Lise says, his voice dripping with contempt, I know you were planning to ditch everything. And elven ears aren't sharp for no reason. The boss can only curse under his breath, realizing he's been caught. The slaver scoffs, trying to play dumb. Elves have great ears, you know, but Lisa's expression is ice cold. He heard everything. Lise raises 3 fingers, his voice devoid of emotion. Now, I will ask you 3 questions. 1. Who are you people? 2. What were you being chased for? The lead slaver sweats as Lise continues. 3. What was your goal in taking those small children through such a dangerous forest? Lisa's eyes narrow, a clear threat hanging in the air. If you give me a straight answer, I may let you keep your life. The slavers freeze in terror. The boss immediately breaks. We get it, I'll talk. Spilling his guts, the slaver confesses, first off, we're just hired slave traders. Plenty of parents sell their kids when they're broke. Secondly, we were being chased because someone at the guild set us up. And finally, he yells, we were on our way to deliver the merchandise when pursuers got on our tail. We only took this path to escape. Lise listens to the pathetic excuses, his expression unreadable. I see. He glances at the still-bound slavers. It seems that in this world, just like his old one, the worst parts of humanity remain the same. His thoughts drift back to a memory, a stern warning from the patriarch. Hey Lise, you simply must not get involved with the humans. The patriarch's face, etched with disdain, flashes in his mind. Those bastards are a ferocious, savage, and sneaky existence. Do not ever forget what I have just told you. Back in the present, the slaver starts demanding his freedom. Hey, we answered your questions, so get this thing off of us. but Lise just quotes his mentor, the patriarch often said, "Don't get too deeply involved with humans, you know." Lise raises his hand, a soft glow emanating from his palm. "So just like this, you will forget you ever met me." The slaver is stunned. What are you talking about?" he chokes out as the magic takes hold. Lise casts his spell, his voice echoing softly. "Memory alteration spell, memory burial." The spell hits them hard, leaving the three slavers disoriented and nauseous. Lise turns away from the pathetic scene. "I suppose I'll just leave them here for now." Suddenly, he feels a small tug on his clothes. He looks down to see the red-haired girl, now conscious, looking up at him with wide, curious eyes. "The one who saved me. Are you an elf?" Lise nods gently. "Yes, I'm an elf, Klein's child." He leans in closer, offering a small, reassuring smile. "My name's Lise." The girl begins to tremble and Lise's smile fades. "I'm glad you're able to talk again. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to help the other children." Her hand goes to her chest, revealing a crude, cross-shaped scar. A brand. Lise realizes it must be a magic tool, proof that she was a slave. Tears well up in her eyes as she chokes out her regret. "If only if I were stronger, I could have helped them." A flashback of her standing before the other children fills her mind, at least enough to protect them, but I couldn't do anything. Lise watches her, his heart aching at her pain and helplessness. But then her grief turns into fierce resolve. She remembers the overwhelming power he used to save her. "That magic you used was super strong. I also want to be strong." She grabs onto his tunic, her grip surprisingly tight. Kneeling before him, she begs with all her heart, "So please take me with you." Her eyes are filled with a desperate fire. Lise is taken aback by her sudden plea. He thinks to himself, what an awkward way to ask, but to want strength so badly, she must be hiding a great resolution. He remembers the patriarch's warnings, but looking at her, he knows he can't just abandon her now. "Since I've meddled in this whole affair," he decides, "I should take responsibility and bring her home." Yet the word that comes out is, "No." The girl's eyes widen, but before he can explain, she makes a shocking declaration. "I'm not human anymore." Stunned by her words, Lise can only apologize. "I can't help you right now, I'm sorry." The girl looks utterly crushed. Lise's mind races. "Upon being reincarnated as an elf, my lifespan increased by 9. How elves feel the flow of time is far different from how I felt it as a human. To let this child, whose perception of time is so different, accompany me, I cannot do that to her. Besides, I need to wait 7 more years before I can leave for the outside world. To me, it's merely 7 years. But to this child, it will be a long, long time." He gently places a hand on her head as she slumps, unconscious from the ordeal. "But I'm not ready to erase such determination. You will remain in the depths of my heart." His sharp ears pick up the sounds of shouting in the distance. The guild has arrived for the slavers. Lise watches from the trees. "Well, I'll leave the rest to the guild." He gently lays the sleeping girl down in a safe place. Kneeling beside her, he makes a decision. Now 7 years remain. He looks at her peaceful face, a promise forming in his mind. "If your determination does not change, then we will meet here again." With his promise made, Lise departs, leaving the girl to be found. Years pass. Back in his library, Lise reads about the world when he overhears a rumor of an incredible girl, a warrior of great renown who calls herself the Nameless Woman. A small, knowing smile touches his lips. Time flows differently for an elf. 100 years pass in the blink of an eye. One day, Lise's mother meets with the old patriarch. A century has gone by since Lise was reborn. "Sorry for calling you out here," she says. The patriarch waves it off. "It's fine. That mischievous child has always turned up here." He sighs, a hint of admiration in his voice. "I told him I'd train him until he was 100 years old, but it seems his heart has not wavered." The patriarch explains the harsh reality of the world outside their barrier. Elves are meant to live out their lives peacefully in the village, under Yggdrasil's protection. What do you think would happen if one were to leave for the outside? He picks up a small stone, his voice growing grim. "It's akin to what would happen if a baby mouse were to jump out onto a battlefield. What happens is..." But that time is now. A young-looking female elf with sharp eyes appears before Lise. She is to be his proctor. Her boots step forward, signaling the start of the trial. Lise stands ready, his heart pounding with excitement. "Finally, the day has come. I've trained for 100 years for this day." A brilliant smile spreads across his face. "The trial to allow my passage outside has begun. It's time to show them what a century of training really looks like." The patriarch's voice echoes through the ancient forest. "The examination is finally over, Lise?" He stands before Lise, a young elf who has trained for 100 years. "Even after a century," the patriarch continues, "your wish to leave this forest hasn't changed, has it?" Lise's answer is firm and unwavering. "Yes." Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, seemingly from nowhere. "Patriarch, it seems we've quite the lively child preparing for departure, huh?" Lise whips his head around, confused. "Someone's talking, but I can't see them." The patriarch sighs, a hint of pride in his voice. "This rascal hasn't lost to me once. In fact, he's my equal in every way. It's troubling." The mysterious voice continues, praising Lise. He must be a genius to get your permission to leave after a mere century, a level of genius I can't even put into words. Perhaps now, the voice says, he'll finally understand the scope of his own power. In a swirl of leaves, a figure appears before them. Well, I may have to look forward to that. Lise is stunned by her sudden appearance. Where did she come from? The blonde elf introduces herself calmly. My name is Rahab Lori, I'm just under 6 centuries old, call me what you like. The name hits Lise like a lightning bolt, Rahab Lori. His mind races, recalling the legends from his books. The one who mysteriously appears to cure sick humans in exchange for valuable fruits. Rahab seems a bit taken aback by her own reputation. Do people really talk about me like that? Lise is buzzing with excitement. She collected all those books from the outside world, she's mentioned everywhere. Compared to me, Ms. Rahab must be a total veteran. He realizes the opportunity before him. She must know so much about the outside world. Rahab lays out the terms of his final test. My examination is simple. You must survive until I run out of magic from attacking you. Lise processes the condition. Survive sounds simple enough, and don't worry, I don't care if you use recovery magic. Rahab states her credentials with a deadpan expression. I have spent 3 centuries training. Lise quickly backpedals. On second thought, I request you don't go too hard on me. The exam begins. Lise clenches his fist, his dream within reach. As long as I pass this, I can finally leave. His eyes widen in shock. Rahab's expression is cold and serious. Lise steels himself, ready for whatever comes. Then, I look forward to woe. Before he can finish his sentence, a massive spear of rock erupts from the ground, sending him flying. Lise is completely blindsided. What the hell, she didn't chant. How did she use such powerful magic so fast? Rahab calmly names her spell, Earth Magic, Earthen Spear. His focus sharpens instantly. He feels the immense pressure on his own magic foundation. She was ready from the very start. Lise realizes he's been completely outplayed from the get-go. He barely dodges another devastating earth-shattering attack. As he scrambles, Rahab's voice rings out, not with malice but with the sternness of a teacher. This is unfair, you know. You see, humans are savage and sly, they are cowardly beings. In the outside world, by the time you realize my staff is glowing, I've already prepared another spell. That is all. Her gaze is intense. You cannot survive out there on talent alone. Another blast of magic rips through the air. If you wish to leave, she declares, you must at least learn this lesson. But as the dust settles, Rahab's eyes widen in surprise. Lise stands behind a massive self-made earth wall, completely unharmed. He calmly announces his counterspell. Earth Magic Varlang, he says with a confident smile. It's a spell comparable to your Earthen Spear. Rahab looks genuinely intrigued. You're quite an interesting kid. I thought elves could only use recovery magic, but... Her eyes narrow. It's almost as if you're human. Lise grins, revealing his biggest secret. That's because I was human in my original world, of course. He channels a new kind of power. Wind Magic Sylph. A gust of wind propels him high into the air, changing the battlefield entirely. Rahab looks up unimpressed. Grand magic, I wonder if I could shoot you down from there. From his aerial position, Lise unleashes a relentless barrage of magic bullets. Rahab dodges, her mind analyzing his technique. Chantless magic, it's hard to cope with. She notes with a hint of frustration, a skill which I still can't use, She shakes off the distraction. Wait, I shouldn't get distracted, this is great, isn't it? Lise presses his assault from above. My attacks are unceasing, soon enough you won't be able to escape them. He nimbly dodges her counterattacks in mid-air. Amidst the chaos, Rahab suddenly has a thought. Oh right. She casually asks Lise, why do you want to go to the outside world? Lise can't believe it. You're asking that now. While launching another spell, he begins to answer. It's because I figured an elf's life is super long, probably. He continues, his voice filled with a century of pent-up desire. The elven village is peaceful, more so than anywhere else, but... He lands gracefully, the battle pausing for a moment of truth. It's been 100 years since I was born as an elf. No matter how many times I failed, I dedicated myself to magic. But all of that, he declares, his eyes burning with purpose, is just preparation to leave a trace of myself in this world. Rahab listens intently, her expression unreadable. A flashback to a lonely, unfulfilling past life flickers in his mind. In my previous world, I didn't dedicate myself to anything. I didn't get involved with anyone. I was filled with regret until the very end. He clenches his fist, the memory fueling his resolve. But because of those thoughts, I must. In this world, I will know the world more than anyone else, enjoy the world more than anyone else, and be remembered by someone else. Lise concludes his heartfelt speech, surrounded by the books that fueled his ambition. In order to realize that dream, I felt that I should leave for the outside. With a bright, determined smile, he finishes, that is how I feel. Rahab listens intently, her gaze thoughtful as she processes his profound motivation. After a moment of silence, she tilts her head. Conversely, why did you want to go to the outside world? Lise is taken aback by the question, not expecting to have it turned back on him. He watches, confused, as Rahab seems to be looking for something. She suddenly produces a single, shiny fruit. Lee stares completely baffled. Fruits. Rahab begins to explain, you see, I wanted to eat a lot of tasty fruits. Lisa's brain short-circuits. All that power, that legend for fruit, huh? The pieces click together in his mind in the most absurd way possible. Wait, what? The one who mysteriously appears to ill humans and cures them in exchange for valuable fruits. Rahab recalls her past. Here I can easily gather cuckoo fruits, but after 50 years of eating them, I got tired of them. Lise can't believe it, that's all. Rahab continues, I wanted to try eating other fruit, so I decided to travel outside. He's internally screaming, you trained for 300 years just for that, while Rahab nonchalantly adds, and so 300 years somehow passed by. An elf has her reasons. Her tone suddenly becomes grim. What of your comrades who left without training up first? They were all engulfed by the waves of the world. She looks at Lise, her voice a warning. But I think it's good you only spent a century. Those who left unprepared didn't make it. She continues her story. I learned the evil magic of humans over the centuries, and with it, I was finally able to travel safely. Thanks to that, I have been able to enjoy various fruits in various lands. A small, fond smile appears on her face. At some point, I came to think that the outside world was surprisingly enjoyable. But her expression darkens slightly. But recently the flavor of these fruits has, for some reason, declined in quality. Lise perks up, his curiosity piqued. Flavor. From the sidelines, the patriarch's impatience is palpable, and Rahab seems to notice. She raises her staff, the playful mood vanishing instantly. Well, perhaps we have chatted for too long. Shall we continue the examination? Lise's focus returns in a flash. He's ready. Rahab's voice rings out, serious and final. Well, Lise, now comes the final part. Her staff erupts with an overwhelming aura of power. I will make use of all my power. In an instant, she unleashes a storm of multi-elemental magic, a chaotic barrage of pure destruction. Lise is shocked by the sheer versatility of her attack. Not just chantless magic, she can use several different elemental spells at once. He doesn't hesitate, casting wind magic, Sylph, to gain his footing. Realizing defense isn't an option, he decides to go on the offensive. If it's come to this, then I should attack too. He channels energy into his arm, casting hardening magic, magic empowerment. Rahab stands her ground, bracing for his incoming assault. Lise lunges forward, roaring the name of his technique, Beast Fist. His magically enhanced fist closes in, not on Rahab, but on a small, glowing orb she holds in front of her. The impact is immense, sending a shockwave out as his fist connects with her defense. With a sharp crack, the object shatters into pieces. The fragments clatter to the stone floor, the immense power they held now gone. Rahab looks down at the broken pieces, completely unfazed. I see, so you've managed to destroy that material. Lise stands panting, confused by her calm reaction. What is that? She explains casually, a magic stone made by humans. Just by inserting a small amount of magic power, it automatically casts spells. Holding up a shard, she adds, a magic tool, you could say. It's surprising that humans can even make something such as this. The truth hits Lise like a ton of bricks, so all the magic you used up until now was not your own. Rahab confesses, even now, I cannot use any magic other than recovery magic. All of her powerful attacks were just a bluff. It is something I have deceived people into believing by means of petty tricks, she says with a shrug, leaving Lise utterly speechless. But she continues, her voice turning serious, you completely avoided my attacks born from those petty tricks. If a child cannot do that, then I intend to crush their dreams. A warm, genuine smile spreads across her face. You passed, congratulations. The words wash over Lise, and a century of tension melts away in an instant. Overcome with emotion, he rushes towards her. Thank you, Rahab, thank you so much. She gently places a hand on his head, comforting him. There. Tears well up in his eyes as she says, you tried your hardest, didn't you? As he walks away, his dream finally within reach, Rahab jokes, if you were born a bit earlier, you'd be strong enough to be the Demon King. Lise can only think one thing, his century of training was finally rewarded. Meanwhile, in a bustling human city far away, a lone figure walks with purpose through the crowded streets. Their determined steps echo on the cobblestone. It's the red-haired girl Lise once met, now a grown and capable woman. She stops at a fruit stand. Excuse me. The shopkeeper greets her enthusiastically. Welcome. He's stunned silent when she drops a heavy pouch of coins on his counter. Looking him dead in the eye, she says, I would like to have all of the fruits over there, please. The shopkeeper is flabbergasted. Why you really want to spend this much money on fruits again? She looks down, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. It's because I heard that elves like fruit. Confused but not wanting to lose a sale, the man quickly agrees. Nothing. Sure, just a moment. Her inner thoughts reveal her true purpose. I have laid ever waiting for the day to come upon which we meet again. Her gaze is fixed on the future, her voice a whisper of promise. Elf, a prelude to a long-awaited reunion had just begun. Back in the serene elven village, nestled high among the ancient trees, Lisa's family waits. After acing his trials, Lise is finally ready to share the big news. He rushes towards his parents, his voice filled with excitement, "Dad, Mom." The village patriarch greets the young elf with a proud smile, "Lise." Lise beams, announcing, "I passed the patriarch's test." His father is overjoyed and the patriarch confirms, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." His mother, glowing with pride, suggests, "Then how about taking a break at home for a little while? 10 years is fine, right?" Lise, with his reincarnated human sensibilities, can only laugh to himself. As usual, the elven perception of time is something else. He then drops the bombshell, "I already plan to leave tomorrow." His mother immediately panics, "You don't need to be in such a hurry. You're brilliant, but at 100 years of age, you're still a child." To calm her down, Lise plays his trump card. "To be honest, a senior of mine, Rahab, gave me her approval." His father's ears perk up. "Rahab, you say?" Lise confirms the name, "Rahab Lowry, right?" When asked if he knows her, Lise's father smiles fondly. "Know her, she's like a little sister to me." He drifts back into a memory. "It was when I went into the nearby forest for the first time." Even back then, Rahab had already started studying recovery magic. "Is that so?" Lise murmurs, intrigued. His mother realizes, if Rahab recognizes your abilities, then there's no way your father would object. With their worries eased, his father looks at him, the finality of the moment sinking in. "You're really going out there, right?" Lise meets his gaze, his own resolve absolute. "Yes." Seeing his determination, his parents finally smile, accepting his decision. Suddenly his father shouts, "All right, wait there a bit," and dashes off, leaving Lise completely baffled. His mother then steps forward. "Well, before you go to some far-off land, I need to do some motherly things for once." She gestures for him to take a seat. "Sit here, please." As Lise sits, his mother pulls something from her hair. "Hey Lise, I'd like for you to keep this." She reveals a beautiful, intricately carved charm in the palm of her hand. "What is this?" he asks. She explains, "When your dad and I married, the divine tree Yggdrasil gave me this. It's a charm." She carefully places the precious item on him. "If you wear this," she says softly, "the divine tree's influence will always be there to protect you." Lise is stunned by the weight of such a gift. She pulls him into a tight embrace. "Mom, I'm already 100, he protests weakly, but she cuts him off. "Please, promise me one thing." Her voice becomes serious. "If you mess up and go away before we do." "That would be terrible, all right. For the long-lived elves, outliving their children is the greatest fear." Lise holds her hand, his voice firm. "I got it, it's a promise." Just then his father returns, calling his name. He proudly presents a mountain of supplies. "It may not be enough, but I've got you enough provisions for 10 years, take 'em." Lise is speechless. "Dad, this." His father explains he'd been saving up for this day all along. But his parents quickly realize the problem. "Wait, he couldn't possibly carry all that with him, right?" Lise just smirks, raising a single finger. "Storage magic." Sematis, in a flash of light, a portal of ancient magic opens and swallows the entire pile of supplies. The patriarch is completely floored. That's subspace magic, anything put inside is preserved as is, such difficult ancient magic. His parents are bursting with pride. "As expected of my Lise," his dad cheers, his mom adds, "Mom wants that too." And so the next day arrives. Lise waves a final goodbye to his family as he begins his journey into the wider world. "See ya." They watch him go, the path ahead suddenly feeling a little more empty. "It's gonna get lonely here," his mother whispers. His father puts an arm around her. "Elven lives are long, I'm sure we'll get to live together again someday." As he walks, Lise thinks to himself, "I wanted to greet Rahab again, but she's probably already left." He sets his sights on his goal. "For now, my destination is the House of Garland, I guess." He recalls the promise he made 7 years ago to Gallius, the heir of the only human noble house that interacts with elves. "And though I couldn't meet them before due to illness, I would like to see Grillet." His journey brings him to the edge of the familiar forest. Oh, so this is where Yggdrasil's protective barrier ends. He takes a deep breath and steps out into the unknown. He looks up at the sky, a smile on his face. The weather is nice and clear. It's ideal weather for venturing. Suddenly, a flicker of movement catches his eye. He's not alone. A pack of snarling magic beasts emerges from the shadows, blocking his path. They let out a ferocious roar, ready to pounce. Lise is caught completely off guard. But before he can react, a figure blurs past him. A powerful voice cries out, "Fire magic phalanx." In a flash of red hair and steel, a warrior dashes between Lise and the beasts. Lise can only watch, stunned by the sudden intervention. A wave of explosions erupts from her sword, tearing through the pack and annihilating them in a single, devastating strike. He can't believe what he just saw, with one swing. She did that to all of those magic beasts. Lise stares in awe at the powerful woman standing amidst the smoldering remains of his would-be attackers. She turns, her eyes lock onto his, and she immediately drops to one knee. Her voice is filled with years of anticipation. 7 years. "I have been waiting for all this time, Lord Elf." Lise is confused for a moment, but then he sees it, a distinctive mark on her chest. That cross-shaped wound. The memory clicks into place. Surely you were that, yes. He remembers his own words from 7 years ago, a promise made to a dying girl. If your determination does not change, then we will meet here again. Lise tries to piece it together. My memories from then are vague in places, but... The woman's eyes burn with conviction. I held onto your words, Lord Elf. I've trained myself for this very moment. He's in disbelief. You actually waited all this time here today. She gives a firm, unwavering nod. Yes. Lisa's mind races. He remembers saving her on the brink of death. I'm pretty sure I used magic to seal memories related to me deep within her heart. But in spite of that, he thinks, stunned, she still remembers the words I left behind all that time ago. Suddenly she gestures to something massive behind her. Since you remembered me, I hope to give you this. Lise is completely thrown. This is way beyond what I expected. She presents a gigantic wooden crate, practically shoving it in his face. Please accept it. Lise can only stare. That's one massive box. Do you mind if I look inside? He asks, bewildered. She beams, go ahead. He slides the lid open, revealing a mountain of colorful, exotic-looking fruit. Yes, she says proudly, I heard that all elves like these so. From the Kachira fruits of the far west to the frost fruits of the northern continent, I got you every sort of fruit from across the world. Lise immediately suspects his senior. Is this rumor about elves loving fruit spreading among humans? This has to be Rahab's fault. Meanwhile, the girl insists, please, eat anything that you like. He has to ask, how much did it take to gather all this? She looks down. I used up all the money for my bounty hunting, but... Lisa's jaw drops. All of the money. Seeing his reaction, she panics. It isn't enough, right? He frantically waves his hands. And no, this is plenty, too much plenty. He sighs to himself, is this kid okay? I feel like we're both pretty clueless about the world. But he smiles kindly. I'll accept your gratitude. She takes a deep, steadying breath, her expression serious. Then she asks the question she's been waiting 7 years to ask. Then, wherever you go, Lord Elf, will you let me come with you? Lise pauses, genuinely considering her offer. She launches into her pitch. I have experience as an adventurer. I can be your guide and I can help you negotiate with humans. Lise has to admit, that is true. Besides, you're an elf, which is rare out here. Since you just left the village, you're lacking information. Having a human with you would be reassuring. He listens intently, realizing she has a point. She finishes, looking at him hopefully. Would that be a problem for you? I have done everything I could in waiting for this day, she says with fierce determination. So there is nothing to worry about. Lise is impressed by her resolve. Is that so? Yes. She smiles, her dream within reach. Since I want to become strong, I would like to learn from your strength for as long as I live. Lise processes her words. As long as you live, he thinks, a small smile on his face. His elven mind does a quick calculation. For a human child, that's about 40 years or so. And the reality of that number hits him like a truck. 40 additional years, you plan to stick with me for that long. She's just happy he's taking her seriously. That's quite reassuring. Lise takes a moment to compose himself. He turns to her, his decision made. From his perspective, it's not so long. A mere 40 years, huh? He formally introduces himself. My name is Lise Klein. Once more, I leave myself in your care along our travels. He smiles. So what's your name? The girl freezes, suddenly looking incredibly shy. What is it? Lise asks gently. She stammers, I still. She looks down, embarrassed. Don't have a name. Lise is confused. Huh, she explains. Among the guild members, I'm just called Anonymous. The name clicks in his memory. Anonymous, rumors of such a figure even reached our village. An elusive warrior who would appear, take down magic beasts in an instant and leave just as quickly. He looks at her, the pieces falling into place. So that really was her. She looks at him with pleading eyes. Lord Lise, would you please give me a name? Lise is shocked. A name. She explains, once you rescued me. I felt as if I was truly born into this world, so I wanted you to name me. I've been waiting for these past 7 years. Her words hang in the air, full of weight and hope. Lise is deeply moved. I didn't think one person could view such a brief event in such an important light. To a small human girl, 7 years is an absurdly long time to wait. A memory from his distant past surfaces. He remembers being a human child asking his mother, why'd you give me the name Minoru? His mother's gentle voice echoes in his mind. Because as you live, I want you to bear more fruit than others and exceed them. Looking at the dedicated girl before him, the answer becomes clear. That's what I wish for you. He speaks the name, Minori. He tries it out, a warm smile spreading across his face. Minori, I wonder. She whispers the name to herself, tasting it for the first time. Minori, hey. Her face lights up with pure joy. It's a wonderful name, Lord Lise. Lise reflects, in my previous world, I bore no fruit in the end. But this time I had someone waiting for me, without even knowing if I'd really show up. And all the while, she continued to train herself. With such drive, he thinks, looking at her, perhaps she could achieve something great. With their partnership sealed, Lise sets their first goal. For now, I intend to go to the house of Garlanda. They're in the Garlanda March, right? Minori eagerly pulls out a map. Give me a moment to figure out the way, Lise smiles. Thanks. While she's occupied, Lise casually gestures at the massive crate of fruit and casts his storage magic. Sematus. The crate vanishes into a pocket dimension. He then pulls a single fruit from the same space. Guess I'll have one right now while I wait. He inspects the small, round fruit and takes a bite. A strange sensation spreads through his mouth. Kinda tingles, he mutters just as Minori calls out. Lord Lys, I got it, she exclaims, having found their route. Really, then? Lys turns to his new companion with a bright, adventurous smile. Shall we, Minori? Her answering smile is just as brilliant. Yes, Lord Lys. In a bustling guild hall, the adventurer Minori steps up to the counter to cash in her latest haul. We'd like to turn in 1 horned rabbit and 3 slimes. What's the best you can do? As she negotiates, patrons at a nearby table take notice. One of them points, exclaiming, hey, it's that strange woman, it's Minori. Her companion Lys chuckles to himself. Minori is sure famous around here. Minori, having secured their pay, turns to him excitedly. Rhys, this should be enough for us to get to Margrave Garulanda's frontier. Overhearing their destination, the bartender asks another adventurer, are you guys really going to Gallius, neck of the woods? The man nods, yeah. Another patron explains he's the new feudal lord Gallius Garlanda. Ever since he took over, the economy has skyrocketed, mostly because of all the requests to hunt magical beasts. For the first time in a while, adventurers are eating well. The name Gallius triggers a memory for Lys, a face from the past. He thinks to himself, it's been 7 years since then. 3 weeks after leaving the land of the elves, Lys travels with Minori, his mind on their destination and the man who rules it. That Gallius. Suddenly, Minori's voice cuts through his thoughts. Rhys, look, if we cross this path we can see Fort Kukure. We're finally at the Margrave Garulanda frontier. Lys smiles under his hood. For someone like him who knows nothing of the outside world, Minori has been a true blessing on this journey. She points to a map confirming their location. We came out of these woods. Fort Kukure should be right here on the border. Lys recalls what he knows of the region. The feudal lord, Garulanda, keeps a lot of magical beasts on these borderlands. They help protect the empire from the sacred forest. But as they draw closer, the scene becomes grim. The roadside is littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers and adventurers. Lys stops, a sense of unease washing over him. He turns to Minori. The closer we get to the fortress, the more casualties we're seeing. Minori looks concerned. I heard there's been a recent invasion of magical beasts. Lys pulls out an apple, pondering the situation. Gallius, the feudal lord, has a great reputation, but it seems even he can't handle this surge of monsters. He takes a bite, but his expression immediately sours. Minori, he says, holding out the fruit, is it just me, or does this apple taste a bit off? Do you want to try some? Minori completely short-circuits. Is it really okay for me to eat something that has touched your lips? After a moment of frantic internal debate, she steels herself. She takes a huge, decisive crunch out of the apple. Her eyes sparkle. I don't taste anything funny. In fact, after you've taken a bite, it tastes even better. Lys just watches her, thinking, I see. But something still feels wrong. He remembers a conversation from the past. Recently, the flavor of fruit has gone downhill. Let me try something. His hands glow with magical energy as he focuses on the apple. Observation magic, Gronoces. The analysis appears before his eyes. Water, sugar, and a third horrifying component. His eyes widen in shock. Miasma. Minori notices his strange silence. How was it? Did it not suit your taste? Lys quickly puts on a smile to hide his discovery. No, it's nothing. It was delicious. I just wanted you to have some. His kind words send Minori into another flustered blush. But as she enjoys the apple, Lys's mind is racing, stuck on one terrifying word, miasma. He can't believe it. He's found a phenomenon once controlled exclusively by demons. But that's impossible. There shouldn't be any demons left in this world. As they finally arrive at the gates of Fort Kukure, the dark thought lingers. There's no way. At the city gate, their request is met with immediate scorn. You want a meeting with Lord Gallius. The guard laughs in their faces. He's a top noble in the Ul Empire. There's no way I can just let you meet him. The guard puffs out his chest. I've been guarding this gate for 5 years. I know every face that passes through, and I've never seen your ugly mug around here before. Minori begins to tremble with rage, a low growl escaping her lips. Lys places a hand on her shoulder, trying to de-escalate the situation. But Minori is having none of it. If you insult Rhys, then you insult me, she seethes. Just as things are about to explode, a calm, familiar voice cuts through the tension. Oh, if it isn't Rhys. Lys's face lights up in genuine surprise and relief. It's Lord Gallius himself. Hello, Gallius, how have you been? Gallius beams back. I can't believe it's been 7 years. The guard and Minori can only stare in disbelief. Gallius smiles warmly. I'm glad you remembered it about that promise. Lys nods, his own smile unwavering. Yeah, I came to see you. A flashback takes us back years ago, to a time when Lys met Gallius's father. Grillet, a burly warrior, had told him about the elven forest. So you have to pass a test only the elves know of to get out, Lys had said, intrigued. Grillet grinned. Well, once you get out, make sure you swing by our place. Grillet's expression had turned serious. Don't die until I leave the forest. Lys had agreed easily. Yeah, sure, but you gotta get out of the forest as fast as you can, he had made a promise. Back in the present, Gallius looks on with a bittersweet expression. Dad made a promise like that. Minori is completely lost. Reese, you aren't just friends with Gallius, you knew the previous feudal lord too. Lise chuckles, yeah, though he's a bit different from Gallius. I'm not much of a fighter myself. Gallius adds, my dad earned himself the nickname the God of War. He was that good at fighting. Minori presses Reese, what kind of relationship did you have with him? Lisa's expression softens with memory. Well, Grillet was the first human who ever spoke to me. He is my friend. A shadow passes over Gallius's face at the mention of his father. He continues, Dad told me a lot about you, Reese. How when you got out of the forest, you two would go drinking. And you swore to make a better world together. I was worried you might have forgotten our promise. It's good you're here. Gallius lets out a hollow laugh. His voice drops suddenly cold. He didn't forget his promise with you, he just couldn't fulfill it. He turns, leading them down a dark hall. He's just a vegetable now. Lisa's smile vanishes, replaced by dawning horror. Is that? Minori covers her mouth, whispering his name in shock. Grillet. There, lying in a grand bed, is the withered, unconscious form of the once great warrior. My dad has been like this for 5 years, Gallius says, his voice flat. The doctors have already given up on him. He looks at Lise, but I'm sure he's happy that you've come to see him. Lise steps closer to the bed, his voice soft. Hey, what's up, Grillet? He gently touches his friend's hand. Long time no see. Gallius recounts the tragedy. My dad was a strong warrior. For 20 years he protected us from pirates and magical beasts. And then 5 years ago, someone found him seriously injured on the battlefield. He's been unconscious ever since, getting weaker by the day. I took over as the feudal lord, but I have to rely on the power of the people to protect this land. He looks away, his voice filled with regret. My dad fought and protected this land by himself, even when he was hurt. I had no idea how great he was, until he was gone. Lise processes the devastating news. He'd heard about Gallius's good reputation, but he had no idea it was built on such a tragedy. He realizes Gallius is keeping this a secret to prevent widespread panic among his people. He looks at the frail man in the bed. He fought magical beasts, alone. As he thinks, his eyes fall upon a dark, unnatural bruise on Grillet's hand. In an instant, Lisa's gaze sharpens. He recognizes the sign of a dark power at play. Without warning, Lise lunges towards the bed, startling Minori. Reese. She stares in shock, completely bewildered by his sudden action. What are you doing? Ignoring her, Lise points to a dark mark on Grillet's arm. Gallius, do you know anything about this bruise? Gallius looks downcast. We called in the most powerful white magician in the land, he explains, and not even he knew what it was. When he saw the bruises, he tried the highest level of magic possible. Gallius continues. It did nothing. It seems magic doesn't work. Lisa's eyes narrow with focus. He knows what he has to do. Observation magic. He casts the spell, his hands glowing as he summons the diagnostic magic. Gronoces. The results appear in a flash of light and the diagnosis is horrifying. Miasma content, 91%. Lisa's eyes widen in grim understanding. I knew it, he thinks this bruise is. Miasma. The concentration is off the charts, but that content, 91%. It all clicks into place for Lise. I see. The white mages can't beat this level of miasma concentration. His body just rejected it. He turns back to Gallius for confirmation. Hey Gallius, you have tried the highest level of healing magic on this, right? A stunned Gallius nods, why yes. Lisa's expression hardens with resolve. Then. He looks Gallius dead in the eye and makes an unbelievable proposal. We have to go above that and use the ultimate recovery magic. You haven't tried that yet, right? Gallius is completely floored, unable to process what he's just heard. He forces a nervous laugh, pushing up his glasses. Ha ha ha, surely you jest, using something like the ultimate magic. No way, he mutters, but a flicker of hope crosses his face as he looks at his old friend, Reese. Lise stands firm, his back to them. I haven't been sitting around doing nothing for the past 100 years. Minori watches from the doorway, a mix of awe and concern on her face. Lise turns, a gentle smile on his face that belies his immense power. I came all the way out here to see my friend. I can't just go home without even saying a word to him. The reality of the situation hits Gallius. Reese, you don't mean. Lisa's tone becomes deadly serious. Gallius, listen carefully. He delivers the hard truth. Even if Grillet wakes up from this, he hasn't got long to live. He probably has about 2 years left, Lise states plainly, knowing that. He poses the ultimate question, his gaze unwavering. Do you want to revive him? Gallius falls silent, the weight of the choice pressing down on him. His voice cracks with years of pent-up regret. My dad always fought alone for us. I have never been able to tell him thanks or leave it to me. Nothing at all. With tears streaming down his face, he begs Lise, if you can bring him back, I have hundreds of things I want to tell him. Lisa's expression softens. He gives a single, determined nod, got it. In an instant, a colossal magic circle erupts, filling the room with blinding light and ancient runes. Gallius can only stare and wonder. There is a legend that humans once theoretically reached it. Minori watches, her heart pounding, and it took several decades to make it succeed even once. That was called the pinnacle of recovery magic. The light intensifies, focusing on Grillet's still form. This is it, ultimate recovery magic. Lys unleashes the full force of his power, crying out the spell's name, Reburl. The world turns white as the legendary magic is cast. As the light subsides, a finger on Grillet's hand twitches. Slowly, his body begins to stir from its 5-year slumber. Grillet's eyes flutter open, focusing on the elf beside him. In a weak, raspy voice he speaks, Master. Lys gives a warm, casual wave. Hey, what's up, Grillet? He leans in, smiling. I came here like I promised. Recognition dawns in Grillet's eyes, the warrior finally at peace. Overcome with emotion, Gallius breaks down completely, sobbing with joy. Dad. Father and son hold hands for the first time in 5 years. Lys watches the reunion, a profound sense of accomplishment washing over him. On that day, my 100 years of hard work was set in stone. A small, satisfied smile plays on his lips. Although I could only give him 2 years, I was able to give my friend fresh life. Later, after the emotional reunion, Grillet sits up in bed, talking with Lys. He shakes his head in disbelief. I just can't believe it. Grillet chuckles, taking it all in. I woke up and you were there, and Gallius has gone and grown up. Ha ha ha, it must be hard to take it all in. He looks at Lys with deep gratitude. Master, you kept our promise. Lys gives a cheerful, almost shy response. Of course I did. But his expression quickly turns serious. Grillet, I had something I wanted to ask you. Yeah, Grillet replies. Lys gets straight to the point. Tell me what happened that day. Grillet's face clouds over as he tries to recall the incident. That day. His memory is fragmented. I'm almost certain that Fort Kukir was under attack from some sort of magical beast. Other than that, I don't really remember what happened. It's like, the inside of my head went all fuzzy. Lys latches onto the word, fuzzy, yeah. His eyes narrow as a theory forms in his mind. Maybe that fuzz is some sort of trick from the other side, some sort of memory alteration magic. Grillet is confused, the other side. Lys leans in, posing a question that changes everything. Grillet, do you believe that demons exist? The old warrior is stunned into silence. Demons, you say? Lys lays out the undeniable truth. To tell you the truth, you have a high concentration of miasma in your body, and miasma can only be the product of demons. The horror of the situation dawns on Grillet. Wait, are you trying to tell me demons? Lys offers a solution. First, let's take out that fuzz. Would you let me have a look inside your memories? Grillet, ever the warrior, jokes through his fear. Please be gentle. Lys places his hands on Grillet's temples, preparing to delve into his mind. He takes a breath. Okay, here we go. He casts the spell, Memory Alternation Magic. Lys's consciousness dives deep into Grillet's past, memories last. He finds the last thing Grillet saw, 2 demonic figures looming over him. Nothing, just some human, one sneers. They've been putting a stop to our invasion, but looks like this time they are out of luck. The demons discuss their plans. This one doesn't have the brave factor. What shall we do? The other replies, rough it up a little. As long as you keep attacking Fort Kukir without destroying it, they should come to us. Before we can resurrect the demon lord, we need to remove all dissident factors. As soon as we find the person with the brave factor, we can nip this in the bud. The demon's voice echoes in the memory. That is our. Lys's eyes snap open, the vision ending abruptly. He pulls back, his expression grim. I see. Grillet, you've seen some stuff. Grillet panics, don't tell me that. If you make it known that the demons from some fairy tale are back, the world will be in chaos. Grillet exclaims before adding, I have a plan. But Lys seems completely unfazed, confusing Grillet. Lys holds up a single finger, a confident smirk on his face. Since we know what they want, this will be simple. He reveals his counter plan. Before the demons, we have to find the person. As he speaks, the image of a terrified child flashes by, the key to everything, holding the brave factor. It begins with a question. What is a hero? An ancient book, its author and release date lost to time, tells the tale of one who was incompatible with magic. A long, long time ago, the Lord of Demons appeared, introducing the very concept of magic to the world. With this power, the demon lord conquered over half the world. Armies fell before him, as no warrior, no matter how strong, could lay a scratch on him. But at the same time, in a small, forgotten village, there was a young man born without a single spark of magic. Everyone mocked him for his lack of talent, but he never gave up on his dream of becoming an adventurer, pushing himself harder than anyone else. Through sheer will, he grew able to use all 4 elements. He gathered 4 loyal companions and awakened a mysterious power within himself. With this newfound power in hand, the young man and his friends set out on a quest to defeat the demon lord. The world came to know him by a single name, the Brave Man. The story ends and we find Grillet sitting bolt upright in bed, staring in disbelief at the elven mage Lys. Still, is this real? Sweat drips down his face as the reality of the situation sinks in. I just can't believe demons are back. Lys calmly explains, there's no better proof than the memory alteration magic the demons used on you just before you passed out. Grillet's mind races, that thing they talked about, the brave factor. If they believe that exists, then does that mean the fairy tale is real? Now dressed, Lise continues the conversation. You're talking about the famous fairy tale, the legend of the hero, right? The one every human knows. Grillet looks down, troubled. Yeah, but it should just be a story. Lisa's eyes drift as he recalls a distant memory. Come to think of it, back in the elven village, I read something in the library. He remembers sitting amongst towering shelves, a single book open in his lap. It was in an old battle record. It mentioned that factor was a force that was out of this world. Returning to the present, Lise focuses on their mission. Anyway, those demons are hunting for a human with the brave factor, right? Grillet nods grimly. Yes, it seems so. Lisa's expression hardens with resolve. That's why we have to find them first. A confident smirk plays on his lips. They still have no idea that we're on to them. Grillet listens, his own determination growing. Lise lays out the intel. Judging from their conversation, they're absolutely certain the human with the brave factor is here, in Fort Kukure, right? Grillet explains it's been 20 years since I inherited this land. The magic beast attacks have spiked recently. After I collapsed, adventurers from all over flocked here for the rewards, so their numbers have swelled. Lise pieces it together, so, if this is just like the fairy tale, the one with the brave factor must be among them. Grillet's gaze is firm, understanding the weight of their task. Lise suddenly claps his hands together, startling Grillet. Master. With a bright, reassuring smile, Lise makes a declaration. I'll head to the front lines. Grillet is taken aback. Why would you go so far? Lise simply throws the question back at him, right back at you. He looks at his old friend, his voice softening. There's no need for you to shoulder everything by yourself anymore. Lise turns, his cloak swirling around him. Also, I'm finally living in the outside world. I've got 900 years ahead of me. And what could be more boring? He glances back with a mischievous grin, then the world falling under the control of demons. 1 week later, a local restaurant hangs a reserved sign on its door. Inside, a massive feast covers the table, a welcome sight for weary travelers. Minori's eyes well up with tears of joy, completely overwhelmed by the spread as the owner kindly tells her to eat her fill. Lise is just as impressed. This is amazing. Grillet, now recovering in a wheelchair, laughs heartily. It is right. He gestures to the kind woman standing beside him. Master, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Silpha. Lisa's face lights up with recognition. Oh, is this the childhood friend you were always talking about? Silpha blushes slightly. Grillet-sama, you really told an elf about me. Grillet beams with pride. Of course, I promised I'd introduce you too, didn't I? Lise greets her warmly. Silpha bows deeply, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you so much for all you've done for my husband. No matter how much I thank you, it would never be enough. Lise tries to brush off the praise. Oh please, But Grillet proudly cuts him off. Hey master, my wife is hella cute, right? Lise smiles, recalling a memory of a much younger Grillet vowing to one day introduce him to his hella cute childhood friend. He laughs, agreeing, she sure is, so much so it makes me think it's a waste humans live such short lives. Grillet gives him a look. What a weird, elven way to praise her. Lise then turns to his own companion. Now, let's take them up on their offer, shall we, Minori? Minori, who has been surviving on scraps for weeks, asks timidly, may I eat as well? Lise gives her a warm, encouraging smile. Of course. And so, the celebratory dinner begins. Minori takes a bite, and her entire world explodes with flavor. It's so good, she cries out. Silpha is delighted by her reaction. Lise explains, we've been living on magic berries and whatever nuts we could find after all. Minori continues to eat with a passion that reminds Grillet of his younger self. Grillet raises his glass to his wife. Your food is the best in the whole world, he declares. Silpha just smiles, saying, oh my, how flattering. As they enjoy the meal, Grillet decides to ask a question. Minori pauses, her cheeks full of food. By the way, master, Grillet begins, how do you and the young lady know each other? Before Lise can answer, Minori swallows her food and speaks up. She stands and makes a shocking declaration. I'm Reese-sama's spouse. Grillet freezes mid-bite. She bows politely. I'm Minori, nice to meet you. The announcement sends a shockwave through the room. Lise and Grillet are completely stunned. Grillet recovers first, bursting into laughter. So you got yourself a wife, did you? Elves have some moves after all. Lise frantically tries to correct him. No, Minori, but Minori adds defiantly, we'll be together forever. Lise desperately tries to explain the situation. She wanted to get stronger, so I let her accompany me in exchange for teaching me about humans, that's all. Minori simply turns away with a huff. Seeing Minori's dejected expression, Silpha leans over to her. Minori-chan. She offers a kind suggestion. Would you like to try and cook something as well? Minori looks up, completely surprised by the offer. Huh. She becomes flustered. But I'm only good for fighting, I've never even cooked before. Silpha just smiles warmly. It's fine, don't worry so much. Silpha winks, leaning in closer. After all, there's an old saying, that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Lise looks utterly baffled by the human saying, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But for Minori, the words resonate. Blushing with determination, she looks towards Lise. If it could make Reese-sama happy, I want to give it a try, I'll do my best. Later, Grillet pulls Lise aside for a more private conversation. He whispers, "Master, I heard it's really hard for humans and elves to have children with each other." Lise is taken aback. "And why are you bringing that up now? Your chief told me so a long time ago." Grillet presses on, getting to the heart of the matter. "So, what are you gonna do?" Lise's expression softens into something more somber. "Unfortunately." He gives a gentle, sad smile. "For the time being, I just don't see Minori like that." Grillet looks on with sympathy. "That is truly a pity." As they speak, Minori is in the kitchen, happily getting her first cooking lesson from Silpha. Lise continues, the weight of his elven lifespan heavy in his voice. "The truth is, Minori will die long, long before I do." His gaze is distant, she knows that. In the kitchen, Minori's first attempt with a knife is a bit too enthusiastic, startling Silpha. But she quickly gets the hang of it, concentrating under Silpha's kind guidance. Lise watches her, a faint smile on his face, and yet she still pursues those feelings. A week later, the time comes for them to depart. Lise and Minori stand before Grillet, Silpha, and Gallius. "All right then, we'll be back," Lise says. Grillet nods from his wheelchair. "Sure, I'm counting on you, master." Lise smiles back. "Right." Gallius offers a final piece of advice. "The place you're headed to, the Great Circle Forest Vastura, is where the magic beasts have been showing up. It's quite an uncertain place, so do be careful out there." With their goodbyes said, Lise and Minori turn to leave. Grillet and the others watch as the two adventurers walk away, their figures shrinking in the distance. Now deep within the woods, Lise looks around. This forest seems to be the main place for adventurers to take down magic beasts heading for Fort Kukure, right? Minori nods. "Yeah, I haven't been to the forest myself, but I've hunted beasts that made it to the gates before." Lise connects the dots. "In other words, in this area, we can keep an eye out for both adventurers and the ones behind the beasts at the same time." Minori pulls out a map. "According to Grillet Sand, there's a vacant house in the forest. I'm thinking we'll make that our base." She looks up, a hint of doubt in her eyes. "I wonder if it's really possible to find the one with the brave factor." Minori thinks through the logistics. "Our only clue is the fairy tale, so we'll be looking for someone who can't use any elemental magic, but we won't know unless we ask everyone to use magic in front of us." Lise considers her point. He then reveals his plan. "With my appraisal magic, I should be able to tell whether someone has the hero factor or not." Minori points out the flaw. "Still, there are droves of adventurers here. We're going to have to appraise each and every one." Her eyes suddenly widen in realization. "Wait, can you really use your magic to find the one with the hero factor?" She looks at him in awe. "Ris-sama." Lise gives a confident smile. "I think so." Minori is practically vibrating with excitement. "You're so amazing, Ris-sama." Lise decides to test his theory right then and there. Focusing his energy, he casts the spell on himself. Appraisal magic status. His eyes glow as the magic takes effect. A status window appears, revealing a unique trait. Factor, Otherworld Reincarnator. Lise thinks to himself, recalling the legends. I guess Otherworld Reincarnator is also literally a power out of this world. This confirms it, his magic should work. He turns to Minori, his expression suddenly serious. "Hey Minori. Are you really okay with this?" Minori is confused. "What are you talking about, coming here with me?" Lise presses on. "I mean, we already talked about this. It could take a long time before we find the one with the brave factor. We'll be holed up in this forest for a while. It might take years." Minori listens intently, her expression unreadable. Lise's voice drops, filled with concern. "It could even mess up your entire short human life." He stops, giving her a chance to reconsider. "There's still time for you to back out, so." But Minori cuts him off, her voice firm. "I already made up my mind." She looks him straight in the eye. "I spent an entire 7 years chasing after your illusion, Ris-sama." Lise is stunned by her intensity. Minori steps forward, her voice rising with passion. "And I already told you." She places a hand over her heart. "For me, happiness means staying by your side. And growing stronger." Lise can only stammer her name, Minori. With a radiant, blushing smile, she makes her declaration. "I have decided that I will follow you for the rest of my life." Lise is completely floored, a sweat drop running down his cheek. Minori finishes with a determined pout. "Even if you say you don't want it, I still won't leave you, okay?" Lise is left speechless. "That." He turns away, clutching his face, completely flustered. He thinks to himself, that was so close. He shakes his head, trying to process what just happened. Wait, what was close? While Lise tries to calm his racing heart, Minori calls out, oblivious, "Ris-sama." She points ahead excitedly. "I can see it, the house." She checks their progress. It's 6 hours on foot from Fort Kukure to here, huh? Minori wonders aloud what kind of house would be in the middle of the forest like this. Lise recalls what he was told. Back before there were so many monsters, Grillet's predecessor apparently used it as a vacation home. Minori's eyes light up. A noble's vacation home. As the large mansion comes into view, she imagines the possibilities. It must be luxurio, but her thought is cut short by a monstrous roar from within. The front door hangs crookedly on its hinges, revealing only darkness inside. Lise sighs at the dilapidated state of their new base. "It's in ruins, huh? Let's start with cleaning it up. Minori stares, the reality of their situation sinking in. They're going to be living together deep in a monster-infested forest. As Lise works his magic, Minori's spirit seems to just drop out of her body. Lise turns completely baffled. What's wrong, Minori? Head bowed, Minori mutters, Ri-sama, you. Lise sweats confused, I. With a snap, the dilapidated mansion is shown in its former state, before Minori points an accusing finger. You just used magic to clean everything up in an instant. As Lise cheerfully boasts about how handy his magic is, Minori fumes. And here I thought it was my chance to finally be useful to him. Lise explains, surrounded by glowing spirits, I made a temporary contract with the spirits around here. It's called spirit magic. He adds casually, I deciphered it when I was 78. Seeing Minori still moping, Lise is at a loss. Wait, huh? Why does that make you depressed? He asks. Minori snaps back, no, I'm not depressed. Lise is still not convinced. Why you're not? Shaking it off, Lise claps his hands together. Well then, time for the finishing touch. He holds out his hand, gathering a dense sphere of energy. Barrier magic. With a determined look, he unleashes the spell, Yggdrasil Sylph. He plants a small, glowing seed into the ground. There we go. Minori looks on, curious. What's that, Ri-sama? Lise just smiles. Well, just wait and look. Minori watches, her eyes wide with anticipation. With a sudden pop, the seed erupts, and a massive tree begins to grow at an impossible speed. The tree's branches spread out, forming a shimmering, dome-like canopy over the entire mansion. Minori is speechless. What? Lise explains, now this building has been rendered invisible to the outside world thanks to this barrier. Her eyes sparkle with awe. Amazing. As we search for the one with the brave factor, neither magic beasts nor demons will find us. But her excitement fades as a familiar thought returns. Ri-sama can really do anything by himself. She thinks to herself that it's basically a simplified version of the world tree, Yggdrasil. Minori's mind drifts back, recalling Lisa's words. He only let her join him because she wanted to get stronger, and in exchange, she would teach him about humans. Ri-sama is kind, she thinks. Even though she feels she can't do much for him, he still tells her, thank goodness you're here. She knows the truth, that Ri-sama would be perfectly fine on his own. And she admits to herself, it's merely my own selfish desire to stay by his side. Her past flashes before her eyes. I never knew my parents, and as a slave, I didn't live, only survived. And just as I was about to be killed, Ri-sama saved me. She remembers the lonely years that followed. For the next 7 years, nobody wanted to form a party with me since I used to be a slave. I did everything to gain the power to survive so that I didn't waste this life I had been given. And then on the promised 7th year, I went to the agreed spot every day, waiting for Ri-sama while clinging to his memory. She looks at the Lise of today, a small smile on her face. She wants to tell her past self that her wishes came true. But as she follows behind him, her expression hardens. But I can't be happy with just this. I don't want him to keep me by his side, merely to satisfy my own selfish wish. I want to be able to do more, so I can be useful to him. Her resolve solidifies. I want to be much stronger, so that I can fight by his side. Snapping out of her thoughts, she calls out to him, Ri-sama. She asks him directly, are you planning on finding that brave factor person and then defeating the demon lord together with them? Lise listens intently. If I can, he replies. Well, I don't have the brave factor needed to defeat the demon lord, so maybe we'll have to train together first after I take them under my protection, or something like that. He admits I have no idea how things will turn out in the future, though, as of now, I'll do my best to stop the demon lord from taking over the world. Minori looks at him with unwavering faith. I'm sure that Ri-sama could defeat the demon lord. She raises her voice full of passion, but still Ri-sama. She takes a deep breath and makes her plea. Could you train me during our time here? Lise is taken aback. But aren't you already really strong? I mean, you can defeat powerful magic beasts all on your own, right? Minori looks him straight in the eye. I want to fight the demon lord alongside you. Lise pauses, a gentle smile forming as he understands. Right, her goal was always to get stronger after all. He gives his answer, got it. From then on, they trained. Day after day, Minori honed her skills under Lise's watch. During that time, Lise would occasionally visit Fort Kukure. He checked in on Gallius and his family, watching as they welcomed a new life into the world. Time flew by in a blur. And before they knew it, 2 years had passed. Out in the forest, their training continues. Lise and a more mature Minori dash through the trees, moving with a practiced ease. Suddenly Minori calls out. Ri-sama, I detect magic beasts at our 3 o'clock, 5 of them. Her eyes glow as she uses her appraisal magic, 4 B ranks and 1 A rank. Lise nods impressed, appraisal magic parodies. Minori has grown quite adept at it. He then throws down the gauntlet. Do you think you can take the rank? After a brief, sharp intake of breath, Minori replies, got it. With a fierce grin, she shouts, you can count on me. Lise smiles, proud of her growth. Then I will, he says, splitting off from her path. He rushes ahead to deal with the weaker beasts. Sounds of screeching and crashing echo from the woods ahead. Lise finds his targets, a flock of B-rank cockatrices charging right at him. As Lise dashes forward, a group of B-rank cockatrices shriek, their eyes wide with panic. He leaves Minori to handle the rank beast, trusting her completely. You can count on me, then I will. Lise faces the flock of lesser beasts head-on. He raises his hand, gathering power, wind magic. Mantis, with a single word, invisible blades of wind slice through the air, cutting down the entire group in an instant. Standing amidst the fallen beasts, Lise notices something odd, strange. They completely ignored Minori despite her killing intent. He looks past the clearing, sensing the real threat. So they were running away, huh? Minori stands her ground, her expression locked with focus. The ground trembles as a massive paw slams down. Lise realizes the truth. They were fleeing from something far scarier than Minori's aura, a massive, scarred wild bear. The rank beast lets out a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing with rage. Minori remains unfazed, beginning her incantation as she holds her sword aloft. High-rank fire magic, enchant. The bear roars, preparing to charge. It looms over her, a mountain of muscle and fury, but Minori doesn't flinch. Her eyes narrow, pouring every ounce of her will into the spell. Ultimate fire magic, enchant. Her sword erupts in a column of divine flame, phoenix. The bear recoils, sensing the immense power. With a final battle cry, Minori unleashes her ultimate attack. A torrent of fire, shaped like a mythical bird, engulfs the massive beast. The battle is over. Minori pants heavily, the magical exertion taking its toll. From behind her, Lisa's voice cuts through the silence. Good job, Minori. She turns, her face flushed with effort and pride. Ris-sama. A wide, triumphant smile breaks across her face. I finally did it. I managed to use ultimate magic. Lise looks at the defeated rank beast, impressed. You beat a wild bear too, you have truly grown strong. You can use ultimate magic without any issues now. He offers her a hand, already thinking ahead. Next, let's focus on training your stamina so you can continue fighting even after using ultimate magic. Minori just giggles, basking in the praise. As she agrees with a confident yes, Lise is struck by her expression. Something is different about her. He realizes it in a flash. Oh, I see, we've trained in the forest for 2 years. Minori is 20 now, she's become an adult. Back at their magically concealed home, Minori proudly serves dinner. Silpha's secret recipe, number 33, cockatrice oyakodon. Lise digs in enthusiastically. Yum, another great dish. You've gotten really great at cooking during these past 2 years, huh? All thanks to Silpha-san. As they eat, Lise asks, speaking of, anything odd going on in Fort Kukure? Minori shakes her head. Nope, the magic beasts are just increasing as always. No info on the Brave Factor nor the Demon Lord. She continues, we haven't even come across the demons I saw in Grillet's memories, either. Just as she finishes, seems it will be the same old for a while then, huh? A strange bird-like creature appears at the window. A cooing sound breaks the quiet dinner. Minori recognizes it instantly. It's a magic messenger from Fort Kukure, I'll go check it. As she leaves, Lise muses to himself, to think a magic tool like that exists. Magic tool research sounds pretty interesting. Suddenly Minori bursts back into the room, stumbling in panic. Ris-sama. Lise sees the trembling letter in her hand. Minori. Her face is pale, her eyes wide with shock and sorrow. It's Grillet-sama. Lise stands up alarmed. What's wrong? His own words from 2 years ago flash through his mind. Grillet-san doesn't have long left to live. At most, he has 2 years. Without hesitation, he makes a decision. Let's use teleportation magic. They vanish, reappearing in front of the Grand Margrave Garlanda's mansion. As they approach the entrance, a familiar voice calls out, Gallius-kun. Gallius stands at the door looking older and more somber. Ris-sama, thank you so much for taking the time. Beside him, Silpha greets them as well. You too, Minori-chan, thank you for coming for my husband. Lise replies, Silpha-san. A small boy tugs at his mother's clothes. Lise smiles gently. Good evening, Vice-kun. The boy, Gallius and Silpha's son, bows politely. Good evening, Ris-sama. Gallius's expression is heavy. Father is over here. He's no longer conscious, but please, at least come see him. As they enter the bedroom, a little girl rushes towards the bed. Gramps, Ris-sama is here. Lise approaches the bed where his old friend lies still. Yo, Grillet-san. Gallius looks at his father's face. He looks so peaceful, doesn't he? Lise looks on, a wave of emotions washing over him. Gallius begins to speak, his voice thick with gratitude. It's nothing like how he was 2 years ago. I was also able to have the time to talk everything out with him. I used to merely fumble my way through my work as a lord, but now he has taught me what he knows. He pulls his son close, his eyes shining with tears. And most of all, I'm so grateful that I have Vice now. Gallius looks at Lise, his gratitude absolute. Everything is thanks to the time you gave him, Ris-sama. From his arms, Vice asks, are you crying, Daddy? Lise offers a sad smile, thinking to himself, 2 years. It only felt like a mere moment. Silpha wipes a tear from her eye, but everyone else has already accepted it. Lise gently takes Grillet's hand. Grillet-san, were you satisfied as well? Gallius continues softly, he still has a faint pulse, but his life is quietly waning away. Lise holds the frail hand, a memory surfacing. He's the first friend I made in this world. He looks down at their joined hands, the contrast stark. I wonder, when did his hands grow so small? A look of resolve hardens Lise's features. He turns to Grillet's son, Gallius Kun. Facing the harsh reality of their different lifespans, Lise makes a request. Can I be a little selfish? At the bedside of the dying war hero, Grillet, a quiet request is about to be made. Lise's voice cuts through the somber air, addressing Grillet's son. He turns to Gallius, who cradles his own newborn child. Gallius Kun, can I be a little selfish? Minori and Silpha don't hesitate for a second. We'd accept anything you want, Reese-sama, Minori insists as Silpha nods. Go ahead. With their blessing, Lise states his impossible wish. I'd like to talk to Grillet-san one last time. Gallius looks up, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. To talk with father. Lise looks down, a quiet determination in his eyes. He murmurs, as if reminding himself of his own power, you really can do anything, can't you? Stunned, Gallius can only ask the obvious question, but how? Lise reveals the forbidden nature of his plan. Death magic, necrosome. It's an ancient magic that governs the cycle of life and death, once used by an ancient necromancer. Gallius holds his child tighter, listening as Lise continues, if I can just get a little time. Lise's expression softens, offering a sliver of hope. If I succeed and you can see Grillet-san one more time, what would you tell him? Gallius looks down at the new life in his arms, a sad, gentle smile forming on his lips. As tears well up in his eyes, he gives his answer. Let me see, I'd say thanks. He chokes up, adding, and with those words, Lise begins to channel an immense and ancient power. Lise gathers the energy of life and death, weaving a spell that tears a hole in reality itself. His consciousness is ripped from his body, pulled into another plane. He finds himself standing alone in an ethereal space, a stranger in the land of the dead. Before him stands a colossal glowing gate, as wisps of light, souls drift towards it. Lise watches them, his mind racing. Are those souls? The realization hits him, then that must be the gate to the afterlife. Suddenly a familiar voice echoes through the void. Huh, if it isn't Master. Lise spins around to see not the old man from the sickbed but Grillet in his prime, clad in full armor. Grillet-san. Grillet looks just as surprised to see him. Hey now, it's not your time to be here yet, is it? Lise wastes no time. Don't worry, I have to be back in a few minutes, so let's cut right to it. Grillet is completely lost. What are you talking about? Leaning in, Lise makes his incredible declaration. I know of magic that can temporarily materialize your soul. Grillet stares, dumbfounded by the concept. Materialize. Lise quickly explains the ancient and powerful technique. It's called necrosis. A famous necromancer once used it to summon the first demon lord and the dragon king to his side. He grabs Grillet's arm, making a desperate plea. It is pretty limited, but I promise that one day I'll find a way to revive you for real. Tears stream down Lise's face as he begs, so if you could wait until then. But instead of agreeing, Grillet bursts into a hearty laugh, his voice full of warmth and admiration. Ha 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 ha, you really can do anything, can't you? Lise is stunned into silence. Grillet-san. Grillet places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's okay. He looks off towards the gate, a peaceful expression on his face. I've lived plenty enough already. Grillet turns back to Lise, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you so much for coming to see this old man off one final time. Lise tries to argue, his voice cracking, but Grillet cuts him off gently. Thanks to you, I was able to protect Fort Kukure, and I could spend my final days in the comfort of my family. A proud smile spreads across his face. I got to see my cute grandson. I have no regrets. Lise can only listen, his own arguments dying on his lips. Grillet's smile fades slightly as he reconsiders. Is that true? He admits, well, I guess I do have one, a final lingering attachment. His silhouette darkens as he confesses his greatest failure. I couldn't do anything against those talking beasts and demons. His voice becomes a low growl, filled with urgency. If the demon lord revives and starts a rampage, humanity may be trampled in an instant. He grabs Lise, his grip like iron. His eyes burn with a final, desperate plea. So Master, promise me. He pulls Lise close, entrusting him with his life's mission. You'll find the hero and defeat the demon lord. He looks Lise dead in the eye. You're the only one I can trust with the future of humanity. Lise bows his head, accepting the immense weight of this promise. Grillet watches him, waiting for his answer. Looking up with newfound resolve, Lise gives his word. Okay, I promise. A wave of relief washes over Grillet. As long as you and Gallius are there, I don't have anything to worry about. Lise is startled by the sudden shift in tone. Grillet looks down at his own gauntlet, then at Lise's hand. I still have the faint sensation of touch. He remembers the moment Lise first took his hand back in the world of the living. A memory flashes in his mind, the young elf who saved him. Grillet says softly, your hand hasn't changed since I first met you. It's still pale and smooth. Lise is struck by the observation, a profound realization dawning on him. Grillet explains the nature of Lise's kind. Elves don't really start growing old until they reach 800 years old. Lise's mind whirls. Does that mean the elder has lived for so many centuries? Grillet looks at the eternally youthful elf before him. A sad smile touches his lips. For you, he says, the words heavy with the truth of their different lifespans, my life must have been over in a flash. Tears finally fall from Lisa's eyes, splashing onto the ground. Thank you, Grillet says gently, for crying for me. He pauses, then adds, I have something to tell you too. But Lise interrupts, finally delivering the message from Grillet's son. Through his tears, he relays Gallius's words, thanks, and you can rest now, that's from Gallius. Hearing this, Grillet's face breaks into a wide, joyous grin. All right. He gives Lise one last, firm pat on the shoulder. Then he turns and walks toward the light of the gate, calling back over his shoulder, I'll find some delicious steak and wait to share it with you. But don't come visit too soon, okay? And with that final farewell, his time was over. The next morning, Grillet Garulanda passed away at 58 years old. The war god who protected Fort Kukure from countless magic beasts for 20 short years. Surrounded by his loving family, peacefully passed away in his sleep. Lise sits high above the city, watching the life Grillet fought to protect. It was as good a death as one could hope for. The streets below bustle with people, completely unaware of the hero they had lost, or the promise that now guided their future. Perched atop the city walls, Lise reflects on the passage of time. 2 years, he thinks to himself, it really is such a short time. As he and Minori look out over the land Grillet protected, a memory surfaces. He can still feel the touch of Grillet's wrinkled, old hand in his. The sensation from when he grabbed it in those final moments. Grillet's words echo in his mind, your hand hasn't changed since I first met you, it's still pale and smooth. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits Lise with the force of a physical blow. Startled by his sudden movement, Minori calls out his name, Ris-sama. Lise turns, his eyes wide with a dawning horror, Minori. He looks down, his gaze fixed on her. He sees her hand, it's just as Grillet described his own, pale, smooth, and warm. But the thought that follows is terrifying. One day her hand will also grow old and frail. One day she too will be gone. He instinctively pulls his hand away. Seeing his distress, Minori asks with concern, Ris-sama, are you okay? Pushing the dark thoughts away, Lise forces a bright smile. Thanks, I'm fine now. Minori watches him, her expression showing she's not entirely convinced. They stand in silence for a moment, Lise's resolve hardening as he accepts a painful truth. The first friend he ever made in this world is dead. He turns to Minori, his voice filled with a new, unshakable purpose. Minori. With the weight of his promise to Grillet behind his words, he makes a vow. I swear I'll defeat the Demon Lord. No matter how many centuries it takes, even if it has to be without the hero, even if the Demon Lord revives with all of their power. A confident smile returns to his face. Stubbornly pursuing a goal for ages is my strong suit, after all. He trails off, adding with a hint of self-awareness, if I can, anyway. I don't have the brave factor needed to defeat the Demon Lord, after all. Minori looks at him, her eyes filled with admiration for his determination. Without a moment's hesitation, she declares, yes, I will follow you wherever you go. As they walk away from the city, Lise makes another silent promise. My friend's legacy, the place he protected all his life, I shall inherit it and make it part of my own. Time passes. 1 year later, Lise and Minori have settled into a quiet life in the forest. Lise muses, tonight's dinner is Minori's special number 48. Minori presents the meal with a flourish. Lise takes a bite and his face lights up. Farah steamed in white wine, your food's gotten even more delicious lately. Minori beams, proudly explaining she's been learning all sorts of new tricks. Lise then asks a thoughtful question, but is it fine to no longer be naming it after Silpha? Minori's expression softens as she remembers her former mentor. Silpha-sama told me something, that you should support the people you want to support, so. Lise listens, understanding the weight of those words. It's a bittersweet memory. Because 1 year after Grillet's passing, Silpha had peacefully followed him into the afterlife. Minori smiles, her eyes looking toward the future. I want to show her all the recipes I came up with. When I meet Silpha in the afterlife someday, I'll fill the Minori special menu with all kinds of dishes. Lise grins back, sharing in her hopeful spirit. You can look forward to it, I will. Later that night, the house is quiet. After their meal, Minori has drifted off to sleep. Watching her, Lise thinks, she's matured quite a lot. Come to think of it, Minori will be 22 at the end of this year. When I first met her, she was just a little kid. The faces of his departed friends flash through his mind. Humanity moves at such an incredible speed. A familiar fear creeps back into his heart. I don't want to accept that, with Minori. Suddenly, his elven ears twitch, catching a faint sound from the forest. He sits bolt upright, instantly alert. Is someone fighting? He rushes to the window, peering into the darkness. I can sense several different mana signatures rampaging in the forest. Focusing his power, he casts a spell, Appraisal Magic. A wave of energy expands from the house, scanning the entire area. Information floods back to him. His senses lock onto a specific signature, and his eyes fly open in utter disbelief. He turns from the window, a look of pure shock on his face. I found them. Startled awake, Minori rubs her eyes. Risama, what's going on? Lise can barely contain his excitement. I found them, Minori, I finally found them. With a massive, triumphant grin, he delivers the impossible news, the one with the brave factor. Minori can only stare, completely stunned. The scene shifts, rewinding to half a day earlier. In that same forest, a young man with dark hair struggles under the weight of an enormous backpack. His supposed party members sneer at him. Hey man, why the hell do we have to look after a weakling like you? If you can't even carry our luggage, we'll ditch you as soon as we get the chance. The young man pants, his legs trembling under the strain. One of his companions scoffs, geez, this is exactly what I meant when I said people who can't use magic are useless. He bites his lip, trying to hold back tears of frustration. Another party member adds a cold threat, if you drop even one thing, I'll make sure you repay us in full. The party walks on ahead, leaving him to struggle alone. He grits his teeth, pushing through the pain and humiliation. He forces himself onward, repeating a mantra in his head, it's just part of my training. As he trudges on, Lisa's voice echoes from the future, filled with years of searching. I've been looking for you for ages. At the edge of a dark forest, a voice cuts through the night. Stop. It's Jin, the party's supporter, trying to halt his group. Going through the forest at night is too dangerous, Luke. But Luke, the party leader, scoffs at the warning. It's supposed to be perfectly safe during the day, so let's just camp. Jin presses on. Recently, there's been a mysterious mist, and reports of weirdly strong monsters showing up. Solala, one of the mages, mocks him. Solala wants to get this quest over with and go home. You're always such a pain, Jin. Jin flinches at her words. Carol, the other spellcaster, sides with the leader. Luke's right. Outvoted and ignored, Jin can only sigh in defeat. Okay. He makes one last attempt to reason with them, pulling out a map. Then let's at least take one of the safer routes. But Luke cuts him off, shouting, oh my god, shut up already. Luke arrogantly reminds him of their status. We're a B-rank party, you know that, right? Jin lowers the map, the unspoken words of his party echoing in his mind. A supporter like you who can't even use magic should just shut their traps. With the decision made, Luke leads them into the darkness. We're going. Jin tries to steel himself, forcing a bit of optimism. It'll be fine, let's just focus on doing what I can. Lugging a massive backpack filled with everyone's supplies, he follows them into the woods, vowing to himself, I will grow stronger. As night deepens, the party pushes forward. The sounds of their heavy breathing fill the tense silence of the forest. An unsettling feeling begins to creep in with every step. Suddenly, Jin senses scream danger. Shit. From the shadows, monstrous boars and snakes emerge, wreathed in a sinister black aura. Jin is horrified. What the hell are those? Luke panics. Those freaky things. Luke's arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure fear. It's obvious that they're no ordinary monsters. Carol tries to rationalize what she's seeing. They should just be C-rank monsters, a magic snake and a magic boar, but... The party members ready their spells, preparing for a fight. Luke gathers a ball of crackling energy in his hand. He unleashes a powerful blast of magic straight at the enemy. But instead of an explosion, the spell is simply absorbed by the monster's dark aura. Luke stares in disbelief and terror. The magic snake stands completely unharmed. It didn't do any damage at all. Carol realizes the horrifying truth. Only A-rank monsters and above should be able to absorb magic. The twin mages, Solala and Lulala, cry out in fear. Both Solala's and Lulala's magic don't work either. Luke's bravado is a thin mask for his panic. We're a B-rank party, man. They're just damn C-rank monsters. Jin, weighed down but clear-headed, yells the only logical plan. Anyway, let's run away. The party turns and flees for their lives, but the monsters are right behind them. They're still chasing us, Luke screams. As they run, Jin notices the strange energy surrounding the beasts. And what the hell is that black aura? Carol pants, finally putting the pieces together. It's mana. They must be the weirdly strong monsters Jin warned us about. Luke's eyes flash with anger at the accusation. Carol continues, if you had just listened to Jin in the first place then, but Luke explodes, shut up. He turns the blame on her. You brushed it off as well, right? You don't have any right to complain now. Another party member cries out, Luke, we're gonna get caught at this rate, we're gonna die. The fear and pressure are getting to Luke. Jin tries to cut through the panic with a plan. If we continue like this, the situation is only gonna get worse. We should find a way back to the fortress. But as Jin speaks, a cruel, calculating smile forms on Luke's face. Jin insists, no, not yet. Luke suddenly stops, turning to the group with a chilling announcement. You know, we've had this unprofitable asset for years. It's time to write it off. Jin looks at him confused. Luke, the leader continues, we'll lose some of our luggage, but we can just buy new stuff. Carol understands his horrific implication immediately. Luke, you can't. Luke glares at her, his voice cold as ice. Then are you fine with taking his place? The threat silences Carol instantly. She can only stare in shock. With no one left to object, Luke declares, it's settled then. Jin makes one last desperate plea. Luke, listen to me, there's a path over there, all of us can still make it out of here. Tears welling in his eyes, he begs his childhood friend, so please. Luke looks down on him with utter contempt. You can't even use magic, what the hell do you live for? The sheer cruelty of the words leaves Jin speechless. Luke twists the knife. I've brought you this far only because we grew up together, but you've been nothing but a hindrance this entire time. He pulls out a valuable magic tool. I don't want to use something this valuable, but whatever. Jin can only stammer his name in disbelief. A wicked grin spreads across Luke's face. At least you can be of some use in the end. As Luke prepares the spell, Carol screams, Jin. Luke activates the scroll. Advanced water and earth fusion magic, Deboris. The ground beneath Jin's feet instantly turns to thick, inescapable mud. Jin cries out as he's pulled down, his heavy pack sealing his fate. He struggles, but it's no use. My legs, the bag is too heavy, I'm sinking. One of the others shouts, Luke, what are you doing? But the leader simply watches Jin sink. Luke turns to the mages, his plan now in motion. Solala, Lulala. He gives the final order. We'll use the worthless guy as bait so we can escape. Solala, terrified, quickly agrees. As the others flee, Carol hesitates for a single, gut-wrenching moment. Jin, sinking and betrayed, calls out to his last hope. Carol, but she turns her back and runs, abandoning him to the monsters. Carol hesitates, her face a mask of conflict and fear. But in the end, she turns her back on him. With one last guilty glance, she runs, leaving Jin sinking in the magical mud. His entire party, the people he called friends, abandon him without a second thought, disappearing into the dark forest. Jin reaches out a desperate hand, his mind reeling from the betrayal. His thoughts echo in the silence, we could still all make it out. But it's no use, he's alone, trapped and left for dead. As he sinks, his life flashes before his eyes. If I was able to use magic. I wonder if I could save people just like the others. As long as I can remember, my dream has been to become a strong adventurer. He remembers the stories that sparked his dream, tales of traveling the world, defeating monsters. And protecting the smiles on people's faces. To a young Jin, it was the coolest thing in the entire world, however. There was one massive problem. In this world, magic is everything for an adventurer, and Jin couldn't use it. Most humans awaken their magic around age 5, with their mana peaking at 20. He watched as his childhood friends grew stronger at a terrifying speed, their powers blossoming. But for Jin, nothing ever changed. He was left behind, stuck at 0. Still, he refused to give up on his dream. To make up for his lack of magic, he poured everything into swordsmanship. He studied relentlessly, gathering information and planning routes, doing everything he could to be useful to his friends. But no matter what he did, his physical skill could never compete with the raw power of magic. He couldn't even use the most basic magic tools. In a world where magic is everything, being unable to use it felt like he wasn't even allowed to have hope or a dream. Back in the present, the last of his strength fades. The corrupted monsters, the magic snake and boar, close in on their helpless prey. With his final moments approaching, Jin's only thought is of his broken dream. I wanted to be a cool adventurer too. The snake lunges, its fangs ready to deliver the final blow, but suddenly a sphere of pure black energy slams into it. A violent explosion of dark power erupts, blasting the monster back. Jin looks up, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A mysterious girl stands before him, her voice ringing out as she casts her spell, Muriel Schwartz. A torrent of black flames engulfs the magic snake, incinerating it on the spot. Jin stares, completely stunned. Black flames. The girl turns, shouting with relief. We made it in time, Reese-sama. Suddenly, another figure lands softly behind Jin. That sure was close, huh? This new arrival, a calm, hooded man, turns his attention to the last monster. Another guy, I'll take care of the magic boar. He walks calmly toward the snarling beast. The boar lets out a furious roar, ready to charge. But it's no match for him. Ultimate fire and wind fusion magic, he chants. Dragonia, a cataclysmic vortex of energy erupts, completely obliterating the monster. Jin is just floored. The sheer power is unlike anything he's ever seen. He can only stare in utter disbelief. From the edge of the forest, Luke and the others can only watch in shock. An elf. Jin thinks the same thing. A real elf? How? Why? Meanwhile, the girl Minori rushes to her companion's side, calling him Reese-sama. The elf Lise casually observes the twitching remains of the monsters. It's been a while since we've seen monsters that survived a spell, huh? He turns to his partner. This is a good chance, Minori. See if you can defeat that magic snake using at most 5 ultimate spells. Minori nods seriously. Yes, Reese-sama. Lise then adds, and no need to worry about that kid. He glances back at Jin with a confident smile. I'll protect him. Jin is at a complete loss for words. Minori, however, is visibly flustered by Lisa's declaration. She pouts, thinking to herself, I want to be protected by Reese-sama too. Shaking it off, she leaps into action to finish off the last monster. Lise then walks over to Jin, his voice calm and knowing. Seems you've been abandoned by your comrades because you can't use magic. Your party must be as blind as one can be, huh? The elf kneels, and it's as if he can see right through Jin. Because you can't use magic, you've been training your body and mind constantly. Jin's eyes widen in shock. You've always believed magic will come to you someday, while keeping up constant training, never giving up. Jin can't comprehend it. How do you know that? Lise gives him a gentle, knowing smile. That perseverance of yours is precisely what makes a hero. The word hangs in the air, leaving Jin completely stunned. Lise holds out his hand, a complex magic circle glowing before him. Ultimate recovery magic Shi Ralpha. In a quiet clearing, now fully healed, Jin sits with the elf. Lise smiles warmly. Thank goodness it's someone like you who carries the brave factor. And so, for Jin Fritz, age 17, this fateful encounter with an elf would become the turning point that changed his life, and eventually, the world. Jin stares at his own legs in disbelief, the lingering glow of magic fading away. You healed my injured legs instantly, he gasps, without even using a potion. As Jin processes the impossible, Lise simply looks down, muttering to himself about the incompetence of Jin's former party. Geez, why don't they just have each member carry their own share of luggage? The realization hits Jin like a lightning bolt. This isn't just any healer. One of the elves of legend, then he must really be one. Lise glances back at the boy, offering a rare compliment. Still, good job keeping pace with your party while carrying this heavy bag on these rough forest roads. Lisa's eyes narrow slightly, sensing something is off. Have you been doing all this without magic this whole time? Jin flinches at the question. He looks down, unable to meet Lisa's gaze, the silence speaking volumes. Looking at the massive pack that nearly broke him, Jin finally speaks. I was born. He clenches his fist, the shame and frustration evident in his voice. Without mana. Lisa's mind races, confirming his suspicion. It's true, I can't feel any mana waves coming from him. That means he can't even use magic tools. He assesses Jin's physique with a new perspective. He must have worked incredibly hard to make up for it. His arms and legs are well trained. Jin's voice cracks with emotion as he grips his hands together. If only I was stronger, I wouldn't have been abandoned by everyone. Lise understands. Jin isn't blaming the party that left him for dead. He's blaming his own weakness, and in that moment Lise sees it clearly. This kid, he might just be the one to bring the hero factor to its true potential. Lise makes a declaration that shatters Jin's reality. You have the talent to become a strong adventurer, or rather, I'll make you into one. He gives Jin an out, testing his resolve. If you've lost the drive to be an adventurer, I won't bother you. Lise extends his hand, an offer hanging in the air. However, if you still wish to become stronger even just a little, then take my hand. Jin stares at the offered hand, his world spinning. His mind flashes back to a long-forgotten dream from his childhood. I'm sure that one day, I too will be a strong adventurer that protects people's smiles. The memory fuels a fire inside him. Tears welling in his eyes, he whispers, I want to become stronger. With a desperate cry, Jin reaches out, grabbing onto this one last chance. I want to become stronger. A warm smile spreads across Lisa's face. He firmly grasps Jin's hand and pulls him to his feet, a new partnership forged in the twilight. Lise looks at the tear-streaked but determined boy and thinks, geez, both Minari and this kid have amazing resolve for their age. He chuckles to himself, I was nothing like them in my past life. Then he makes it official. I'm Reese Klein, an elf. Jin responds with newfound energy, I'm Jin Fritz. Their introduction is cut short by a loud, aggressive snort from the shadows. Minori's voice cuts through the trees, filled with urgency. Reese-sama, the magic boar is coming to you. The last surviving boar charges, its fur bristling into sharp, hardened spikes. Jin panics, its fur turned all spiky. Lise, however, is completely unfazed. Hardening magic, he notes calmly. Then I'll match it, he says, his hand beginning to glow. He clenches his hand into a fist, channeling his power. Hardening magic beast fist. But he's not done, and then thunder magic enchant. Lightning arcs around his knuckles as he declares the name of his technique, Thunder Fist. He gives Jin a confident smirk over his shoulder. Just stay there and watch, Jin-kun. This is what 100 years of training gets you. With a roar, Lise meets the charging beast head-on. A single, thunderous punch connects, sending the armored boar flying backward. Lise's expression is one of pure focus and overwhelming power. The impact of lightning-infused magic against hardened hide is immense. Jin can only watch, his face a perfect picture of absolute, mind-blown shock. Lise lands lightly, the threat neutralized in an instant. As Lise dusts off his hands, Jin struggles to comprehend what he just saw. Wait, but according to fairy tales, elves should only be able to use healing magic. He can only mutter one word in awe, incredible. Lise turns back, ready to move on. All right, let's go get Minori. But before they can take a step, a swirling vortex of pure darkness manifests before them and a chilling voice echoes out. Well, color me surprised, what have we here? Both Lise and Jin whip around, stunned by the sudden malevolent presence. The dark energy hovers between the trees, its voice dripping with condescension. What is one of those elven shut-ins doing in a place like this? Lise's casual demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, serious expression. He recognizes that voice instantly. This voice, I heard it in Grillet's memories. The dark energy descends upon the fallen boar, possessing its corpse. An intense, suffocating miasma erupts from the newly formed beast, forcing Lise to brace himself. What an intense miasma, he thinks, glancing at his new companion. How's Jin-kun taking it? Jin is terrified and pale, but he's still on his feet. It's too much for him, but he's still conscious, Lise notes. Stepping in front of Jin, Lise shields him from the worst of the pressure. He faces the dark entity with a calm, almost cheerful expression. Hello, nice to meet you. Or so I'd like to say. His eyes narrow, the friendly facade dropping completely. But I remember your voice. The entity seems amused. Oh. Lise doesn't hesitate. 10 years ago, you attacked Grillet Garlanda at Fort Kukure, right? His gaze is sharp and analytical. You look much different now. I assume that's some kind of dark magic. I'm actually pretty interested since you've clearly spent a while in this incorporeal form. He lands a verbal jab, although compared to then you appear much fainter. The dark energy fully animates the boar's body. The beast rises, now a vessel for the ancient soul. The entity speaks through its new host, its voice echoing with ancient power. Deep inside a mausoleum in the holy forest Lital, my soul was sealed. When I was summoned once again, I was trapped in this pitiful vessel. Even now, I only exist thanks to the mana spared to me by the demon lord's direct subordinate. Lisa's mind connects the pieces of lore he's read. Mausoleum, books say that's where incredibly powerful divine beasts are sealed. He stares at the possessed boar with dawning realization. Does that mean this thing is one of the sealed divine beasts? The implications are staggering. To link the soul of a divine beast to a mere magic beast, the demon lord's subordinate must have an enormous amount of mana. Seeing an opportunity, Lise decides to probe for intel. Wow, he says with a curious smile. Let's try prying a little further, then I guess the demon lord's resurrection is near. Under the influence of Lise's illusion magic, the possessed boar spills a critical secret. I heard that the resurrection is in 3 years. The words hit Lise like a physical blow. 3 years, the clock was ticking. The entity inside the boar snorts, completely oblivious. Once the demon lord returns, I will no longer have to content myself with such an uncomfortable body. A sly grin spreads across Lisa's face. He's found an opening, isn't that only? If you weren't trapped in a magic beast. Lise presses his advantage, his voice dripping with condescension. You understand what I mean, right? You're much closer to a magic beast now than you were 10 years ago. Your incorporeal soul is being corrupted by this vessel. The beast roars, his taunt hitting its mark. Shut up. Lise finishes his sentence with a smirk. I mean, it looks like you're out of time. The enraged beast lunges forward in a blind rage. But Lise moves in a flash, shoving Jin out of harm's way. Are you okay, Jin-kun? Lise asks, not even out of breath. A shaken Jin stammers, why yes. Jin looks back at the beast, utterly confused. But why is that magic beast so willing to spill all its secrets? Lise gives him a casual thumbs up. Oh that, I just used a type of illusion magic called Okanos. Jin's jaw drops. Huh, when did you cast that? Lise just points back then. Lise analyzes their foe's weakening state. As it is now, its very existence is starting to wane. Jin can only stare in disbelief, thinking elves are crazy. The beast stumbles, its form flickering. Lise notes, even for a powerful divine beast, it should have a weakness I can exploit. The entity inside cries out, confirming Lise's theory. Their mana could run out at any moment. Lise nods. Yeah, you're right. The beast continues its lament, trapped by its master's power. Yet I haven't seen them for years, but my life is in their hands, so I have no choice but to follow their orders. I can only persevere, it declares with desperate resolve. Lise sees his chance to learn more. Appraisal magic. The results flash before him. The entity's name is Vritra, and its caster is Wavakarma, acting supervisor of the Demon Lord army. Lise's eyes narrow. I see, so that's who's pulling the strings, Wavakarma. He turns to the beast, his voice sharp. Now then, Vritra, who bound you? The beast recoils in shock. How do you know my name? Lise thinks to himself, the weaker the target, the more information I can extract. He then addresses the beast again, his tone shifting. He extends a hand. Let's make a deal. Vritra is wary. A deal. Lise lays out his incredible offer. I will use my magic to grant you your original body back. Vritra is stunned into silence. In exchange, Lise continues, I want you to stop chasing adventurers for the Demon Lord's army. Jin can't believe what he's hearing. That's impossible for an elf. To prove his point, Lise summons a swirling orb of pure energy in his palm. Look, see how much mana I have. This should be more than enough to sustain your original body for a while, right? The sheer power radiating from Lise terrifies Vritra. Sqee, what's wrong with your mana? You produce as much as Wava so easily. Lise casually dismisses the display. This is only about 1/5 of my total mana, so don't worry about me. Looks like the shock has turned him completely into a magic boar. Vritra, now humbled, asks cautiously, You won't ask me to do anything in return. A flicker of hope appears in its eyes as it dares to dream. Can I fly freely through the sky again? Lise smiles gently. As long as you don't cause too much trouble for people, I won't meddle with your life in the slightest. He adds one small condition. Oh, but I guess I'd like to talk to you every century or so. For Vritra, this is more than a fair trade. It's salvation, I promise, I swear on my life. With a grin, Lise unleashes his power. Alright, then we have a deal. The magic boar's body dissolves into particles of light, and from the crumbling form, a massive, winged shadow begins to rise. The shadow solidifies, revealing its true form. A colossal dragon now stands before them. Jin screams in terror, a dragon, but Lise is simply impressed. Whoa, your original body's pretty cool, huh? Vritra lets out a booming, triumphant laugh, finally free. Lisa's appraisal confirms it. Vritra, the ancient dragon, has been reborn with Reese Klein as the caster. This is my ideal body, the dragon bellows. How are you feeling? Lisa asks, completely unfazed. Vritra roars with joy, not bad at all. Now I can once again fly wherever I want. Lise smiles, happy for the ancient creature. It will take some time for your soul to take root in your new body, Lise explains. Luckily for you, I don't plan on dying for the next 9 centuries. The dragon is taken aback. So elves live longer than us dragons, you're surprisingly conscientious. I have no way to thank you. Lise waves it off. I'll give you more mana whenever you want. In return, Lise says with a cheerful grin, I'd be happy if you shared any delicious fruits you find in your travels with me. I'm just doing what I want anyway. Vritra is deeply moved by the elf's simple kindness. Elves sure are odd, the dragon muses. You have my gratitude. This shows my century of training was worth it. What is your name? Vritra asks. I'm Reese Klein, he replies, an elf who fled his cramped little world. Like you, I want to live in the outside world as I please. Vritra lets out another booming laugh. I see. We are birds of a feather. The massive dragon lowers its head towards the small elf. Very well, I, the black dragon of the dark nights, Vritra, hereby swear to be Reese Klein's friend for as long as I live. As a token of this new bond, Vritra's eye begins to glow intensely. A beam of light shoots from the dragon's eye, enveloping a startled Lise. The light is blinding. What was that? Lise asks, disoriented. Vritra simply says, a show of my gratitude, it is what you wanted. With its promise fulfilled, Vritra spreads its mighty wings. I'll come visit after flying once around the world, Reese Klein. See you later, the dragon calls out as it leaps into the air. Lise and Jin watch as their new ally soars into the night sky, quickly becoming a speck among the stars. He disappeared so quickly, Jin says, still processing everything. Lise just smiles. A divine beast that lives for 500 years, huh? Lise reflects warmly. It's the first friend with a long lifespan I've made in this world. Suddenly a voice calls out to them, Reese-sama. It's Minori running towards them with a triumphant look on her face. Reese-sama, I did it, I defeated the magic snake. Lise beams with pride, ruffling her hair. That's amazing, Minori, and you even have mana left over. Your training is really paying off. Jin stares at the young girl in awe. She defeated that strong monster all by herself. That's incredible. She must be a rank at least. Lise snaps his fingers, getting Jin's attention. Huh, it's no time to stand there amazed and slack-jawed, Jin-kun. He gathers them both, his expression turning serious. We learned that there's only 3 years until the Demon Lord's revival. Minori gasps, just 3 years. Listen up, Jin-kun, Lise says, his voice low. I'm about to tell you something important. He looks Jin dead in the eye. You have a dormant power inside of you known as the Brave Factor. That's needed to fight the Demon Lord. Jin is terrified. That kind of power is inside me. Lisa's gaze is unwavering. You're the only one who can defeat the Demon Lord. I'm sure it will be a difficult fight. And so, he declares, pointing at Jin, in this next year, I'll have you become stronger than Minori is now. Jin can only stare back, completely bewildered, a single thought running through his mind. Huh, is he insane? In a quiet training yard, the stage is set for a transformation. The text declares, the op training begins. Minori stands with her longsword, eyes closed, focusing her power. From the sidelines, Lise begins an incantation, his voice echoing with power. With arms outstretched, he chants enchant, ultimate fire magic. In a flash forward, we see the result of this training. A colossal Minori brings a sword wreathed in black flame down upon Jin, roaring, Valhalak. Her eyes burn with intensity as she screams, I'm going all out. But Jin, though sweating, meets her gaze with unwavering determination. This is their 182nd match. Jin braces himself, shouting back, I look forward to your instruction. But to understand this moment, we have to go back 182 days, to the very first day of training. A much younger-looking Jin inspects a simple wooden sword with curiosity. He turns to his mentors, Lise and Minori, confused. We're training. With wooden swords, Lise smiles, yep, it's a bit unusual though. Minori steps forward to explain, Jin-kun, Reese-sama personally made that weapon for you, it's special equipment for your training. Surprised, Jin takes the sword with both hands. Okay, I'll accept it gratefully. Lise then begins to explain the foundation of his plan. From what I can see, while you may not have any mana, you do have what's needed to hold it. A mana vessel. Think of it as a bucket and mana as water. If you use up all the water, the bucket runs dry. But with time, the mana returns on its own and the vessel grows a little bigger. Jin's eyes light up. Wow, I read that in a book on magic theory. Lise nods, so you already knew. You've done it too, right, Minori? Minori quietly agrees. But internally, Minori is having a panic attack, remembering her own experience. I couldn't move a finger for a week. It's a terrifying training regimen, she thinks, just as Lise cheerfully tells Jin, I think I'll have you do the same. Jin's hand shoots up. I have a question. I don't have any mana, right? So where am I gonna get it from? Lise gives him a grin that's both brilliant and slightly insane. Simple. I'll directly pour my mana into your vessel until it's full. Jin is utterly speechless, unable to process what he just heard. Lise points to the sword. You'll be training to channel the mana through this wooden sword. I've installed a magic tool in it that can absorb mana. By following these steps, you'll rapidly expand your mana vessel while getting used to controlling mana. Everyone born with mana still has to learn how to use it, just like learning to talk. And by doing this, Lise adds, we won't waste any time waiting for your own mana to appear. Lise thinks to himself, realizing the unique advantage Jin possesses. He has no mana at all right now, which means his body has no need to regenerate it. We won't lose time waiting for him to recover, like we had to with Minori. He lays out the insane routine. It might be difficult at first, but once you get used to it, you should empty your vessel once a day. Then, I'll just cure your fatigue and fill you up again. Jin can only imagine the results if we do this every day for a year. Lise gets hyped, shouting the endgame. Your mana vessel will be 30 times its current size, and when the brave factor inside you awakens and finally gives you mana, you'll already be the strongest. Jin's confidence wavers. Looking down at the sword, he asks, but can I really do something like that? Lise's expression softens. I told you a little about the brave factor yesterday, right? Jin quietly confirms. You said the only one who can defeat the demon lord is the one with this factor. Lise looks at him with understanding. I know you must have suffered from having no mana, however. To the discerning eye, you have tons of potential inside of you, Jin Fritz Kun. Jin's eyes widen at Lise's words. You took my hand wishing to become stronger, Lise says with a gentle smile. I'm assuming you haven't changed your mind. A fire ignites in Jin's eyes. He grips his fist, a determined grin spreading across his face. My only good point is how bad I am at giving up. Watching him, Lise thinks to himself, there are 3 years until the demon lord revives. We don't have time to wait. But I want to bet on this kid. And now, 182 days later, that bet is being tested as Minori's blade erupts with dark, swirling energy. She charges forward, putting her full power into the attack. I'm going all out. Jin stands his ground, ready for the impact. Please do. Lise watches the 182nd match between Minori and Jin unfold. A match for every single day that has passed since his brutal training began. Minori closes the distance in an instant, her blade screaming through the air. Jin centers himself, his mind clearing. Become one with the sword, leave everything to its response. Feel the flow of mana. With a deafening clang, Jin's wooden sword meets Minori's enchanted blade and holds. Minori's eyes fly open in shock. How did he block that? Jin stares in disbelief at his own sword, the jammer. From the fence, Lise leaps up, ecstatic. It activated. Well done, he thinks, but he knows it's not over. Minori thinks the same, but you still have no chance. She pivots, unleashing a devastating follow-up slash of beating me. The force of the blow sends Jin stumbling back, crying out in pain. He struggles to his feet, bruised but not broken. I can still fight. Lise steps in, placing a hand on his shoulder. I know you want to push yourself, but you'll only be healed once a day. Any more would put an unneeded strain on your body. He casts a spell here, Alenzia. A warm light envelops Jin and his injuries vanish. As the magic fades, a thought strikes Jin. He turns to Lise, his voice trembling with excitement. I activated the jammer with the mana you gave me. Doesn't that mean that I used magic? Lise gives him a proud thumbs up and a wide grin. Yep, all thanks to the hard work you've put in these past 6 months. For the first time in his life, the boy who was born without magic has wielded it. The realization brings tears to his eyes. Jin bows deeply in gratitude. Their spar concluded, Minori turns to leave. Time for stamina training, right? I'll go practice my swings. As Lise watches her go, Minori gently tugs on his cloak, getting his attention. As Jin celebrates, Lise turns his attention to his other student. He gently pats Minori's head. You did well too, Minori. Minori, still focused, replies, that recovery after your mana was erased was incredible. A blush creeps onto her face as she adds with a proud smile, he's still far from beating me after all. Lise can't help but chuckle to himself. She was so serious just a moment ago, he thinks. Whatever, she's cute so it's fine. Later, as the day winds down, Lise contemplates their progress. His thoughts drift to the next phase of their plan. If Jin has learned how to use mana, Lise muses, the next step is awakening his brave factor and his own mana supply. He recalls the ancient legends. According to the tales, the hero's key to awakening the brave factor is overcoming a great difficulty. Alongside his companions. However, Lise thinks, wrestling with the problem, Jin Kun isn't a hero yet. I'm uneasy about sending him out on his own, but if Minori and I go with him, he won't face any real difficulty. Suddenly Minori calls out, Risama. Lise turns, what is it, Minori? She points a single finger towards the sky. Look. A massive shadow descends, landing with a ground-shaking thud. A colossal dragon roars, its voice booming across the clearing. Muahaha, it's been a while, my dear friend Reese. Lise stares in disbelief. Vritra. Lise approaches the beast, unfazed. You came back much sooner than I expected. Isn't it too soon for you to be out of mana? The dragon, Vritra, scoffs, of course. I'm nowhere near exhausting the mana you gave me. But look, see what I can do. Lise watches, curious about what the ancient dragon has in store. In a flash of light, the titanic dragon shrinks down into a tiny, almost cute version of itself. Jin is floored, the dragon got small. Minori, however, is delighted, immediately poking the chibi dragon. It's so squishy, hee. Lise quickly deduces the reason. Is it because your body is made of mana? Minori looks up admiringly. As expected of your mana, Reese-sama. Seeing they have a guest, Minori gets an idea. I'll go prepare some tea. After things have settled down, Vritra perches on Lise's shoulder. So, Lise asks, how come you're back so soon? Vritra grumbles, the demons out there are too annoying. It's unpleasant. Lise's expression hardens instantly. Demons. Vritra explains they're preparing for the demon lord's revival. The magic beasts and demons are slowly accumulating miasma before they set out. Lise nods grimly. You must have realized it as well. Yeah, I saw your memories. Vritra hops off his shoulder, so I thought I'd stay with you for a while. Lise is taken aback. Here. The tiny dragon puffs out his chest. I've made up my mind. I'm gonna defeat the demons so I can get a good night's sleep. And you're planning to defeat the demon lord anyway, right? Lise sighs. You really are a selfish dragon, huh? Lise corrects him firmly. Let me get this straight. I'm not the one who will defeat the demon lord. Vritra freezes. What? A memory of Jin flashes in Lise's mind. I'm betting on the kid you chased. The one with the brave factor. Vritra looks unconvinced. What? But I'm sure that even after that kid awakens. The dragon stares directly at Lise. Regardless of his factor or his magic, you'll still be superior to him. Lise is caught off guard by the blunt praise. Vritra just shakes his head. Silly evil dragon, what crazy ideas this guy comes up with. Lise just smiles, a knowing look in his eyes. Just wait and see, he says, patting the now dozing dragon. Humans grow fast after all. Later that night. Vritra is fast asleep, stuffed from a large meal and mumbling about being full. But outside, Jin continues to train, tirelessly swinging his sword under the moonlight. A voice cuts through the quiet. You sure are fired up, huh? Jin turns to see Minori holding a cup. Minori-san, she smiles gently. There's such a thing as working too hard. Impatience dulls the sword. Here, a cup of tea with a potion in it. The two of them sit together, sharing a quiet moment under the vast, starry sky. Jin breaks the silence, his voice heavy with doubt. I can't help but wonder if I really am the hero. The doubt just keeps popping up in my mind. He stares into his cup. You've all done so much for me, but I've only managed to use a little of Reese-sama's mana. I have to hurry and live up to his expectations. Minori listens patiently before asking, do you know the tale of how the hero defeated the demon lord? Jin's eyes light up with nostalgic passion. Of course. I've always admired the hero. I've read it countless times since I was a kid. He protected everybody's smile. Minori's expression is serious. I think that if the hero of that story had failed to defeat the demon lord, he wouldn't have been called the hero. Jin is confused. Huh? She looks at him intently. I'm saying it's not that the hero will defeat the demon lord, but rather, whoever defeats the demon lord will become the hero. Her words hit Jin like a lightning bolt. So don't brood over it so much, she continues, her voice softening slightly. Just focus on working towards becoming who you want to be. She stands posing a simple but profound question. Who do you want to be? Jin is lost for words. Who I want to be. He looks at Minori, who waits for his answer. He deflects, asking a question of his own. Minori-san, may I ask why you work so hard? Her answer is immediate, because Reese-sama said he would defeat the demon lord. A memory of Lise's unwavering resolve surfaces. He said that no matter how many centuries it took, he would defeat the demon lord. She explains Lise's endless cycle, and if we fail, he'll just find someone else with the brave factor and go on an adventure with new companions to defeat the demon lord. Her eyes close for a moment, a hint of sadness in her voice. After all, even if we humans follow Reese-sama our entire lives, it's just one small part of an elf's lifespan. She continues, I'm sure in the past and the future, many people will hold Reese-sama dear, and well, I. Her eyes fly open, a brilliant, determined smile on her face. I find it a little frustrating. I don't want to leave our future in the hands of others. Her resolve is absolute. I want to stay by Reese-sama's side and help him for as long as I live. She leans towards Jin, her grin sharp and full of fire. In that case, it's alright if I defeat the demon lord and become the hero, right? Stunned and inspired, Jin can only smile back in admiration. Minori-san, you're pretty cool. A full year, 365 days of relentless training, marked by the constant clang of steel. From a distance, Lise and the small dragon Vritra watch the culmination of that year's effort, an intense sparring match between Jin and Minori. Minori decides to up the ante, her blade erupting in flames. Advanced fire magic enchant, fire sword, but Jin is ready, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Now. A gem on Jin's sword hilt glows with power. With a shout, Jin unleashes his signature anti-magic technique, Jammer, sending out a wave of pure energy. The wave crashes over Minori's blade, instantly snuffing out her fire magic. But she doesn't stop, pressing her attack with raw physical strength. Minori glares, her will unbroken. It doesn't matter how many times you extinguish my flames. Enchant. Jin struggles to hold her back, gritting his teeth. I won't let you. Their swords lock in a desperate power struggle, sparks flying from the impact. Jin realizes he's at his limit. He thinks to himself, it's still not enough. I can't beat Minori-san using only the Jammer spell. Watching from afar, the great dragon Vritra hums thoughtfully. He remarks to Lise, that boy without mana has become incredibly good with both the sword and your mana in such a short time. Lise just smiles. Didn't I tell you humans grow quickly, but this is nowhere near enough to surprise me yet. A mischievous glint appears in Lise's eyes. Then let's make a bet. If you get surprised by Jin-kun's growth during this match, you'll do any one thing I ask. Vritra smirks, accepting the challenge. Very well, the bet goes both ways, of course. The dragon then ponders aloud. Anyway, I don't understand humans. They live for just 60 years, so why do they waste time forcing things through? He asks Lise directly, what keeps them going? Lise looks at Jin, who's fighting with everything he has. Then at Minori, equally determined, and gives his answer. It's their obsession with their dreams, for both of them. Vritra seems amused by this. You know, the dragon says, for someone with a lifespan of a millennia, you think an awful lot like a human. Lise just laughs it off. Oh please, don't be silly. But inwardly, Lise reflects on his past. I lived 30 years as a human before it suddenly came to a close. Compared to me, he thinks with a genuine smile, those two, they're shining beautifully. Back in the fight, Minori lunges forward with a swift strike. Jin barely twists out of the way, crying out as the blade just misses him. They stand apart for a moment. Minori catches her breath. So you were able to dodge that. It's our 365th match after all. I've picked up on your habits a little. Lise watches impressed. Oh, pretty good, but he notices Vritra flying off. Vritra. Lise warns him, don't get too close, it's dangerous. But Vritra waves him off, it's fine, don't worry. Minori closes her eyes, gathering an immense amount of energy. Jin senses the sudden shift in power, his face filled with alarm. Vritra hovers dangerously close to the action, thinking, it'd be a waste not to enjoy such a fierce battle from up close. Minori unleashes her final attack, a massive swirling inferno, ultimate fire magic, blaze. The sheer scale of her own spell shocks her, whoops. Vritra's eyes go wide with terror. Lise panics, realizing the dragon is in the line of fire. Jin's face contorts in horror. The wave of fire rushes towards the screaming Vritra, who is trapped in its path. Instinct takes over. Jin sprints forward, hand outstretched, yelling Vritra-san. In a brilliant flash of light, a powerful shield erupts around Jin, deflecting the flames. He stands firm, holding back the entire inferno on his own. Minori can only stare, completely dumbfounded by what she's seeing. Lise is just as shocked. Just now, he whispers. After the dust settles, Minori rushes over. Jin-kun, Vritra-san. She apologizes profusely to the soot-covered dragon. I'm so sorry, Vritra, still shaken, mutters, I was about to become roasted dragon. I got a little ticked off and used too grand a spell. Lise walks over and scolds the dragon. See, I told you, it's your own fault for flying so close. He sighs, geez. Meanwhile, Jin stands apart from the group, staring at his own hand. He thinks in disbelief, just now, that was not the usual jammer I use. Vritra, now recovered, flutters over to him excitedly. Anyway, that sure surprised me, boy, looks like you can use it now. Jin looks up confused. Vritra clarifies, magic I mean. Jin stammers and no, it just never felt like that before. Lise approaches with a proud smile. They're right, this is what you've always wanted. He points right at Jin, his voice filled with excitement. You just used magic all on your own. The reality of it finally hits Jin. I did. Lise begins to explain the fundamentals. By far, the most important aspect of casting magic is picturing the effect. He asks the critical question, what did you picture? Jin looks lost. I don't know if I pictured anything. Recalling the moment of panic, he explains, it was like my body moved on its own, wanting to save Vritra-san. Lise nods, a look of understanding on his face. I see, that must have been what formed the shield. He puts a hand to his chin, theorizing, wanting to protect someone. That might be the source of your power. Jin looks at his hand again, a new feeling welling up inside him. Lise turns to the other witness. What do you think, Minori? Minori is still processing the sheer power of Jin's defense. I put my everything into that attack, and he negated it perfectly. She looks at Jin with newfound respect and admiration. I think it was an amazing and powerful spell. Today, on their 365th match, a major milestone was reached. For the very first time, Jin ended his duel with Minori standing on his own 2 feet. Later, while Vritra happily munches on some cookies, Lise gathers everyone. I want you to start the next stage of training tomorrow, he announces. Jin immediately agrees, eager for the next challenge. Lise explains that Jin's mana vessel has grown an incredible amount. We're all ready, he says, to awaken the brave factor. That awakening is our next goal, Lise continues, and to do it, I want you to fight in real battles. The words shock Jin to his core. Meanwhile, Vritra is busy trying to steal food from Lisa's plate, already planning to find companions for their hero. But Jin clenches his fist, his mind already made up about something. As Lise begins to outline the plan, you will start by hunting the monsters around here with Minori and the... Jin suddenly stands and interrupts him. Excuse me, Ris-sama. With a look of pure conviction, he makes a bold request. Would you allow me to act alone and start over as an adventurer again? The sudden proposal leaves Lise and Minori completely stunned. Lise is concerned. I've heard powerful magic beasts have been showing up everywhere and people are getting hurt. But alone, he asks, without my mana, how are you going to fight? Jin explains his dream. I want to be a cool adventurer, I want to protect everyone. His voice rings with passion. I understand how selfish it is, but that's precisely who I want to be. Minori is visibly moved by his powerful declaration. His determination reminds her of the person she's always admired. I think this way will make me stronger, Jin continues. He smiles sheepishly. Also, I feel like I'm taking advantage of you by staying here. Lisa's mind flashes back to a painful memory. An adventurer, he thinks, but Jin-kun has already been betrayed by adventurers once before. Jin adds quietly, to be honest, I really want the people I care about to stay where I can help them. Hearing this, Lise understands, this unwavering will is Jin's true power. Okay, he says, agreeing to the request. But on one condition, Lise adds, a playful look in his eye. He smiles, patting the small dragon, bring Vritra with you. The decision shocks them both. Vritra-san, Jin exclaims while Vritra shouts, I'm going too. The little dragon flutters in protest. You didn't tell me anything, Lise just laughs, I decided just now. His expression turns serious. Vritra. With a sly grin, he reminds him, you lost the bet with me, didn't you? Lise recalls their deal. If Vritra was surprised by Jin's growth, he'd owe him a favor. Vritra's own words, that sure surprised me, boy, had sealed his fate. Also, you can take this chance to study human life, Lise teases. So that you don't end up sealed again, right? Vritra can only growl in defeat. Fine, the dragon concedes. I, Vritra, will accompany you on your travels, boy. Jin is ecstatic. I'm glad to have you. Later, Minori asks Lise if letting Jin go is really okay. I'm sure he's the strongest bodyguard around, Lise says, referring to Vritra. He then reveals his deeper strategy. Also, for him to awaken the brave factor, he needs 4 companions, 1 for each element. He looks towards the powerful fire dragon. Vritra is a dragon that uses fire magic. Just maybe, Lise muses, he might serve to become one of the hero's pillars one day. And so the time comes for Jin to depart. With his new partner floating beside him, he waves goodbye. All right, Ris-sama, I'm off. Lise and Minori watch him go, Lise calling out, okay. I'm expecting a lot from you, Jin-kun. His final words of encouragement follow Jin into the woods, become the hero who protects everyone. As they stand there, Minori glances over at Lise. She notices the sad look on his face. You look lonely, Ris-sama. He sighs, admitting it. Yeah, guess I am. I feel lonely after seeing Jin-kun set off. But more than that, he's so dazzling, Lise says with a proud smile. I feel like he's gone a little ahead of me. Minori agrees. He's a hardworking boy who wants to protect everyone after all. She then looks at him with unwavering resolve. I will stay with you, Ris-sama. Her simple, heartfelt words strike a deep chord within Lise. He's caught off guard by the depth of her devotion. His greatest fear, the one he's always run from, surfaces. I don't want to confront Minori about it. The thought of their inevitable separation due to his long life has always terrified him. He reaches for her hand. Pulling her into a sudden embrace, he confesses his fear. Ris-sama, she asks, startled, I've always been scared. I'm on a different time than everyone else, he explains, his voice trembling. I'm afraid because I know we'll have to part one day. He finally admits his weakness, but I've just been escaping that fact. Both Minori and Jin-kun are giving life their all, he thinks. I alone have been using my lifespan as an excuse to not live life. He realizes he's been running away, just like how I didn't live my past life. With tears in his eyes and a smile on his face, he looks at her. I love you, Minori, he confesses. I want to live together with you and everyone else. He holds her tighter. I want to be with them, if only for a second longer. Thank you for everything. Overwhelmed, Minori begins to cry into his shoulder. Minori-san. But these are tears of joy. I'm so happy, she sobs. I'll stay by your side as long as I live. With their feelings finally shared, a new sun rises on their promise to do everything in their power to stay together. With the hero Jin-kun now on his own journey, Lise decides they can't just sit around and wait. He finds Minori training and calls out to her, Minori. Do you have a moment? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Intrigued, Minori asks, what is it? Later, in a quiet forest clearing, Lise lays out his thoughts. Now that Jin-kun has left and we're just waiting for his brave factor to bloom, I've been thinking about what we should do. He continues, we can't just sit here doing nothing after all. Minori, however, thinks to herself, but I was enjoying living with just you for a change, Ris-sama. Lisa's expression turns serious as he reveals his plan. I was thinking about going to Dal's, the demon realm. The words hit Minori like a lightning bolt. Dal's. Lise taps his head. Yeah, I saw it in Vritra's memories. He begins to explain, pointing out over the landscape. This is the forest we live in, the Great Circle Forest, Vastura. Lise traces a path on an imaginary map, and it's said that in the deepest parts in a place called Lastesia, you can find where the Demon King sleeps. And this, he says gravely, is where the demon race lives, a place called Dal's. Minori is in disbelief, demons inside the forest, but they're supposed to have been extinct for a long time. She adds we can't even sense their presence. Lise nods, understanding her skepticism. I don't blame you, he says. They're hidden by recognition inhibition magic. It's the same kind of barrier we elves use. The explanation makes Minori pause, realizing it could actually be true. Lise stands up, his voice filled with urgency. The truth is, we know next to nothing about the demons, their scale, their society. Or even the Demon King's goal. We're completely in the dark. To ensure that Jin Kun's generation can defeat the Demon King, we have to know more about our enemy. The mention of Jin Kun's generation strikes a chord with Minori. Lise turns to her, his gaze intense. Minori, will you come with me? Without a moment's hesitation, Minori leaps to her feet. Yes, of course. Lise thinks when the demons attack in 3 years, Jin Kun will be on the front lines. His true motivation becomes clear in his mind. And so that I can always be with Minori, there are some things I need to know. I've already decided. I have things that I need to do. A week passes and their new mission begins. A week later, Lise leads Minori to a seemingly ordinary spot in the woods. This is it. Minori looks around, confused. There's nothing here, though. A sudden rustle in the bushes puts her on alert. Suddenly, the head of a demonic beast phases through thin air, as if from another dimension. Lise raises his hand, casting a spell that reveals a shimmering portal, Hellgate. Seeing the gateway fully formed, he says, all right, it looks like this is really the entrance. As they step through the portal, Minori's eyes widen in shock. The lush green forest is gone, replaced by a dark, twisted landscape of gnarled, leafless trees. The scenery changed. Lise analyzes their new surroundings. It looks like they set up some sort of one-way barrier. You can go out, but you can't go in. Minori suddenly clutches her mouth and nose, recoiling from the foul air. Lise does the same, miasma, and it's pretty dense too. Covering his face, he looks ahead with grim determination. From here on, we're in Dal's, let's go. They soon come across what looks like a village, but it's completely destroyed and abandoned. They step cautiously into the desolate settlement. Lise sighs, another destroyed village. It's been a month since we entered Dal's and we still haven't encountered a single demon. Minori adds, all of the houses are weirdly shaped too. Lise kneels to investigate the ruins. He finds massive claw marks scorched into the ground. Looks like this village was also wiped out by demonic beasts. There are still traces of magic power left. Let's tread carefully. As they continue their search, Minori notes, the number of monsters we've encountered has been steadily increasing. And they're all strong ones at that. Lise speculates, maybe it's because the miasma is getting even thicker. He turns to Minori. I cast some purification magic. How do you feel? She replies, yes, thanks to you, I don't feel anything off. Lise nods, I see, then let's go a bit further. They move deeper into the village, passing by houses with laundry still hanging out to dry. Minori stops, a sudden realization dawning on her. Wait, I feel like it hasn't been that long since this village was destroyed. Just then, Lise spots a fresh trail of blood leading down an alleyway. Suddenly, the distinct sound of clashing and screaming cuts through the silence, sounds of someone fighting. They look at each other, confirming what they both heard. Yeah, they immediately dash towards the source of the commotion. Peeking around a corner, they see a pack of monstrous wolf-like beasts. The beasts have cornered a group of robed figures who are crying out, stop it, get away. Minori is horrified. The demonic beasts are attacking people, but Lise quickly realizes the truth. No, since we're in Dal's there. The pieces click into place for Minori. Wait, they can't be. The robed figures turn, revealing small horns on their heads. They are demons. One of the beasts lunges forward, its massive jaws wide open. It closes in on a terrified young demon, who can only scream in terror. Minori grits her teeth, her instincts taking over. She shouts at the demon in the beast's path, get down. In a flash of movement, she intercepts the attack, her blade carving through the demonic beast. She lands gracefully, standing as a shield between the survivors and the remaining monsters. The demons stare at her, completely stunned by the sudden rescue. Their hands tremble, unsure of what to make of this stranger. An elderly demon woman looks at Minori's face, bewildered, hornless. Lise watches from a distance, a wave of panic washing over him. I helped them out in the heat of the moment, but, he thinks. To the demons, we are their sworn enemies. He grips his weapon, ready for a fight. He rushes forward, shouting, Minori, wait, but he's interrupted by one of the demons. The old demon man looks at them not with hostility but with confusion. A human and an elf, why on earth have you come to this place? The elderly demon woman bows her head slightly. "Thank you for helping us," she says warmly. "My name is Kyoto, I am the chief of this village." As dusk begins to settle, Kyoto looks at them with a kind expression. "Since it's getting dark," she offers, "why not stay at my place as a token of my gratitude?" Minori turns to Lise, her eyes wide with caution. "Ris-sama." But Lise beams, accepting without a second thought. "In that case, we'll take you up on your offer." Minori is completely floored. "Ris-sama." Lise maintains his cheerful, trusting smile. Minori, however, is speechless and utterly bewildered by his decision. "Then come with me," Kyoto says, leading them to a rustic, traditional-looking home with a warm hearth inside. Once inside, Minori looks around at the cozy interior. "Ris-sama, it kind of reminds me of an old Japanese house." She leans in and whispers to Lise, while Kyoto is busy at the stove. "Why did you go along with that demon so easily?" she asks, her voice laced with suspicion. Lise holds up his hands placatingly. Well, I didn't really think she'd let us in her house." "Minori," he says seriously, "our objective is to gather information on the demons. They've been welcoming so far, so let's see how this goes." A moment later, Kyoto returns with a tray of food. "I'm sorry for making you wait," she says, setting down a delicious-looking meal. "Have some, though I don't know if it'll suit your palate." Minori eyes the food, still wary. "Wow," she thinks to herself, "it just looks like normal food." She recalls watching Kyoto prepare it. "I looked at how she made it too, I didn't see her put any poison in." Before she can overthink it, Lise grabs a bowl and digs in with a cheerful "thank you for the meal," much to Minori's horror. Following his lead, Minori cautiously takes a sip from her own bowl. Her eyes widen in surprise. "Delicious." Lise savors the taste, a gentle smile on his face. "It has such a gentle taste, it's just like the food that Silpha-san makes for us." He looks at Minori, his smile growing wider. "It's giving me the same feeling as when I eat your food, Minori." Minori is caught off guard by the compliment, blushing slightly. Kyoto watches them with a fond yet sad smile. "It feels like my son has returned." The comment piques their interest. Lise decides to ask, "Was your son also taken by the demonic beasts? We encountered many other destroyed villages on our way here." Kyoto's eyes cloud over. "No, my son left us old people behind." Minori is shocked by the revelation. "They decided to leave the village." "Why would they do that?" she asks. "Every young person from here." "It was 3 years ago," Kyoto explains sadly. "They all said, 'Let's lend the Demon King our strength,' and they all ended up leaving." Lise listens, taking in this crucial piece of information. Kyoto continues, "Ever since, we've been unable to fend off the demonic beasts. I don't even know if he's still alive." Minori tries to wrap her head around the bizarre situation. The demonic beasts are attacking the demons. She looks to Lise, who seems to understand. "It's just like how it is with humans," he murmurs. Tending to the fire, Kyoto sighs. "This is all so different from what I expected." Later, as the sun shines on the quiet village, Minori finds Kyoto in the kitchen, putting away dishes. She reaches out to help. Would you like some help?" Minori asks tentatively. Kyoto is surprised by the offer. Thank you, and no, I can't possibly ask a guest to help out." But Minori's kindness triggers a memory for Kyoto, a flashback to a time she spent with someone who was like a mother to her. She's already passed away, though, Kyoto thinks to herself. That person must have really liked spending time with guests. It'd be nice if that were the case. Looking at Minori's earnest face, Kyoto's heart melts. "I'm sure it is," she says with a newfound warmth. "That's what your face is telling me right now." Minori's eyes sparkle, touched by the old demon's words. She smiles brightly. "It's Minori," she says, formally introducing herself. "My name is Minori." From a nearby doorway, Lise yawns as he watches the two of them. He sees Minori and Kyoto bonding in the kitchen. A gentle, knowing smile spreads across his face. Stepping outside, Lise reflects on everything he's learned. "In the books I've read, the demons are the enemy of all races. But I don't sense any hostility from the old people in this village," he thinks. "I wonder what the difference is between them and the youth." He recalls Kyoto's story about the young demons leaving to join their king. He considers the implications. If the Demon King is resurrected, will Kyoto-san's son have to fight as well? His expression hardens with resolve. "I guess I'll have to step in for a bit." A few days later, Lise presents a pile of materials to the village elders. "And so this is what we've recovered from the demonic beasts we defeated today." The elders are overjoyed. You've fought so many, really, thank you so much." Lise smiles. "Likewise, we've been in your care after all." Later, Kyoto approaches them with a curious question. "While we appreciate the help," she begins, "to let another race, one that's supposed to be hostile to you, into your home, weren't you scared?" Lisa's eyes glint with mischief. "Well, even if you say that," he says, looking between himself and Minori, "aren't you two pretty intimate with each other, despite being of different races?" The accusation hangs in the air, leaving them both stunned. Instantly, Lise and Minori's faces explode in a furious blush, completely flustered. Kyoto chuckles knowingly. "Don't you underestimate an elder's intuition. They can only stammer how." Minori is so embarrassed she can't even think straight. Kyoto's expression softens into one of genuine affection. While I may be a demon, I treasure you two all the same. Her words cut through their embarrassment, and they look at her deeply moved. Us too, they say in unison, their smiles returning. We love you too, Grandma Kyoto. In the quiet demon village, Lise and Minori prepare to say their goodbyes to the elder who showed them such kindness. With a bright, genuine smile, Lise speaks for both of them. We love you too, Grandma Kyoto. Kyoto looks at them, her expression filled with a grandmother's warmth. She chuckles softly. You really are a bunch of cute kids. I wish you could stay in this village forever. Lisa's smile softens, touched by her words. Thank you, Grandma. But he turns his back to her as he explains their reality. But we must continue our journey. I want to know more about this world. He glances back, a determined glint in his eye. And about you demons. Minori watches on, understanding the weight of their mission. Kyoto falls silent, her gaze thoughtful as she processes his words. The next day, as a parting gift, Lise prepares to give the village something invaluable. The demon elders gather, watching him with curiosity and anticipation. Minori and Kyoto stand by, observing the proceedings. Lise stands before the assembled villagers, closing his eyes and focusing his energy. Breathe in. Magic power erupts around him as he thrusts his hands forward, ultimate barrier magic. He unleashes the spell with a shout, Valkyria glitter. In an instant, a colossal dome of pure light envelops the entire village. The villagers stare in absolute awe at the radiant shield, now protecting their home. Kyoto is speechless. You oh my, Lise explains, it's a type of ancient magic called barrier magic. With this, no demonic beast can approach the village as long as I'm alive. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Kyoto smiles. Thanks to you, we'll be able to wait for my son and the others in peace. Lisa's expression turns serious. Your son and the others, they ran off when they heard about the Demon King's revival, didn't they? Kyoto nods sadly. Yeah. She adds a chilling detail, and their horns turned bright red. Minori reacts with shock. Their horns turned red. She begins to explain, it might seem strange to humans, but we demons are demi-humans. With our horns, we're able to convert the poisonous miasma into magic power. It's what allows us to live in the demon realm. The realization dawns on her. That means we're a race that can exert more magic power the thicker the miasma is. To think the horns had that kind of power. Lise calmly interjects, I actually knew when I first saw it. Thanks to their horns, the demons are able to have the same amount of internal magic power that we do. They can generate external magic power just by using the miasma in the air. Especially here because of Dal's thick miasma. He looks off into the distance. That's why I was certain. They were able to survive even after the hero defeated the Demon King. I also had the ability to sense miasma when I was young, but... Kyoto cuts in, it's different now. Her face is etched with worry. His horns, they had turned redder than anything I'd ever seen before, and even his physical appearance changed. The conversation shifts to the topic of the Demon King's revival. The other elders scoff at the younger generation. A bunch of fools, one says, another adds seriously, to think they'd be led astray by a baseless rumor. Lise plays along, saying what foolish people my son and the others are, but internally he confirms a suspicion. I knew it. The demons in this village don't feel that strongly about the Demon King's revival. He continues his thought. Perhaps they just think of the Demon King as some sort of figure from a fairy tale. And that's why they treated us so nicely. But Minori can't stay silent, clutching her chest in distress. But the Demon King's revival isn't just a fairy tale, and... Lise turns to her, surprised by her outburst. Minori, she presses on, her voice trembling, and if it's true, that the Demon King is going to be revived. Lise looks at her with concern, realizing how real this threat is for her. The tension is thick, but Kyoto's voice cuts through it all. Oui. She clenches her hands, her wish simple and pure, as long as everyone returns alive and well. That's all we're asking for. Her heartfelt plea strikes a chord with Lise and Minori. Lise is suddenly thrown back into a memory of his master, Grillet, entrusting him with a heavy burden, defeat the Demon Lord. You're the only one I can trust with the future of humanity. He's torn, his internal monologue is a battlefield. My goal has always been to defeat the Demon King, but if I do that, then Grandma's son will. He stands frozen, caught between his duty and the kindness he's been shown. What should I do? Just then, one of the elders interrupts his troubled thoughts. That's right, I completely forgot to give this to you. The elder approaches, holding a carefully wrapped package. It might be very worn out, he says, so I don't know if it'll be enough to show our gratitude for saving our village. As Minori takes the gift, Lisa's eyes widen in disbelief. It's an ancient, rune-covered book, a grimoire. His inner magic scholar awakens. It looks incredibly old, and it's written in demon language. He realizes the sheer value of their gift. Only a few copies of these are in circulation in the human realm. This is a very valuable treasure. Lisa's composure shatters as he goes full on magic nerd. What kind of magic is written in there? Minori struggles to hold him back. Ris-sama, please calm down, it's still time for our farewells. He pleads with her, desperate for a look. Minori, just a little peek, but she stands firm, you can't. Clutching the book tightly, Minori scolds him. If you get a hold of it, you just spend the entire day reading it here. I won't hand it over. Lee sulks defeated, as expected. You know me well. Kyoto smiles warmly at the exchange. As you can tell from Reese-sama's body language, this is the best gift you could possibly give. With a kind chuckle, Kyoto pushes the book towards them. It'd be nice if it was useful to you. Lise, practically vibrating with excitement, can only manage a single word, yes. Still in disbelief, Lise asks, why would you give us such a valuable grimoire? Kyoto's expression softens as she recalls his earlier words. You said you wanted to know more about this world, and when you said it, I didn't feel like you were lying. At least, that's what I think. She continues, her voice filled with gratitude. You two have gone to great lengths to protect us. Surrounded by the other elders, Kyoto looks towards the horizon with renewed hope. We will believe that our children will return home one day. We'll do our best for just a bit longer. Lise, moved by her unwavering faith, gives her a warm, reassuring smile. Everyone will come home safe. At least that's what I think. A single tear wells up in Kyoto's eye. She smiles, her voice thick with emotion. You really are a very kind elf. With a final handshake, their time in the village comes to an end. They left Grandma Kyoto's village and headed deeper into the demon territory of dolls. Their journey continued, taking another step forward into the unknown. But let's rewind the clock. Just 1 month before Lise and Minori's departure, another story was unfolding in a bustling human city. Our scene shifts to the local adventurers guild. Inside, a young man is getting shot down by the guild receptionist. Unfortunately, as you are operating alone. I cannot allow you to partake in the guild's missions, she states bluntly. It's Jin with little Vritra on his shoulder looking utterly dejected, but he pleads. Whispers immediately start up around the guild. Hey, isn't that Croxonair's baggage carrier? One adventurer asks. Another sneers, I heard he died because he couldn't use magic and was too slow to escape. He was still alive, the words hit Jin like a physical blow. Vritra, however, is having none of it. He explodes at the receptionist. What do you mean he's operating alone? Am I invisible to you? The receptionist remains professional, ignoring the tiny dragon's outburst. It's a necessary safety measure. At the very least, you need 2 E-rank adventurers to accept a request. She then delivers the final, soul-crushing blow. I greatly apologize. However, we do not allow pets to count towards the head count. Vritra is absolutely livid. Jin tries to placate his furious companion. Now, Vritra-san. But the receptionist isn't finished twisting the knife. Also, there's the matter of Flit-sama being unable to use magic. Later, Jin sits defeated at a table. Vritra tries to be helpful, but his bluntness isn't exactly comforting. Ahaha, it was no good. I tried asking the other parties, but they all rejected me. Jin stares at his hands, the harsh reality sinking in. It seems like everyone in this town already knows I can't use magic. Vritra continues, I'm sure there isn't a single party out there that would take in someone who can't use magic. Jin just groans, you're so blunt about it. As Jin mopes on a bench outside, a pair of boots stops right in front of him. He tries to steel himself, thinking, I can do it. I left Master and the others with firm resolve. I can't let something like this bring me down. His internal pep talk is cut short by a voice from above. Yo. Jin looks up startled. Before him stands another adventurer, radiating confidence. The stranger plops down next to him. I was watching you in the guild earlier. Is it true? You're an adventurer, but you can't use magic. Vritra immediately gets bad vibes. What's with this guy? I don't like him, so out of the blue. As Jin stammers, the adventurer explains, I just arrived in this town, so I'm all alone too. Then he makes an unbelievable offer. If you'd like, would you form a party with me? Jin is completely stunned. The guy continues, if you just want to take down some horned rabbits, you can do it without magic. I'll even defeat them all for you. I don't even mind if you bring your pet. For the second time today, Vritra is insulted. Again. He extends a hand. I'm Raiden. Jin hesitantly introduces himself. Jin flits. They shake on it. All right, I guess it's decided, Raiden says cheerfully. You just need to tag along. He puffs out his chest with pride. You can leave the rest to me, the best earth mage from my village. A moment later, Raiden's confident expression freezes. Because in the forest, Jin has single-handedly taken down a mountain of horned rabbits, leaving Raiden utterly speechless. Raiden stammers, completely bewildered. Why you? I thought you couldn't use magic. Jin just wipes his blade clean. Yeah. Jin reflects on his situation. Not having magic has always been inconvenient. This just made me realize it once again. With Raiden still processing in the background, Jin looks forward. It looks like I still have a lot to learn. He breaks into a run, filled with a new sense of purpose. To get even one step closer to Master, I have to work harder and harder. Raiden can only watch, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He thinks to himself, a sense of awe dawning on him. I just wanted to help someone out, so I partied with him, but could I have formed a party with some amazing person? That makes 50. Meanwhile, in a different part of town. Inside a rowdy tavern, a group of familiar faces draws attention. It's Croxonair, Jin's former party. The tavern patrons whisper if it isn't Croxonair's party. Just a year ago, they were the hot new rookies. Luke, the party leader, scowls as he overhears the gossip, but now they're just companion killers. They've fallen pretty far, all because of that porter who couldn't use magic, right? One of the patrons leans in, sharing a juicy rumor. Ah, but you know, I've heard people have seen that companion alive somewhere. He continues, unaware of who's listening. Yeah, something about him showing up at the guild alone, and now he's partied with some country bumpkin. Crash, Luke slams his fist on the table, silencing the man. He grabs the patron by his collar, his one visible eye burning with intensity. Oi, is that true? The rumors about Jin's survival had finally reached the very people who left him for dead. In the open plains, a monstrous beast kicks up dust as it charges forward. Standing in its path is Raiden, unflinching as the creature barrels towards him. He holds up a magic tool, its central eye glowing with stored power. With a defiant grin, Raiden raises his fist and yells, "Bring it on." He slams his hand to the ground, instantly erecting a jagged wall of earth to block the beast's path. But the creature is too fast, its eyes locked on its target. It easily leaps over the barrier, prompting Raiden to shout a warning. "Jin, it's coming your way." Waiting patiently is Jin, his simple wooden sword held at the ready. As the beast closes in, his sword erupts with a crackle of energy. Jin's eyes narrow in concentration as he unleashes his technique, Magic Interference, Jammer. A brilliant flash of light engulfs the beast as Jin's attack connects. With a final powerful swing, he cuts the creature down. Raiden rushes over ecstatic. "Jin, you did it." Jin smiles, turning to his partner. "It's all thanks to you, Raiden, for skillfully luring it." Raiden reflects on their recent partnership. "It's been 2 weeks since I've partied up with Jin." He thinks to himself, though Jin himself doesn't seem to have any magic power, he can keenly sense the flow of mana. Moreover, his swordsmanship has absolutely no wasted movements. Raiden's thoughts trail off as he notices the aura around Jin's sword, adding onto that. He stares intently, a bead of sweat on his brow. What's up with the amount of magic power stored within that wooden sword? He calls out to his partner, "Jin, you," but Jin just looks back innocently, asking, "Yeah." Raiden is comically freaked out. "You're one scary fellow, why?" Later at the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist makes a nervous announcement. "Your mission's success has been verified. From now on, the D-rank party, Travelers of Hope, has been officially approved as a C-rank adventurer party." Jin and Raiden erupt in celebration. They've earned their Bronze Guild button, a mark of their new rank. At a tavern, they celebrate their success. Raiden grins. "It seems like we're being called the up-and-coming by the others." Jin just laughs. But Raiden's expression turns serious as he looks over a quest form. "But in the end, we're faced with the same challenges as we had before." The C-rank quest form is clear. It requires at least 3 party members with individual ranks of C or higher. The reality of their situation sinks in, and both let out a collective, frustrated sigh. Raiden scratches his head sheepishly. "I got so absorbed in completing the mission that I didn't even think about the requirements." Meanwhile, Vritra complains, "Grrr, the guild still refuses to acknowledge me as a member." Vritra boasts, "If I could just return to my original massive form, this would all be settled in an instant," but Raiden dismisses him. "Oi Vry, we're having an important conversation, so go eat some meat or something." Jin, however, looks on thoughtfully. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the tavern's noise from behind Jin. "Hey, you good for nothing." Jin's eyes widen in recognition. He turns to see his former party leader, Luke, glaring at him with pure contempt. Behind Luke stand his other former party members, Carol, Solala, and Lulala, all in disbelief. "Jin, it really is Jin." Carol covers her mouth, whispering, "He really was alive." Raiden, completely oblivious to the tension, asks, "What's up? Someone you know?" Luke's voice drips with venom. "If you want to join our C-rank party, don't fuck with me." Jin and Raiden are taken aback as Luke continues his tirade. He grabs Jin by the collar, shaking him violently. "Jin, you bastard, how dare you shamelessly come back here." Luke screams, "Because of your blunder, we fell all the way down to D rank." Raiden steps in, yelling, "Oi, what do you think you're doing?" as Carol tries to calm Luke down. Luke glares back at Raiden, snarling, "Bystanders ought to keep quiet." Raiden is stunned into silence by the sheer hostility. Luke turns his fury back to Jin. "To begin with, you were supposed to have died in that forest back then, and it was your own fault for not being able to use magic." He shoves Jin, demanding an answer. "So then, why the hell are you alive?" With Jin cornered, Luke screams in his face, "Say something." Looking down, Jin quietly answers, I was saved. By someone." Luke scoffs in disbelief. "By someone? Bullshit." He mocks Jin's story. "While you were being chased by those 2 monstrously strong creatures, there just so happened to be a rank adventurer in that forest with you." Jin looks up, his voice filled with conviction. "That person was nothing like in a rank, not even S rank. Humans probably can't measure Master's power." He continues, "Not only did Master save me, but he also taught someone like me, someone who can't use magic, how to fight." Jin's voice rises with passion. "And he even entrusted someone like me with the hope of humanity to defeat the Demon Lord." He declares, "That's the reason why I came back here." Luke throws his head back and laughs. "Huh, how stupid." He repeats Jin's words with derision. Hope of humanity, the demon lord. Luke sneers, who the hell would believe the delusions of someone who can't even use magic? Jin can only grit his teeth in frustration. Turning to the entire tavern, Luke announces, listen up, everyone. This guy has been a liar from way back. Jin desperately pleads Master Reese really exists, but Luke just smirks. And that master of yours, someone that absurd, only exists inside your damn head. The crowd begins to murmur, watching the confrontation unfold. Luke then turns his attention to Raiden. Hey you believe any of his shit? Raiden tries to defend his friend. I agree that his story about his master sounds hard to believe, but Jin being a liar as Luke cuts him off, turning back to Jin. See, if you're really telling the truth, then prove it. Just as Jin is at a loss for words, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Hold on a moment. A hooded figure with a bandaged face addresses Jin. Was the one who saved you called Reese? Luke snaps at them, huh? What do you want, brat? Jin stammers, why yeah. The figure looks at Jin and says, I know someone called Reese as well. I don't think what he's saying is false. Jin is stunned, asking, and who might you be? Luke, enraged by the interruption, grabs the stranger. Outsiders should just stick out of this. In the struggle, he knocks their hood back, revealing who is underneath. Jin's eyes widen as he notices the distinct shape of the stranger's ears under her hood. Those ears. The figure pulls back her hood slightly, revealing herself. Jin gasps, an elf. Suddenly, another girl bursts through the door, rushing towards the elf. Rahab-sama Tilda. She catches her breath, exasperated. Didn't I already tell you to stop disappearing without me noticing? The name echoes through the tavern and the crowd murmurs in disbelief. Rahab Lori. Whispers spread like wildfire. The living legend, the one called the living history book. I thought she rarely shows herself in front of humans. The entire tavern is buzzing. So why is she here, that legendary elf? Luke starts to sweat. If a legend like Rahab is backing Jin's story, he's in deep trouble. Carol urges him, Luke, let's go. But Luke grits his teeth. Then is what that kid's saying not a lie either. He snaps. Carol tries to stop him, but Luke shoves her aside, his face contorted with rage. Shut up, this bitch is. Just a liar too, isn't she? Luke screams, throwing a wild punch directly at Rahab. Rahab stands her ground, unflinching as the fist flies toward her. But before it can connect, a figure dives in front of her. It's Jin. He takes the full force of the blow, absorbing the impact to protect the legendary elf. Looking up from the ground, his voice firm, Jin tells his former leader, Luke, stop already. A booming voice cuts through the tension. That's enough. The guild master has arrived. I'll take it from here. Luke's party members begin to panic. Hey, does this mean we're gonna get in trouble? The guild master's gaze is stern, regarding this commotion and the case of the reported missing member from a year ago. Shall we thoroughly investigate it once again? The threat hangs heavy in the air and Luke's party freezes in terror. Luke glares at Jin one last time, a silent storm of anger and defeat in his eyes. Jin simply meets his gaze, his expression resolute. With the matter settled for now, the guild master leads Luke and his party away, the tavern crowd parting to let them pass. Raiden rushes over to his friend. Jin, you all right? Jin nods. Raiden, thank you. He then turns to the elf who started it all. Rahab-sama. Thank you very much, he says gratefully. Rahab calmly sips her drink. I just overheard a familiar name and decided to stick my nose in, that's all. Beside them, Raiden stammers, if it's all right with you, would you like to have dinner with us, Rahab-sama? Anastasia is shocked by the forwardness, but Rahab considers it for a moment. Well then, I guess I'll take you up on that. Anastasia looks on, completely bewildered by the turn of events. Raiden is so overjoyed he literally collapses onto the floor. Jin, flustered, realizes, that's right, I forgot to introduce ourselves. Later, at the dinner table, the elf formally introduces herself. I'm Rahab Lori, an elf who's just starting to reach middle age. She gestures to her companion, and she's Anastasia. She's my current apprentice, Rahab explains as they settle in for their meal. Over a roasted chicken, Jin explains their situation. I see, so to take on a new request, you need more party members. Rahab nods, exactly, but looking at us now, nobody's crazy enough to even consider joining us. We've even got this weird pet with us too, Raiden adds, poking at Vritra, who's busy munching on some food. Raiden continues to mock the tiny dragon. This guy goes around boasting about breathing fire and being a legendary evil dragon, but when it comes down to it, he's only got enough power to light a cigarette. Vritra leaps up, furious. That's because I've not gotten a hang of this small body of mine just yet. Originally, I've got enough power to destroy an entire village. No, an entire town, Graha. Raiden just laughs it off. Yeah, sure you do. Maybe you'll be able to make an undercooked chicken skewer once you do. Vritra throws a tantrum. This is ridiculous, that Reese guy tricked me. Jin immediately jumps to his master's defense. Vritra-san, there's no way Master Reese would make a mistake like that. But Rahab chimes in, surprising everyone. Reese is one quack of a healer. I don't think what that dragon is saying is entirely wrong. Jin is confused. Rahab elaborates. I can see a vague disturbance in the magical circuitry running through that dragon's body. It's probably due to the sloppy use of magical power. This is a mistake by the one who performed the procedure on you. She then turns her attention to Jin. Jin-kun, as you were saying earlier. You're Reese's apprentice, right? Jin confirms, yeah, that's right. A warm smile appears on Rahab's face. Reese-sama is my master whom I greatly respect. Hee, I see, that's good to hear. I'll have to keep an even closer eye on you all now. Then she makes a shocking proposal that leaves Jin and Raiden speechless. If you guys would allow it, she asks calmly, would you let me join your party as well? Raiden explodes with joy. Hell yeah, a new member, that Rahab-sama would be with us. Rahab adds, since my personal rank at the Adventurers Guild is B rank, there shouldn't be any problem. Anastasia quickly chimes in, if Rahab-sama is joining, then I'll join as well. Raiden grabs Jin, ecstatic. Oi Jin, you'd be a fool for missing out on this. Let's go submit this application right away. Without a second thought, the three of them dash off towards the guild. Left behind, Vritra approaches Rahab with a sly look. What kind of relationship do you have with Reese? Rahab looks down at the tiny dragon. Hey, are you? She leans in and makes him an offer. If you keep quiet about it, I'll fix the magical circuits inside you. She puts a finger to her lips with a knowing smile. It's a master's duty to clean up after their apprentices' messes. Vritra's eyes sparkle, and my lips are sealed. He leaps into the air ecstatic, yippee. Rahab sips her tea, watching him fly around. She muses to herself, it seems like that kid is having fun in the outside world. Meanwhile, far away in the desolate mountains. The scene shifts to the ruins of Roto Village, half a year after Reese and the others left their home. Lise and Minori walk through the wreckage. This village, like many others, has been completely destroyed by the demon beasts, Lise observes grimly. Minori asks, were there any residents to offer up to the demon lord? Minori points to some markings. Reese-sama, this dialect is from the grimoire in Quota. Lise quietly confirms, yeah. A dark look crosses Lisa's face. My bad premonition was right. Lise narrates their journey. Around 6 months after we left Quota Village, Minori and I headed to Dal's, the demon realm, searching for any information we could find about demons. The settlements we passed along the way were all destroyed, completely abandoned. We didn't encounter a single demon. He and Minori stand amidst the ruins of what looks like a massive library, shelves toppled and books scattered everywhere. But we did discover several grimoires written in ancient demon languages. Lisa's hands carefully open one of the ornate tomes. Lise, drawn in a cute chibi style, struggles to carry a huge, happy pile of books. He thinks to himself, I'm so glad I kept investigating after Grandma gave me that first grimoire. Minori peeks over some rubble looking at a broken sign. This place, could it be the village's archive? Yeah, I think it says, Roadu Village. Lise is completely absorbed, a smile on his face as he deciphers a scroll. The differences between the grimoires in Dal's and the human realm are fascinating. For demons, who evolved alongside magic and live so close to the miasma. A close-up on Lisa's eye shows his intense focus. Perhaps magic was always a power much closer to them than to us. Because of this, my own dark attribute magic expanded immediately. A memory flashes back. Minori is shouting within 3 days. She puts on a pleading, cutesy face, hands clasped together. If you could, please. Lise, clutching a book so tightly it's about to break, promises, I'll definitely finish it in 3 days. Back in the present, Lise recalls, in the last village I got so focused on reading that I didn't eat or sleep for a week until Minori finally scolded me. Minori turns to him, well then, I'll secure the sleeping bags. Lise nods, understood. As Minori walks off, Lise reflects on the passage of time. 100 years have passed since I reincarnated as an elf. My own sense of time is becoming so different from a human's. He watches her go, filled with gratitude. For Minori, who's able to keep up with my current pace, I can't be thankful enough. 3 days later, they've set up a small camp amidst the ruins. Inside their tent, Lise closes another ancient book, a puff of dust rising from its pages. He stretches back in his chair, surrounded by massive stacks of books. Still no new information on the demon lord and the hero, huh? He thinks back to the conflicting requests he received. Grillet's voice echoes in his mind, I want you to destroy the demon lord. Lise thinks, I'll make sure to keep the promise I made to Grillet-san, but... He then remembers Kyoto's gentle wish. As long as everyone comes home safe and sound, that would be enough. The faces of the kind elders from Kyoto Village appear in his thoughts. I know now that there are demons who are kind, demons who don't wish for war to exist. He glances over from his desk, where books are piled high. He sees Minori sleeping soundly in her bedroll. Minori. A sad thought crosses his mind. Considering how long elves live, our separation doesn't seem that far away. He slams his hands on the desk, shaking himself out of it. And no, I've already decided. With renewed determination, he focuses on his research. In order to stay with her even a bit longer, I've got to do whatever I can. As he reads, a profound question forms in his mind. It's been millennia since magic appeared, but until now, there's no way to use it to overcome the concepts of time and death. His eyes widen with a sudden realization. But what about the demon lord? He stares into the dim light of the tent. The Lord has been destroyed multiple times already, and yet he keeps coming back again and again. He frantically flips through the pages of a grimoire. Could it be is an element involved, a power beyond this world? The pieces click into place. An illustration shows a figure being reborn. The demon lord has died and come back multiple times. In my original world, this phenomenon was called reincarnation. Lisa's eyes gleam with understanding. I thought you would take in both magic and elements, if that's true. If it was possible to obtain the demon lord's element, if... Suddenly his elven ears twitch. He senses something. He stands up, alert. What is that presence that's getting closer? There's no less than 100 approaching. Minori is already on her feet, sword in hand. Reese-sama. Lise continues his assessment. It's most likely demons. An army of demons marches into view, led by a powerful figure on a winged beast. And within them, Lise finishes, there's someone who holds power similar to a demon lord's. One of the demon soldiers scans the desolate ruins. Are there any residents to offer to the demon lord? Another reports to the commander, just like the other villages, they were all taken by the monsters. The commander's mount, a reptilian creature, lets out a questioning sound. Hiding behind a wall, Minori and Lise watch the army pass. The creature's head snaps in their direction. See, can that creature see us? Lise wonders. He recognizes the beast. That's a battle drake, a small, two-legged species of dragon, but we'll be fine. A small chibi. Lise thinks, I want to ride one too. The battle drake's eye flashes, sensing an overwhelming power. It locks eyes with their hiding spot, but recognizes a threat far beyond its level. Wisely, it turns its head away, choosing not to alert its master. Minori lets out a sigh of relief. As expected, Reese-sama. Lise, however, is still analyzing the situation. Putting that aside, though it's small, bringing a dragon above ground, indicates the demon riding it has quite some power. The commander, a large, scarred demon named Gulger, scoffs. HMPH. No survivors here either, weak as always. His subordinate mutters, even if you say that, Gulger-sama, I'm beginning to wonder if we're the same demon species. From his hiding spot, Lise whispers a spell. A glowing sigil forms in his hands, appraisal magic. The spell reveals the commander's identity, Gulger Zollinger, captain of the Southern Magic Retrieval Squad of the Demon Lord's army. Lise smiles satisfied, yes, my magic worked. Minori looks at the demons with concern, Reese-sama their horns. Lise remembers Kyoto's warning about her son. It turned red like I had never seen before. Lise notices a strange energy flowing from the demons. Instead of miasma, it looks like there's magic power flowing into it from somewhere. He sees Gulger holding a glowing black orb. Is it from that orb the demon is holding? Gulger's subordinate complains, but Gulger cuts him off. Lisa's eyes narrow as he watches the orb. Gulger barks at his men, this is an urgent task. We must gather more magic power for the revival of the demon lord, you ignorant fools. The dark orb in his hand pulses with a sinister energy. Lise watches, a sense of dread washing over him. Suddenly, one of the demon soldiers screams, his eyes glowing white with fanaticism. We are all ready to throw our lives away for the demon lord. If we're told to die, even my grandpa and grandma, we as a family are ready to die. Lise and Minori look on, horrified by the sudden change. Gulger smirks cruelly. Heh, that's the spirit. I'm sure the demon lord will be happy too. The other soldiers erupt into a terrifying, unified roar. Their free will seemingly gone. Watching the demon's sudden, fervent outburst, Minori turns to Lise, completely bewildered. Reese-sama, what are they, all suddenly saying? Her eyes are wide with confusion and a hint of fear. Why are they acting like this? Lise stares at one of the demons whose face is twisted in a fanatical shout, yet tears stream from his glowing white eyes. Lise realizes with a shock, he's crying so desperately. Minori is horrified. Magic, is it really capable of this? Lise turns to her, his expression grim, its mind-corrupting magic. He explains, thinking of the dark orb Gulger holds. By infusing that orb with mind-corrupting magic, he's controlling the demons who were once good. And turned them into loyal soldiers, Lise concludes, as an image of the blank-faced, controlled demons flashes through his mind. The horrifying realization dawns on Minori. Reese-sama, will they no longer? Her thoughts immediately go to the kind people they met, even that grandma's son. Number Lise says firmly, clenching his fist, their own minds are still within them. He looks at the crying soldiers with certainty. Those tears are proof of their resistance, they aren't going willingly. Minori gasps, the revelation hitting her hard. Just then, one of the soldiers points towards the path ahead. Oh yeah, Gulger-sama, if we go down this way, we'll reach Quota Village. Both Lise and Minori flinch at the name. Gulger the demon captain smirks with interest. Quota Village, oh, very well. He gives the order, lead the way. The soldier bows, thank you very much. A memory of Kyoto flashes as the soldier forces himself to speak, his voice trembling. He clutches his head in agony, tears of anguish streaming down his face as he screams, I'm sure even Grandma and the others will be happy to offer themselves. Seeing the horrific sight, Minori looks to Lise for guidance. Reese-sama. Lise gently places a reassuring hand over hers. She looks up at him, her fear replaced by determination as he tells her, it's all right. Lise smiles, his own resolve hardening. Yeah, I'll leave my back to you, Minori. They stand together ready for a fight. Now, it's time to ambush some Demon Lord soldiers. As they prepare to move, Gulger suddenly perks up. There's still a survivor around, he mutters, annoyed. He turns to one of his subordinates. You really are bad at search and retrieval, hurry up and capture them. The soldier nods, understood. Gulger sighs in exasperation. This is why country people are. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from one of the ruined buildings, sending debris flying everywhere. A soldier runs back in a panic. Gulger-sama, what's the matter? That ain't no normal demon, it's attacking us. The terrified soldier tries to back out. But then you all will just have to face them on your own. Gulger just smirks, holding up the dark orb. With the power of this orb bestowed upon me by the Demon Lord, a single low-tier demon will be helpless. He channels his power into the artifact, activating its mind-corrupting magic. Dreamlike loyalty, depression. He barks out his command to the enthralled soldiers. Kill them. No matter what, retrieve their magic power. The controlled demons let out a unified, terrifying roar. As his brainwashed troops charge forward, Gulger scoffs. Geez, demons these days are too vulnerable. But his attention is suddenly snapped to the side. He thinks, as footsteps echo from the shadows. In a flash, Lise leaps from the ruins, flying straight towards the demon captain. With a wide, challenging grin, he shouts, if you're here to retrieve magic power, then you can just defeat me and try to take mine. Light envelops Lisa's hand as he rapidly enchants his blade. Anti-dark attribute magic enchant, light attribute enchant, glorious glam, his sword now shines with a brilliant, holy light. Gulger grits his teeth, gripping his massive axe to defend against the sudden assault. Steel clashes with a thunderous impact as Lisa's light-infused sword meets Gulger's weapon head-on. The force pushes them apart. Gulger stares in disbelief. Who are you? Lise calmly assesses the situation. I see. He thinks to himself, I was hiding my magic powers right up until the moment, but you were still able to notice me. Gulger seems to misinterpret Lisa's calm demeanor for arrogance. It's my first time fighting a demon, you know. In order to make my remaining 900 years meaningful, it's something I need to experience myself. Enraged, Gulger roars, what are you blabbering about? He swings his axe, which is now swirling with a terrifying pitch-black aura. Lise is genuinely impressed by the technique, enchanted until it's pitch black. Who knew it was possible to stack up a single spell like that? Gulger taunts him, spreading his arms wide. What's wrong, country bumpkin? Did your body cower in fear after seeing my tremendous power? But instead of fear, Gulger is met with a calm, confident smile from Lise. The demon captain is completely thrown off. Lisa's mind flashes through his centuries of study, connecting disparate pieces of knowledge with his newfound experience. He stands tall, facing the demon commander. This is the outside world. He takes a step forward. I am an elf. Just a regular elf specimen who has departed on a journey, wanting to leave behind a legacy. With a bright, friendly smile, he introduces himself. Reese Klein's my name, nice to meet you. Gulger is momentarily speechless, completely baffled by the elf's cheerful introduction. He quickly recovers his anger and swings his axe with full force. There's no such thing as elves here. As Lise blocks the attack, he senses something is off. This time, I don't feel any flow coming from neither his sword nor himself. The raw, unmagical force of the blow is immense, sending Lise flying backwards. He crashes through the wreckage of a nearby building. Lise lands hard, skidding to a stop on one knee, NGH. He analyzes the attack instantly. I couldn't feel anything until the moment the hit connected, but it was filled with power belonging to the highest magic class. Gulger, sitting atop his battle drake, comes to the same conclusion. It must be chantless magic, unable to defend from even this level of magic. He scowls, looking down on his opponent. The lower-tier species are becoming unacceptable. Gulger points his massive axe at the recovering elf. Let me ask you something before I send you to the afterlife. Are you part of the hero's party or something? The question stuns Lise. Hero, the battle between elf and demon has truly begun. In a quick flashback, we see Minori sprinting through a ruined alleyway on a mission. Lisa's voice calls out to her from the shadows, Minori. He lays out the plan. You must lure out the demons surrounding the commander. Minori immediately agrees, got it. That will give me space to take him down. But Lise is shocked by her confidence, asking, you're going to fight that demon all by yourself. Minori looks back, confused. There's something else. Lise continues, and I have one final request. His expression is dead serious. You have a key role in this fight. Lise places a hand on her shoulder, entrusting her with a vital task. I want you to save the controlled demons. With a look of pure resolve, Minori accepts her mission. She turns and runs into the open, calling back, leave it to me, Lise-sama, and good luck. Just as planned, the brainwashed demons spot her instantly. There she is. Minori doesn't hesitate, gathering immense power as a magic circle ignites in her hand. Ultimate fire magic. We snap back to the present, where Lise is sent flying by a brutal, unseen attack from the demon commander, Gulger. Struggling to his feet, Lise gasps, trying to process what just happened. That swing just now. He looks at Gulger, a horrifying realization dawning on him. I didn't sense anything until the moment he actually hit me, but he deployed ultimate magic. Lys grits his teeth, understanding the impossible situation he's in. This demon can use magic without chanting. Gulger looks down on him, his voice dripping with arrogance. Let me ask you something before I send you to the afterlife. Lys can only watch, wounded and wary. The demon commander poses his question, are you part of the hero's party? Lys defiantly responds, what if I am? A sadistic grin spreads across Gulger's face. Then it's my lucky day, the demon lord will surely be overjoyed as well. He scoffs, looking down on Lys with contempt. If the hero's party consists of inferior races like you, then it will pose no issue for the demon lord. Gulger's energy flares as he roars, since I will wipe you all from the face of the earth. Without a word, Gulger unleashes a swirling vortex of dark energy. Lys is caught off guard by the sheer speed of the attack. No chant this time either. He thinks fast, realizing his disadvantage. He'll constantly be a step ahead of me since I need to chant. He quickly begins his own incantation, advanced water magic. Lys finishes the spell, shouting Revamment. A massive shield of water materializes, colliding with the dark magic. Lys thinks this should cancel it out. But in that split second, his eyes widen in pure horror. He spots the real threat hidden within the attack. There's an earth spear hidden in the flames. The spear shatters his defense and slams into him, sending him flying with a cry of pain. Lys realizes he's completely outmatched. That spell just now. Did he enchant it with earth magic as well? If I can't even tell what spells my opponent is using, there's no point in trying to cancel them out. Knowing he can't win a direct fight, Lys turns and flees into the ruined city. Gulger roars in frustration from behind him. All you do is run away. The demon lord and Wava-sama must have been mistaken when they said you were a threat. As Lys runs, he analyzes the battlefield. This is Dal's, where the miasma concentration is high. I don't think it'd be an exaggeration to say he has infinite mana with the power of the horn, and then there's his chantless magic on top of that. He recalls a previous encounter. When I met Rahab at the Elven village, she had a multitude of magic tools allowing her to use chantless magic and multiple attributes. But this is different. It seems this guy is managing to replicate those feats all by himself. I'm at an overwhelming disadvantage in this situation. Gulger closes in, taunting him. So what will you do now? He glares at the fleeing elf. You annoying little shit. Gulger urges his mount forward, roaring, show me your power, Van. But as Lys continues to run, something unexpected happens. Gulger's battle drake, Van, suddenly stops dead in its tracks. The beast digs its claws into the ground, refusing to move another inch. Gulger is thrown off balance, furious and confused. Van, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? From a safe distance, Lys smirks. He's the one who stopped the beast. All right, I managed to stop him, now's the time. Gulger finally understands he's been played. He seethes with rage, his eyes burning with hatred. You fucking elf bastard. Lys uses the opportunity to melt into the forest, putting more space between them. Finding a safe spot, he catches his breath. I think I earned enough distance. From afar, Gulger scans the trees, still able to see his target. All right, I can still see him. You bastard. I'll cut off my presence while he's lost sight of me. But Lys is already one step ahead. Perched on a branch, he begins a complex incantation. Ultimate appraisal magic. Status open. Target, Gulger Zollinger. The appraisal reveals Gulger's secrets. His right arm is enchanted with dark and earth magic, his left with fire and water, and his greatsword is imbued with explosion magic. Lys focuses on the source of the power, seeing the magic formulas etched directly onto Gulger's body. The truth hits him like a lightning bolt. The magic formulas are one with his body, so that's what was going on. Lys quickly breaks down the fundamentals. Normally, casting magic involves using words to construct a formula, then flowing mana through it to create a spell. But now he understands the hack. Chantless magic is materializing magic formulas on your body beforehand, allowing you to skip chanting altogether. He realizes the insane cost of such a power. Although demons have a high affinity for mana, the amount needed to constantly maintain the formulas is considerably large, and the control needed to instantly swap between them. It's an incredible feat that also requires a body sturdy enough to endure it. Lys ponders the mechanics of Gulger's power, but still, ultimate magic requires a huge amount of mana. How can he fire them off in just an instant? A sly, excited grin spreads across his face. For a magic researcher like him, this is a thrilling puzzle. Oh, how I love unknown opponents. Having gained some distance, Lys perches on a high branch, concealing himself to analyze the situation. His eyes gleam with focus. It's time to dissect his enemy's secrets. Standing tall, Lys spreads his arms wide, preparing a massive sensory spell. My target is the entire forest. I want to see the flow of miasma. He grins with anticipation. Show me even the slightest trace of the mana flowing around you. Lys unleashes his combined spell, a fusion of two powerful magics. Appraisal magic x mana sensing magic, Gitacrotchers. As the spell takes effect, the flow of energy becomes visible to him, confirming his initial theory. I see. Gulger's horn is a medium that transforms the miasma in the air into mana, just as I suspected. This must be that special trait of demons my grandma told me about. But as he traces the flow, he notices something bizarre. The mana flow. He sees it clearly now, the energy isn't circulating properly. It stops at his hands. Lise recalls the fundamentals of magic. Mana is supposed to be like blood, circulating in the mana vessels within your entire body. But Gulger's body defies this rule, and yet, at his cores, his horn, his solar plexus, and his hands, the mana just stops. Looking at his own hand, the answer clicks into place. I see, it's simple now that I think about it. Gulger has turned himself into his own magic tool. The realization shocks him. Voluntarily blocking the internal flow of mana goes against the very foundation of a living body, so I never even considered it. A dangerous idea forms in his mind. If Gulger can do it, so can he. In that case, let's see. I'll materialize the magic formula and fix it to my fingertip. He begins the delicate process, gathering energy, and gather mana in my arm. Now, if I voluntarily cut off the flow. But the concentrated mana instantly dissipates. His first attempt is a failure. Whoops. Undeterred, Lise focuses again. I wasn't able to hold the mana back. Let's try again. Suddenly, he senses Gulger moving away at high speed. Lise looks down in alarm. Arg, he's returning to the village. Tired of the chase, Gulger scoffs, HMPH, playing hide and seek. I don't have time for his little games. A cruel idea comes to him. He'll come to me if I just catch his little friend. The horrifying realization hits Lise. He's headed for Minori. I need to hurry. Under immense pressure, Lise struggles with the complex technique. Materializing a formula for something as complicated as ultimate magic is still too difficult. He quickly pivots to a simpler spell. What about impact magic then? He visualizes the magic circle for one of his own creations, an advanced spell called impact magic. He remembers inventing it just for fun. It sends a flying shockwave forward. It's not that powerful, but that should make it easier to set up. This time it works. A stable orb of magic forms at his fingertip. All right, I successfully cut off the flow of mana. In my 108 years of life, I have never experienced this before. He marvels at the strange new sensation. It feels so warm, like I'm containing a little pressure. And now he decides to test it. Let's try a small one first. With a simple flick, Lise unleashes the orb, which erupts in a cataclysmic explosion that tears through the forest. Lise stares, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer power he just unleashed. Miles away, Gulger's eyes snap wide open, feeling the massive surge of magical energy. He turns back towards the blast, a furious look on his face. You've shown yourself, Lise clutches his hand, trying to understand what just happened. My mana vessels, I wasn't able to control it. It was much more powerful than I intended. Gulger immediately changes course, rocketing back towards Lise's position. He roars in frustration, so you cut off your own presence, you sneaky little elf brat. Lise watches him approach, a confident smirk returning to his face. Well, I'm grateful he's coming back at least. Also, he begins to gather the same energy in his hand, ready for round 2. I get the chance to try it out in battle right away. Fire magic. Gulger doesn't hesitate, launching a massive fire spell of his own. Traitor. He sneers, believing Lise's magic is useless against him. That won't work on me. But Lise isn't attacking. Gulger watches in confusion as the elf charges forward. HMPH, so you finally show yourself. Lise activates another spell, his body glowing with power as he blitzes through the flames. Ultimate physical enhancement magic, Tir Ajout. Gulger is shocked. An inferior race like you can use multiple attributes. No matter, you'll be easy to deal with. As Lise closes the distance, his enhancement magic suddenly flickers and dies. He looks down in shock. My magic got dispelled. Gulger grins, seeing his victory assured. Your loss, you shitty elf. But it's a feint. Lise's hand is already glowing with a different power. He thrusts his palm forward, unleashing the condensed power point blank into Gulger's chest. Impact magic. The demon commander coughs up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he's sent flying. Why, you bastard, you knew. Lise grins, victorious. I picked it up just now. Gulger finishes his thought, realizing he's been completely outplayed. Chantless magic. Standing over the fallen demon, Lise gives credit where it's due. Thanks to you. With Gulger defeated and pinned to the ground, Lise stands victorious, his massive sword planted firmly in the earth. Lise's plan was simple but brilliant. He thinks to himself, if we seal the horn itself, which creates his magic power, then using magic will be impossible for him, right? A glowing glyph materializes, locking down Gulger's source of power. But he's not done yet, and then, Lise casts another spell, dark magic type Sticky Whip. The dark energy lashes out, first ensnaring Gulger's battle Drake Van. And then, the sticky substance wraps around Gulger himself. Bound and helpless, Gulger can only shout in confusion, Wah, what the hell is this? Lise turns his back on him as Gulger struggles, trying to play it cool. Oh, you noticed already? Damn you. But as he tries to break free with his magic, he feels nothing. The seal on his horn glows, completely cutting him off. He panics, why can't I use my magic? Lise turns with a smug grin. Who knows Tilda, he taunts. Gulger explodes with rage. Curse you, you shitty elf. You dared to use some underhanded tricks on me, huh? Regaining some composure, Gulger sneers, believing he still has an ace up his sleeve. Whatever, I still have many other soldiers. Even among demons, they're the lowest of the low, but the power of the magic crystal is at work here. You won't stand a chance against them. He throws his head back and bellows, my men, now it's time to show your loyalty. But his command is met with absolute silence. Gulger looks around, bewildered. Why is no one answering back? Lys just points a finger up, a knowing smile on his face. Ah, about that. That's because the demon's mind control magic was lifted a while ago. Gulger can only let out a defeated ha. Lys's plan had another key component. We flash back to him speaking with Minori. He told her the key to winning this fight is you, Minori. Confused, she asked me, what do you mean by that? Lys simply replied, can I borrow your sword for a bit? Trusting him completely, Minori hands over her weapon. Lys closes his eyes and begins to chant, anti-dark attribute magic enchant. Dark, crackling energy engulfs the blade. The power is so immense Minori is forced to her knees just to hold it. This is. Lys reveals the name of the spell, Acetogrelin, Anti-Demon Invitation. It's from one of the magic books I got from a grandma in Quota Village, he explains. There's an anti-magic attribute in there. Lys recalls studying the ancient text. This magic has the power of inversion and ignores the physical laws of this world. It also looks like the magic only the Demon King can use. A spark of inspiration hit him then. If the Demon King is the only one who can use it because he has the factor, then maybe I can use it too. Minori's voice snaps him out of his recollection. Holding the pulsating sword, she asks, Rhys-sama, what should I do now? Lys lays out the plan. If you can take control of the demon's horns with that enchanted sword, inversion will occur and return their brainwashed state back to normal. Minori looks down at the powerful weapon, a hint of fear in her eyes. I won't hurt anyone, right? Lys gently places his hand over hers, reassuring her. Don't worry, if it's you, I know it'll be okay, he says with complete confidence. The only person in this world who I can trust to have my back is you, Minori. His words fill her with courage. Yes, I'll do my best. Back in the present, Gulger is frozen, the reality of his situation sinking in. He remembers the absolute control he had, his orders echoing in his mind. Kill him, retrieve his magic powers at all costs. Lys smirks, seeing as all that happened, your allies won't come. Gulger stammers, wah. The demon general stares in disbelief. You cured that amount of brainwashed people. With a cheerful tone, Lys says, I have to say, I really appreciate you. Gulger is completely lost. What are you talking about? Lys then reveals the mind control orb he'd recovered. He walks towards the terrified, bound demon. After all, you gave me the opportunity to learn magic without chanting. Now I can try out this magic on you. Gulger begins to tremble. Stop, stay away. Holding the orb over Gulger's horrified face, Lys gives a chilling smile. All I want. A flash of light signals the end of the confrontation. Later that night, the demons who were once puppets begin to stir, their minds finally their own again. They sit amongst the ruins of the village they were forced to destroy. Minori approaches one of the dazed demons. Are you awake? He looks up confused. You are a human, he asks, seeing her among the wreckage. Minori introduces herself kindly. My name is Minori. Grandma from Quota Village has treated me well. The mention of the grandma from Quota sparks a painful recognition. My mom. The demon's eyes widen as he realizes who she's talking about. Could it be, you're the son, Mom, I. The full weight of his actions under mind control crashes down on him. Without any hesitation, I sacrificed my mother's life to the Demon King. He clutches his head in agony. My horn suddenly started burning. I wasn't myself anymore. I also hurt the other villages, he cries out, surrounded by the proof of his deeds. Just as his despair threatens to consume him, Minori cuts in, excuse me. She stands before him and the other freed demons, holding out some food. Can we eat together? The demon, Kyoto's son, looks up, surprised by her simple act of kindness. Minori smiles gently. When you feel hurt, it's best to eat some delicious food with someone. He hesitates for a moment, but her warmth is undeniable. As he eats, Kyoto's son remembers a lesson he holds dear. He thinks to himself, I was taught this by people who I respect. Minori kindly offers him another serving. You want some more? He gratefully accepts. Thanks. He takes a bite from the bowl, and the flavor instantly hits him. Tears stream down his face as the memory floods back. This is Mom's favorite flavor. Minori watches on with a gentle, understanding smile. Just then Lys arrives on his battle drake, Van Chan, drawn by the firelight. He sees an incredible sight. Minori, standing in the middle of the ruined village, sharing a warm meal with the very demons they just freed from mind control. She's beaming, bringing a small moment of peace to the devastation. Lys watches her, a silent understanding in his eyes. Minori spots him and happily calls out Rhys-sama. Lys approaches her, a genuine smile on his face. Thank you, you were a big help, Minori, she giggles, pleased with the praise. Kyoto's son chimes in, that's true. No matter where we come from or what race we are, gathering for a meal is the same. Minori looks at Lys and adds, I'm sure the only one who can bring everyone together like this. is Ris-sama. She turns slightly, a soft smile on her face. Fufu, it was Jin who did the hard work, I'm just fulfilling my promises, and in that case I'll only live for Ris-sama's sake. Her gaze is filled with unwavering devotion. Lise pats her on the head, surprised. Minori, you seem to have grown up. She beams back, Ris-sama has also become cooler than before, you think so? He gets a little flustered. Really? I'm 80 years old, I don't think my appearance has changed much. Minori gently takes the fabric of his cloak. She looks up at him, blushing but sincere. That makes you so attractive to me. Lise is completely floored, letting out a shocked wah. Van Chan lets out a loud roar, breaking the sudden romantic tension. The two of them jump, flustered and embarrassed. Lise quickly tries to change the subject. What should we do next? Oh, right. He collects himself and lays out their new mission. There are other villages like Quota that were destroyed. There must be other demons trapped by Gulger's mind control magic. Lise points to their captive. We'll go around and solve it with the help of Gulger himself. The terrified demon general can only stammer, please feel free to ask me anything. Minori nods with a determined smile, understood. Lise looks out over the horizon, and let's leave the human side to Jin Kun. Time passes. 1 year later, a massive, winged beast known as a golden wolf dragon terrorizes a peaceful farming village. But a lone swordsman stands against it, Jin. With incredible speed, he leaps from a cliff, plunging directly towards the monster's head. He drives his sword straight through its skull, in a single decisive blow. Jin lands gracefully, as the beast collapses behind him. The mighty dragon lets out its final cry before falling silent. Jin takes a moment to catch his breath after the intense fight. He looks over the slain creature, and a rank monster, the golden wolf dragon Goldraz. He narrows his eyes, realizing the danger. This isn't the kind of monster that should appear in the middle of a farming village. The implication is clear. The Demon King's resurrection is near, just as Master Reese said. Suddenly 2 figures rush towards him. Jin-san, he turns, recognizing his companions. Raiden, Anastasia. Anastasia reports, all the monsters here have been eliminated as ordered. But her relief turns to panic as she sees the cuts on his face. Wait, are those injuries? Are you hurt? Jin tries to wave it off, but Raiden confirms, oh yeah, you're right. Anastasia frantically fumbles in her bag. I spilled all my healing potions. Bandages might work. She runs off in a panic to find some. Raiden sighs watching her go, geez, don't worry, Rahab-sama will heal you up anyways. On cue, their stoic mage Rahab appears with a small dragon-like creature. She looks at Jin with a deadpan expression. If you give me some nuts, then I can heal him. Raiden groans, you're looking down on me as usual. He turns to their other companion, Vritra. Then how about you? Can you do anything? The little dragon cheekily replies, well, I can certainly cure things by grilling them. Raiden explodes in frustration. Why are our non-human companions always like this? Jin just smiles, it's okay, Raiden, we're a team, right? Raiden looks at his friends already healing wounds in disbelief. Are you really human, though? Wounds like these will soon heal by themselves. Jin just grins, grabbing his friend. Good grief. By the way, let's head to the next location. His eyes are already set on their next objective. The party arrives at a massive fortified city, Fort Kukure. Raiden reads the briefing. It's the closest human territory to the demon territories. Anastasia adds with a worried look, it seems like more beasts are appearing than ever before. The Lord himself sent us a request while we were on another quest. The situation must be really tough. Jin looks at the fort, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Fort Kukure is overtaken, it will become even more serious. He turns to his team, full of resolve. Let's get going. Rahab quietly observes him. Our leader is really quite impatient, huh? Well, it's also thanks to him that Travelers of Hope became an rank party just 2 years after it was formed. Raiden looks at Jin's back with a smirk of admiration. I'm following you, Jin, because I know that you're a man who gets things done when it comes down to it. A year later, the hero has finally found his companions. We open on Fort Kukure, humanity's last bastion. The walls are under siege, with soldiers desperately holding the line against monstrous beasts. One soldier is nearly overwhelmed, the sheer force of a demonic wolf cracking his shield and threatening to break through. But help has arrived. Jin's party, the Ragrage Guild, makes their way through the chaos towards the main gate. A guard immediately recognizes them. Gallia-sama told me you'd be coming, you may pass. They're led away from the battlefield and into a lavish room overlooking the city. A man with glasses and a goatee turns to greet them. Sorry for the wait, you must be the leader of Ragrage. He focuses on Jin, a knowing smile on his face. Jin-san, right. The opulence of the room stands in stark contrast to the battle raging just outside. Raiden can barely contain himself, thinking, it's the real Lord Gallius Garulanda-sama. I'm so nervous. Jin, flustered, manages a reply. It's an honor, Gallius simply nods. I've heard about your outstanding actions. His expression then turns deadly serious, getting straight to the point. He lays out the mission. What I wanted to ask you is to go to the Great Circle Forest Vastura and defeat the demons hiding there. Jin is stunned into silence. Raiden blurts out, "What demons?" He quickly puts two and two together, because of the miasma. Gallius explains the grim situation. The fort is suffering heavy casualties from constant demonic beast attacks, and worse, eyewitness accounts of actual demons in the Vastra forest are skyrocketing. He delivers the chilling conclusion: the demons must be preparing for the return of the demon lord. The gravity of the situation hits the party hard. Raiden asks, his voice trembling, "The return of the demon lord, are you serious?" Gallius's voice is firm. Defeating the demons who chip away at humanity's strength day after day, and stopping the demon invasion is the top priority here at the last fortress, Fort Kukure. He then makes an offer that floors them. "And so, I want to entrust you, Ragridge, with all the funds and all the soldiers at this fort." Jin and Raiden are in disbelief, all of them. Raiden protests, "My lord, we may be a rank but we're still newbie adventurers." Jin backs him up immediately. "Raiden's right, there have to be stronger adventurers out there. I'm grateful you have such high expectations of us." He looks Gallius straight in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, "But why us?" Gallius adjusts his glasses. Just as the demons are impatiently awaiting the return of the demon lord, humanity, too, is impatiently waiting for the one who will defeat him. As he speaks, an aura of a legendary hero appears behind Jin, who realizes what Gallius is implying. The appearance of the hero, from the tale of the hero unsuited for magic. Gallius isn't finished. "And I've heard a rumor." He reveals his trump card, that Jin Flitz was trained by a certain elf in the forest. Jin can only stammer, "Why yes." Jin tries to play it cool, but he's clearly rattled. Gallius smiles, dropping the names like bombs. Reese Klein-sama and Minori Sama, both of them are terrifyingly strong, right? Jin is completely blown away. Why do you know the names of my master and senior disciple?" Gallius's expression softens. "I too am indebted to Reese Sama. You see, my family and you, we share a connection." He continues, after hearing the story, "I immediately understood." A faint image of Reese and Minori appears as he speaks. "I understood that those two are trying their best to keep their promise to my father." He looks back at Jin. "We are the same in that sense, and if Reese Sama has high expectations of you, then I want to bet on you as well." Gallius leans forward, his voice filled with hope and desperation. "Would you please accept the grand role of being the vanguard of humanity's counterattack?" Jin takes a moment, the weight of the world now on his shoulders. He thinks back on his guild's creed. Ragridge has, so far, accepted any request no matter how trivial. With newfound resolve, Jin rises to his feet. His entire party stands behind him as he gives his answer. "So this time, too, I promise we'll complete the job to our client's satisfaction." Relief washes over Gallius's face as he shakes Jin's hand. "Thank you. But there's more. Now take this, I want you to take it." He hands Jin a scroll with an intricate magic circle. Raiden peers over his shoulder. "What is it?" Gallius explains, "It is something Reese Sama left here before he departed. A long-distance teleportation magic circle. It will allow you to summon the soldiers wherever you are." The party erupts in excitement. "That's awesome," Raiden shouts while Jin gratefully accepts. "We've never received such great support before." As Jin examines the scroll, Gallius's voice cuts in again. "I would have liked to ask you to head to Vastra immediately. But there's someplace else. I want you to go first." As the party leaves, an older man with bandaged hands watches them go, a hopeful look in his eyes. He thinks to himself, grandfather's will has been inherited, right? The party walks away, the heavy task ahead of them. Back out in the bustling streets, they begin to process everything. Raiden is still reeling. "I would never have thought that Gallius Sama would know the Master Reese you're always talking about." Jin admits, "I was surprised too." Anastasia beams. "So that Reese Sama guy chose you because he saw your potential to become the hero, right?" Rahab quietly adds, "What an unbelievable story." Raiden recalls another shocking detail. Not only that, he remembers Gallius's words about another legendary item. "Before you head to Vastra," Gallius had told them, "I'd like you to go retrieve the Holy Sword." The memory sends a fresh wave of shock through the party. The Holy Sword, it actually exists. Gallius had then named the true target, the cunning demon, Wavakarma. He revealed a personal vendetta. "That's the demon who forced my father, Grillit Garulanda, into retirement 10 years ago." Jin instantly recognized the name. "Wait, Lord Garulanda, the war god." Gallius confirmed that this demon, Wavakarma, is now leading the demon army. The mission's true purpose became clear. The threat to the fort and the entire world won't end until Wava is defeated. Rahab, ever the pragmatist, had given their blunt assessment. "To be blunt," she'd said, "it'd be hard for you to defeat Wava as you are now." She then put the pieces together. "So you want us to retrieve the Holy Sword to give us every advantage possible, is that it?" Gallius had simply replied, "Yes." He gave them their destination. "The Holy Sword is safeguarded at the hero's final resting place. I've already notified the nation that you are coming." And so their side quest begins. As they walk through a new town, Raiden ponders, "A man who can't use mana, it really does line up with the hero from the story." He turns to his leader. "What do you think, Jin?" Jin reflects on his own power or lack thereof. The the hero from the story awakened wondrous mana, but I can't even use my own mana yet. He glances at his trusted weapon. I can only use the magic that my master infused into this wooden sword. Jin grips his wooden sword, his mind racing. The hero from the story awakened wondrous mana, but I can't even use my own. I can only use the magic my master infused into this sword, but I don't know how long the mana will last. His eyes narrow with a flicker of hope, but if I had the holy sword. Then just maybe. With their new mission set, the party arrives at their destination. A colossal, ornate temple dedicated to the legendary hero. A guide seemingly waiting for them steps out from the shadows. Raiden is completely star-struck. Whoa, incredible, the hero's temple is amazing. I thought it was just a tourist spot. Vritra, perched on Rahab, scoffs, good grief, humans really do like to make things unnecessarily gaudy. The guide simply states, we've been expecting you, this way. He leads them down a dark corridor, opening a heavy door. This is the room of the Holy Sword. Regular people are not allowed in here, the guide explains, stepping aside. Jin looks on, a mix of awe and anticipation on his face. The room is breathtaking, filled with statues and priceless artifacts. At the center sits an ornate chest on a pedestal. This place is awesome too, Raiden exclaims. It really feels befitting of a hero who saved so many people. Jin nods in agreement. Yeah, I've never seen anything so luxurious before. But as he gets closer to the chest, his eyes widen. He looks inside the open chest. The velvet inlay where a sword should be is empty. The holy sword is not here. What's going on? Raiden shouts, panicked. Did that guide make a mistake? Rahab, however, remains calm, simply murmuring She looks on thoughtfully. I think maybe they're telling us to prove ourselves. Suddenly Anastasia calls out Jin-san. He turns to her. What is it, Anastasia? She points to the floor. This thing. On the floor is a circular metallic mechanism. Isn't it a magic tool? You're right, Raiden says, leaning in. Does that mean we have to channel mana through it? But Anastasia quickly shuts that down. No, Jin can't use mana after all. Jin considers it. Maybe it's like my wooden sword. You mean there's already mana inside? He reaches down, placing his hand on the cool metal disc. He closes his eyes, concentrating. But nothing happens. Rahab watches from the side, thinking nothing is happening. Raiden sighs, disappointed. HMPH, I was wrong, But then he notices something else. Hey, on a closer look there are 4 more of them. Jin's head snaps up, a realization dawning on him. He remembers the legend in the tale of the hero. He also travels with 4 people, each with their own attribute of magic. The party immediately understands and places their hands on the 5 mechanisms. But as the mechanisms click, Raiden looks around, confused. What? Nothing happened, Anastasia points, over there. A dark passage has opened in the wall. Raiden peers into the darkness, so it didn't activate unless 5 people did it together, Suddenly, a trapdoor springs open beneath him and Anastasia. I walked right into a spider web. Anastasia cries out, Raiden-san, PP please don't panic so much, whoa. With a loud smack, the 2 of them tumble into the darkness below. Jin rushes to the edge of the hole. Are you 2 all right? Before he can get an answer, the floor beneath him and the rest of the party gives way as well. They land in a cavernous, pitch-black space, where a single beam of light illuminates a small, dusty graveyard. Jin looks around in disbelief. This place is a grave, Anastasia asks, shaken, just whose grave is this? Rahab with Vritra on her head provides the answer. That be the hero's party. They all turn to look at the central headstone, bathed in light. It is indeed the hero's grave. Jin examines the other tombstones. Look, they're all engraved with each of their attribute emblems. Anastasia confirms, you're right. Her eyes widen as the truth sinks in. Then this. Raiden picks himself up, groaning, man, that was one hell of a fall. Anastasia looks around the solemn site. But why is it in such an isolated place? But here. Jin looks at the graves, a small smile on his face. He's surrounded by his friends. It's a bittersweet discovery. Raiden snaps him out of it. Oh yeah, right, so what about the holy sword? Jin turns his attention to the hero's grave, expecting to see the sword resting there. But just like upstairs, the place where the sword should be is empty. It's not here. No way, Raiden yells, is there another gimmick? But Rahab shakes her head. No, I'm certain it was here. She raises a hand, sensing the air. There used to be a barrier here keeping outsiders away. I can feel traces of it. The implication hits Raiden and Anastasia hard. So that means somebody else came here before us. Raiden turns to their leader, lost. Jin, what do we do, Jin? Jin stares at the hero's tombstone, deep in thought. He reflects on the hero's journey. The hero was also helped by his companions, A memory surfaces of his master, Reese, presenting him with his wooden sword. I filled this sword with the best mana I could just for you. It will surely protect you on your journey. A quiet resolve settles over him. Trust me, Jin raises his wooden sword, his voice filled with newfound confidence. I want to go as far as I can, with my master's wooden sword. Inspired by his determination, Raiden grins. As long as we are together, I feel like we can do this. A powerful aura seems to emanate from the united party. Anastasia rolls her eyes playfully. Geez, that spiel again. Raiden adds, I'll do my best to help you with my water magic. Anastasia retorts, Master Rahab, try not to drown in your own water first. Jin smiles at his friend's banter. Heh, anyway, let's start with telling Gallius Kun about the sword with a Messeltob and that we're heading to Vastra as we are. He looks toward the future, a determined smile on his face. The Great Circle Forest Vastra, it's been a while. Memories of his time training in the forest flash through his mind. And now I'll be going back again. Meanwhile, deep within the Vastra forest, the air begins to shimmer and distort. A swirling vortex of dark energy tears open a portal between worlds. A clawed demonic hand reaches through the void. A sinister eye glowing with malevolent power surveys the forest. A horned figure steps through, sensing the ancient magic of the woods. This is an ultimate barrier, so the hero really has appeared. The demon's eyes narrow as it senses a familiar presence. What futile struggles? It's the one who hurt Grillet. In a brief flashback, a massive, wolf-like demonic beast lunges forward with razor-sharp claws. It lets out a ferocious roar, its eyes burning with rage. But its opponent, Raiden, is already channeling immense power. Slamming his fist into the ground, Raiden unleashes his spell, high-rank earth attribute magic Glast. A gigantic spear of rock erupts from the earth, impaling the beast and ending the memory with a pained yelp. Back in the present, Jin's party navigates a blighted forest. The miasma here is thicker than anything I've ever seen before, Jin says, disgusted. Everywhere I turn, there are demonic beasts lurking around. Raiden adds, the plants in the forest have wilted and the earth has already started rotting. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widen. He spots a faint light through the decaying trees. Hey, over there. His expression shifts to one of pure shock. That's. In a clearing stands a colossal, ancient tree, glowing with a pure, ethereal light, completely untouched by the surrounding corruption. The party stares in awe. There isn't a single speck of the miasma's influence here. Jin marvels. Anastasia is captivated by its presence. There's an invisible barrier protecting this place, she whispers, drawn towards it. It's as if, I want to see it. Rahab pulls down her hood, her elven eyes recognizing the sacred site. Color me surprised, if it isn't Yggdrasil. Rahab-sama, you know what this is? Anastasia asks. Rahab explains, we elves have a home neither miasma nor humans are able to enter, a sanctuary for elves alone. And the reason for its existence is the guardian deity of all elves, the ancient tree Yggdrasil. Rahab looks at the tree with a knowing gaze. She smiles softly to herself. Not to think that he would plant a branch in human territory. You really are full of surprises, Reese-kun. Jin connects the dots. This is the place that Reese-sama trained me in. A confident smile spreads across his face. The elves' guardian deity, I'm sure we'll find something here. He finally understands the significance of this sacred ground. But their moment of hope is shattered as a dark energy tears through the clearing. Who are you? Raiden shouts. A swirling vortex of black magic erupts before them. From the portal steps a horned demon in a military uniform, his expression cold and calculating. What a welcome miscalculation. I had a feeling this place was somehow related to the hero, so I kept an eye on it, but to think that the hero himself would come. Vritra, the small dragon on Jin's shoulder, lets out a terrified squeak. Jin, however, seems oblivious to the danger. Vritra-san, I was wondering where you went. The demon, Wava, turns his attention to the tiny dragon. How unfortunate, Vritra, to think that you would end up as the hero's pet. His eyes narrow with cruel intent. Maybe I should create a seal that'll last an eternity, one that you can never awaken from. Vritra trembles in fear. It's not okay at all. Jin tries to calm him. Vritra-san, it'll be okay. But Vritra is panicking. When Gallius mentioned his name, I thought it'd be great if you could take care of him, but it's impossible. Rahab feels the immense, suffocating aura pouring off the demon. Her internal thoughts scream, he's a genuine monster. Raiden stares, the realization dawning on him. Then, this guy must be. Wava gives a slight, mocking bow. It's nice to meet you all, hero and party. I am the acting supervisor of the Demon Lord's army, Wava Karma, he introduces himself. Before your power is fully awakened, I shall erase you from this earth. The sheer pressure of his magic forces Jin to his knees. What a suffocating pressure. Without another word, Wava snaps his fingers, casting a spell. Instantaneous teleportation, magic circle deployment, Layfist. From the dark portals that appear, grotesque hands begin to emerge. A horde of demonic soldiers pours out, their faces twisted in rage. Jin stares in disbelief. What from the portal, demons? Wava raises his hands, channeling more power. Transference magic, levitory gallery. Dark red lightning crackles across the summoned demons, supercharging them. Anastasia recognizes the terrifying technique. The dark red magic power spreading out of Wava, this is berserk demonization. Wava points forward, issuing a simple, deadly command. All forces attack, crush the hero's party. The berserk demons roar, their eyes glowing with mindless fury. They charge, a monstrous wave intent on overwhelming Jin and his friends. Vritra is losing it. JJJ Jin, what are we going to do? What can we even do now? But Jin remains steady. It'll be okay, Vritra-san. His party members look on, trusting their leader. Jin pulls out a magical scroll, his voice ringing with confidence. Up until now, everything has happened like Gallius-sama said it would. His eyes gleam with determination. He unleashes the scroll's power. I'll be counting on you, forces from Fort Kukure. A massive teleportation circle engulfs the battlefield in a brilliant flash of light. In an instant, rows of heavily armored soldiers appear, standing between the heroes and the demon horde. Reinforcements have arrived. The lead soldier, a grizzled veteran, turns to Jin. He gives the young hero a confident, reassuring grin. The head gatekeeper roars, rallying his men. I've been a gatekeeper for 30 years, and I've been the head gatekeeper for the past 3. I owe a great debt to both Ri-sama and Gallius-sama. They are the ones who bet on this. He grips his spear tightly, his resolve absolute. The demons hesitate, surprised by the sudden appearance of an army. The commander points his weapon at the enemy. O soldiers of Fort Kukure, we're going to stop the surrounding enemies no matter the cost. Follow my lead. With the demon grunts occupied, Jin turns to his party. Rahab-sama, Anastasia, we should go too. Rahab sighs, I suppose I should get more fruits from the Lord later then. Anastasia chimes in, Rahab-sama, I'll make sure to protect you. Raiden claps Jin on the shoulder. Jin, you deal with the main guy. Jin flashes a determined smile. Yeah, leave it to me. He turns to face Wava, Vritra still clinging to him. Raiden shouts one last piece of advice, Vry, you should just roast that guy to a crisp. Vritra just grunts, clearly not up for the task. Wava watches the scene unfold, unfazed, countering my instantaneous teleportation magic circle deployment. It appears that the strategist on your side is quite meticulous. Wava smirks, unimpressed by the reinforcements. It appears that the strategist on your side is quite meticulous. But he's not worried. Dark energy swirls around his hand as he begins a new incantation. Summoning magic, activate. From the shadows, a massive, ornate blade materializes, a weapon pulsing with dark power. Cursed sword Bamung. Jin and Vritra stare in horror. Wah, what is that sword? Jin gasps, recognizing the name. A sword rumored to have been used by the demon lord. Vritra completely loses it, shaking in terror. It's the E-end. Wava ignores everyone else, his gaze locked onto Jin. With the cursed sword in hand, he makes his intentions clear. My business is exclusively with Mr. Hero over here. Jin grips his own sword, his mind racing. Vritra-san. He turns to his panicked companion. Please go and help the others. His eyes narrow with grim determination. This is his fight and his alone. I'll be the one to take him down. Vritra stammers, terrified for Jin but understanding the command. With a final, desperate plea, he flies off to join the main battle. Fine, don't you dare die, Jin. Now alone, Jin raises his wooden sword, a faint light emanating from it as he prepares to face the demon general. Wava lets out a disdainful scoff. HMPH. He looks down on the young hero, completely underwhelmed. If that's all the power you have then. His eyes glint with cold certainty. It's only a matter of time until the demon lord's complete revival. Jin's eyes widen as Wava raises the cursed sword. He braces himself, trying to draw out more power. Not yet, he thinks, this isn't enough. Wava brings Bamung down in a devastating arc. Jin meets the blow, but the force is overwhelming. The impact sends a shockwave through him. Wava looks on, almost bored. I didn't think the hero would be someone only at this level. The sheer power of the swing sends Jin flying across the clearing. There isn't even a need for the demon lord to make a move. Jin crashes hard against the ground. He struggles to push himself up, his body screaming in protest. With just one attack, the miasma is too heavy. From the edge of the battlefield, Raiden screams his name, Jin, but Rahab grabs his arm, holding him back. Rahab warns him sternly, in this state, if we even get near their fight, the miasma will affect us. Raiden looks on, terrified for his friend. If you don't want to be infected by the berserk demonization, we have to stay here. But, will Jin really be alright in the middle of that? Rahab glances at the glowing Yggdrasil tree. It's only thanks to Yggdrasil's protection that we're able to resist it. But her expression is grim. In the end, he holds the hero's power. Aside from Jin Flitz, there is nobody out there who can defeat the demon lord. She knows what's at stake. If he doesn't fully awaken the hero's power here, we will all perish. Raiden swallows hard, realizing she's right. That being said, isn't our only option left to trust our party leader? Anastasia turns her back, feigning indifference. In any case, I am just a healer. But her frustration betrays her true feelings. Ah, damn it, if you become more of a burden to me, then I'll charge you even more fruits. Raiden lets out an exasperated sigh. He snaps back at her, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. Anastasia just gives a slight, knowing smile. Letting his emotions loose, Raiden cups his hands and screams towards the fight. Jin, if you die here, I'm going to live the rest of my life resenting you. His words don't reach Jin, who is on his knees gasping for air, the miasma choking him. Wava approaches slowly, his voice dripping with condescension. You'll take me down, huh? I wonder, do you still have that sort of power left in you? Jin slumps against a rock, coughing violently. Wava looms over him, Mr. Hero. Jin's mind is a haze of pain. My body is so hot, it feels like it's on fire. Wava is controlling this miasma so freely, I can't even feel him losing any magic power. In contrast, the magic power that I received from Reese-sama feels like it's about to disappear. Despair begins to creep in. He looks at his cracked and splintered wooden sword. It's pretty beat up too, but he forces himself to remember his dream. I'm going to create a world where everyone can be happy. I'm going to become an adventurer. A spark of defiance ignites within him. Compared to this miasma, Master Reese's magic power is far stronger. Wava looks genuinely intrigued. To be exposed to so much miasma, yet still have your reason remain. The existence called a hero truly is nothing but a hindrance. He decides to switch tactics, moving from physical attacks to psychological warfare. Haven't you thought about it before? Why is your willpower so strong? The question catches Jin off guard. Do you really think that it's yours? Is there really any need for you to go through so much danger? Wava's words are like poison, seeping into Jin's exhausted mind. For you to stand against the Demon Lord's revival, this twisted world has granted you a factor. In the end, aren't you just acting out a role? The accusation hits home, shaking Jin to his core. A role. Seeing the doubt in Jin's eyes, Wava flashes a predatory grin. He presses his advantage, offering a deal. If you leave now, the Demon Lord's army will not lay a single hand on the hero Jin Flitz or on his companions. Jin looks up, stunned by the proposition. There's no way I'd believe, Jin starts, but Wava cuts him off. We are simply hoping for the resurrection of the Demon Lord. All we want is to expand the land that demons can live on until it's equal to the humans' land. And also, Wava adds, his voice softening into a manipulative tone, you people don't want to fight with us. The reason you fight is right here. With a snap of his fingers, a portal tears open in the air. From the vortex emerges a magnificent, glowing greatsword, the holy sword of the hero that you people are seeking. This is it, isn't it? Jin's eyes widen in utter shock. The holy sword, Escalon, Wava confirms. 700 years ago, our lord was defeated by this single sword. After all, this sword possesses sacred power. However, its brilliance no longer shines as much as it did in the past. A complex magic circle appears around the legendary weapon, destruction magic, Galderos. Realizing what's about to happen, Jin screams stop. But it's too late. A blinding flash of light erupts as the holy sword Escalon is obliterated into dust and fragments. As the pieces rain down, Wava gestures to the empty space. Now, your odds of winning have all but disappeared. He leans in, his face a mask of pure evil. Why don't we settle down and make peace? With a chilling smile, Wava Karma holds the hilt of the shattered holy sword. Come now. Jin collapses to his knees, his face a mask of disbelief. The holy sword, just like that. Wava extends a twisted offer. Let us tie the bond of our peace. But even as he speaks, a flicker of doubt crosses Wava's mind. Wasn't everything I've done, of my own will? Jin is paralyzed, his mind racing in panic. What should I do? Wava casually lets the broken blade of the holy sword fall to the ground, a symbol of Jin's shattered hope. Seeing Jin's hesitation, Wava's expression sours with contempt. It seems that in the end you still cannot grasp reality. A fool, then. His patience worn thin, Wava's voice drops to a menacing tone. If it's come to this, the pain in your bones may be the only way you'll understand. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he begins to gather his power. A massive beam of dark energy erupts, blasting Jin backwards with a scream of agony. Wava lowers his hand, from which the swirling dark energy originated. But as he unleashes the devastating attack, his eyes suddenly widen in surprise. Something is wrong. The scene cuts away, flashing back to some time ago, deep within a war-torn forest. The clang of steel echoes as human soldiers desperately fend off a horde of goblin-like demons. Amidst the chaos, Rahab tends to a wounded soldier. I've used some healing magic. The pain will go away soon. The soldier gasps his thanks. Suddenly, Anastasia rushes towards them, calling out Master Rahab. She delivers an urgent report. The soldiers that came through the warp portal, they're gradually pushing the enemy in this direction. A determined glint appears in Rahab's eyes. I actually have a plan. Meanwhile, the demons are cackling as they mercilessly cut down the retreating human forces. Ha, run if you can, human, one of them screeches. Another roars with confidence. The human main force is already in pieces. Kill them all, no survivors. They chase the soldiers deeper into the woods, their cruel laughter echoing through the trees. Suddenly, a loud bang stops them in their tracks. They turn to see another squad of demons emerging from the path ahead. You guys are chasing the humans here too? One asks. The other replies, yeah, but they vanished into the miasma. Just then, a banner is thrust into the ground behind them. The demons whirl around, a horrifying realization dawning on them. They lured us into a trap. Armored soldiers pour out from the trees, completely surrounding them. Humans from behind, it's a pincer attack. The leader of the soldiers, Raiden, grins, full points for figuring that out. He then points to the sky with a cocky smirk, but only if you guess the ones from above, too. High above the canopy, a draconic silhouette soars through the clouds. The demons stare upwards in disbelief. It's Vritra circling like a predator, a dragon. Raiden's hands flash through signs, crackling with energy. Taste my ultimate move, upper rank earth magic. He slams his hands down, shouting the spell's name, Gladivate. The very ground begins to shake and break apart. In an instant, the earth collapses, trapping the entire demon platoon in a massive, inescapable crater. A few stragglers manage to scramble up the newly formed dirt walls, trying to escape. But Raiden isn't finished, now blow them away. He turns his attention to his partner, get 'em, Anastasia. Anastasia, riding atop Vritra, begins her own incantation, ultimate rank water magic, River Styon. A complex magic circle materializes beneath her as she prepares to strike, ready to fire. A cataclysmic torrent of water erupts from the circle, flooding the crater and washing over the remaining demons. Even Vritra gets caught in the massive splash, the sheer power of the spell overwhelming everything in its path. Back in the present, the ground rumbles. Wava, standing over the defeated Jin, looks back in alarm. He senses the massive magical surge from the distant battle. They're headed this way. His eyes widen in shock as he understands the implication. A dark portal swirls open nearby. Wava realizes his forces have been outmaneuvered, the troops have been cut off. From the portal emerges his subordinate Gulger. Gulger, Wava exclaims. But Gulger isn't here to report a failure. He salutes sharply and yells, "Sir, your orders are being executed as planned." Jin can only watch, completely confused by the sudden turn of events. Wava's expression is unreadable as he watches his subordinate approach. Without warning, Gulger lunges forward, throwing a punch right at his commander's face. "Do not mess with me." But his fist stops short, repelled by a gleaming, invisible barrier. Wava looks on, unimpressed. Jin watches in shock, thinking to himself, now what? Something repelled his magic. Jin watches in disbelief. Something repelled his magic, he thinks, as Gulger's attack is completely nullified. The backlash of his own power throws Gulger to the ground, grunting in pain. A crackle of energy surges through Gulger's body, the force of the magical repulsion overwhelming him. Before Gulger can recover, Wava's hand clamps down hard on his face. Gulger cries out in agony under Wava's crushing grip. Jin can only watch, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Clutching his head, Gulger groans in pain. "Gulger," Jin whispers, recognizing the demon. Wava glares down at his subordinate, his eyes cold and demanding. "Who is the one pulling your strings? Tell me." The question triggers a memory in Gulger's mind. He recalls kneeling before a different master, Lise, urgently reporting, "Sir, there's an issue, Lord Wava. The mana collection mission at the border village is currently ongoing." Lisa's voice echoes in his memory, explaining the failure, but an unexpected difficulty suddenly appeared in the form of the elves. Our compatriots, rallied at long last, were slain by their hands. Jin also remembers that moment, looking up to the one he knew as Master Reese. In the flashback, Lise holds up a dark magic crystal, scolding Gulger, "For goodness sake, I'm beginning to wonder what those magic crystals I gave you all were for." Lisa's face contorts with disgust. "Useless imbeciles." The memory of that humiliation flashes across Gulger's face. Back in the present, Wava delivers a vicious backhand, sending Gulger flying. Jin is shocked by the casual cruelty. Wava simply turns away, dismissing his fallen comrade. "Well, it does not matter. As long as the hero disappears here," he declares, "nothing else will matter." Jin grips his wooden sword, his expression hardening. Wava faces him, completely confident. "You are no match for me even by myself. If you think for a second, the smart choice is clear." He begins his proposal. "Is the world you wish for one where no matter the race, elves and humans alike will all live together?" Wava asks with a knowing grin. "Of course." Jin stands his ground, his hand tightening on his weapon. "I." Pushing aside the grand philosophical debate, Jin shouts his true, simple desire. "I want to become a cool adventurer." Wava is completely thrown off. "What?" A short, dry laugh escapes Jin's lips. Wava seems to process this, a strange look on his face. That dream and that power of perseverance too are unmistakably the very essence of a hero. He looks at Jin with a newfound, almost chilling respect. "I'm glad that it was a human like you who possessed the hero factor." Jin scoffs at the notion. "My role as hero might just be the whims of this world, but that wouldn't have mattered one bit, even if someone else could have held this torch." He takes a firm step forward. "I've come this far as myself, for my own goals, my own wants and needs, and the people who helped me along the way. Besides," Jin points his sword, his voice filled with conviction. "This is the reason I stand against you all. How can I trust someone like you who hurts their allies over nothing?" A nerve in Wava's eye twitches with rage. "Stupid brat, it seems our negotiations have fallen apart." As such, the provision guaranteeing the safety of the hero Jin Flitz and his surroundings is henceforth null and void. Wava calmly raises a single finger. He glances off into the distance. The rumble from before was likely a result of some unexpectedly powerful magic being used. Jin gasps as realization dawns on him. "What are you doing?" he yells, but Wava ignores him. Jin panics, shouting, "Your allies are over there too." A wide, sadistic grin spreads across Wava's face. Jin's eyes widen in sheer horror. Wava grabs his own hair, his expression completely unhinged. "Prepare to lament at your foolishness." With a sharp snap of his fingers, he unleashes his spell, Nox Decilium. In the sky above the distant battlefield, multiple swirling vortexes of dark energy tear open. From the ground, Jin's allies look up as the terrifying attack begins to descend. Anastasia stares in disbelief. What? Raiden grits his teeth, his face pale with shock. You've got to be kidding. Jin looks up in horror as multiple dark portals tear open the sky. A spell is cast, Nox Decilium, walls of ruin as darkness falls. Panic flashes across his face as he realizes the truth. Everyone's in danger. He tries to rush to his friends, but stumbles, overwhelmed. Wava stands before him, utterly unfazed by the chaos he's unleashed. It's too late. Miles away, Raiden and the others see the same terrifying sight. You've got to be kidding me. Raiden grits his teeth, completely drained. I don't have any mana left. I used it all in my ultimate move. Seeing the danger, Rahab steps forward, planting her staff firmly in the ground. Everyone, get behind me. Raiden can only watch in concern as she prepares to face the attack alone. Rahab. From the dark vortex, a terrifying power begins to coalesce, crackling with destructive energy. A storm of dark magic and razor-sharp debris rains down upon them. But Rahab stands her ground, a powerful barrier deflecting the onslaught. The soldiers brace for impact, crying out as the attack hammers against the shield. One of them screams Rahab's name in terror as the barrage intensifies. The sheer force of the magic obliterates everything outside the protective barrier. Behind the shield, the group is safe. Raiden shouts, filled with a mix of awe and worry, Master Rahab. But the protection comes at a cost, as the magic gems powering the spell crack and shatter under the strain. The soldiers are in disbelief. We're alive, Master Rahab is amazing. Raiden, however, notices the sacrifice. Even the most valuable of your magic gems broke, not just one but 3. Rahab cuts him off, don't appear behind me all of a sudden. Raiden worries, but without your gems, all you can cast is healing magic. Rahab smirks, revealing another gem she had in reserve. Now, that wasn't all I had left in stock. Meanwhile, flying away on Vritra, Anastasia looks back in desperation. Master Rahab. She pleads with the dragon, Vritra, go back, please go back. Vritra growls, do not pull on me, I am already turning back. But the dragon reminds her of a harsh reality. However, Anastasia, have you not exhausted your magic with that ultimate spell? Anastasia falls silent, realizing he's right. It will be a long time before she's recovered enough to fight again. Back on the ground, Rahab holds the line, her barrier unwavering against the storm. With the immediate threat blocked, she begins triage, turning to the wounded. She moves quickly from one injured soldier to the next, her magic ready. Her healing light glows, mending wounds in an instant. Next, she shouts, working tirelessly to keep everyone on their feet. But as she's distracted, a concentrated blast of dark energy breaks off from the main storm, heading straight for her. In a flash, Raiden leaps in front of her, shielding her with his own body. He slams his hands down, shouting, upper rank magic Terra Veil. An earthen wall erupts to block the attack. Rahab is stunned. Raiden, he turns to her, a determined look on his face, staying hidden behind others. Goes against what it means to be a man. Standing shoulder to shoulder with her, he declares, besides, you bought me time to recover my magic, Master Rahab. From now on, I'll help you protect everyone. The two of us will do it together. Rahab lets out a soft, surprised laugh. Huh. She thinks to herself, still, at this rate, my little tricks will run out in no time. To think I'd willingly become a shield for humans. By myself, I could have easily withstood this or just fled. A small smile touches her lips. This, too, is surely a result of meeting Reese. Just then, a powerful blast shatters their combined defenses, her staff breaking under the force. The impact sends Rahab flying backward. Raiden screams her name in horror, Master Rahab. Seeing their opening, the nearby demons snarl, sensing victory. The elf is down, get her, they shriek, swarming forward. But as they charge, they are instantly engulfed in a massive wave of fire. Raiden looks up, shocked by the sudden intervention. That fire is. Soaring down from the sky is Vritra with Anastasia on his back. Vritra, Anastasia. A third figure is with them, Jin, who recognizes the flames. Oh, these flames must be. He calls out, relieved to see his friends, Vritra. But Anastasia realizes their tactical error. Vritra, we've flown right over them. She points towards the true enemy orchestrating the attack. We must settle the matter of Wava first. Vritra freezes, his blood running cold. He remembers Wava, the fearsome demon who first sealed him away. If I do not defeat him, I cannot attain true freedom. He steels his resolve. I am frightened, but it is because of that very fear. That I will shoot at him from over here. Vritra unleashes a volley of fireballs from a safe distance, much to Jin's confusion. Down below, Raiden can't believe what he's seeing. He yells at the sky in frustration. What are you doing, spitting around fireballs all willy-nilly? Try getting a little closer to him first. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes directly in Vritra's mind, mocking his cowardice. If you so wish it. Shall I reveal myself to you? Raiden freezes, sensing the immense, suffocating pressure of Wava's presence. The fireballs dissipate harmlessly as Wava appears before them untouched. Vritra, baring your fangs at me. was a foolish idea. With a flick of his wrist, Wava begins to conjure a new spell, one far more powerful than before. Aboard Vritra, Anastasia's eyes widen in terror. That gate is even bigger than before, it's upper-rank magic. The ground trembles as the massive portal of darkness manifests, ready to unleash annihilation. Raiden knows they can't possibly survive this. It's all over. He screams as the overwhelming power bears down on them, a tidal wave of pure destruction. With no mana and no options left, he can only curse their fate. Shit. With a snap of his fingers, Wava prepares to unleash his final, devastating attack. A massive, swirling vortex of pure darkness erupts from the gate above, threatening to consume everything. Anastasia can only watch in absolute terror, her face pale with shock. The dark energy intensifies, a torrent of destruction aimed directly at the exhausted heroes. Rahab and Raiden brace themselves, knowing they have nothing left to defend against this. The wave of annihilation crashes down upon them. Raiden's eyes widen, seeing his end approach. But just as the darkness is about to hit, a brilliant pillar of light explodes from the ground, holding it back. Raiden looks up in disbelief. Jin. It's Jin, standing alone against the storm, his simple wooden sword the only thing between his friends and oblivion. He strains, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure. Raiden shouts, clutching the injured Rahab, "That wooden sword, it won't hold." As he fights for his life, Jin's mind drifts back. "I wonder when I first started admiring all the cool adventurers I saw, as seriously as I do now." He remembers his mother reading him fairy tales, the endless chores he did, and watching adventurers leave for their quests. He remembers seeing the elves, conquering their enemies with overwhelming power, and the dream that sparked within him. And then he remembers his master Reese smiling at him. "Jin, listen up." Reese's words echo in his memory. "As your main weapon, this sword will probably protect you for a while longer. But if there comes a time when you must overcome your greatest battle yet, I want you to trust me and pour every last bit of your mana into this blade." A small smile forms on Jin's face as he recalls the promise. "It will surely serve you well," he whispers, "Master Reese." His eyes snap open, filled with a new fire. "This is my greatest battle yet, isn't it, Master Reese?" The wooden sword begins to crack and splinter under the combined force of Jin's mana and Wava's attack. But Jin doesn't falter. He roars, pushing every last drop of his energy into the blade. Heroic magic, enchant, mana infusion. Wava watches, his arrogance turning to disbelief as the small light begins to push back his overwhelming darkness. "That light," he seethes, "this magic of mine is being swallowed." Jin pushes harder, the light around him growing blindingly bright. "Maximum output," he screams, "my sword can't take any more." But, with a final explosive surge of power, the wooden sword shatters into 1,000 pieces of light. Wava stares, confused by the sudden turn of events. But the fragments don't fade. Instead, they hang in the air, swirling and gathering. "That," Wava whispers, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. The shards of light begin to converge, reforming into a new shape. Before Jin's very eyes, the pieces forge themselves into a magnificent, glowing blade. A nearby soldier gasps, "That form, it's an imitation of the sacred sword." The sword plants itself into the ground, radiating holy power. The soldier looks on with tears of hope in his eyes. The hero has arrived. Jin, filled with a power he's never felt before, glares at his enemy. "I can do it, with the power of this sword." Wava completely loses his composure, shrieking in denial. "Impossible, such a ridiculous thing is impossible. Creating even an impression of the sacred sword, no being lesser than a god could do it." Jin smirks, his voice filled with conviction. "Yeah, to me at least, he has always been like one." He grips the hilt of the newly formed sacred sword. "Master Reese, I'll be borrowing your power. Right here, right now, where I can fight him head to head, I will push myself past my limits." Wava recoils in rage and fear. "This cannot be, you false hero, you dare." Jin raises the blade, its true name echoing with his voice. "Roar for me, Levitain." He unleashes the full power of the sacred sword. A cataclysmic blast of holy energy erupts, completely overwhelming Wava's darkness. As he is vaporized, Wava's last thoughts are of his failure. Someone, like me, cannot be allowed to burden the demon lord, unforgivable. The resulting explosion is immense. It tears across the entire battlefield. Anastasia is thrown back by the sheer force of the shockwave. Raiden and Rahab are sent flying as well. The clash of light and darkness leaves nothing but a desolate wasteland in its wake. When the light finally fades, Jin is on his knees, the sacred sword lying beside him. He coughs, gasping for air, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. "Ha, Master Reese, now have I." He looks up, a faint, bloodied smile on his face. "Have I gotten closer to becoming a cool adventurer too?" But his duty isn't done. He forces himself to his feet, grabbing the sword. It's not over yet. Everyone in Ragridge and all of the soldiers are still fighting. "I've finally grasped the power of the hero. I have to repay everyone." But his body has reached its absolute limit. He stumbles and collapses forward. "Hell, what's going on?" He lies face down in the dirt, completely paralyzed. "I can't move, not even a finger." With the last of his strength, he lifts his head. He looks towards where Wava fell, expecting the evil miasma to have vanished. But something is wrong. The miasma should have faded by now, so why? Instead of fading, the dark energy begins to swirl and coalesce over Wava's remains. From the ashes of his defeated foe, something new and terrifying is beginning to manifest. Just as the battle seems over, the dark miasma from Wava's body doesn't scatter. Instead, it begins to rise, coalescing into an ominous, towering pillar. Lying wounded on the ground, Jin watches in horror. The miasma should have been dispersed, but it's gathering. A new, deep voice echoes from the swirling darkness, a chilling calm in its tone. The air has gotten so clear, it must be hard for my brethren to live here. Jin's eyes widen in terror. A horrifying realization dawns on him. His mind races. That's not Wava. Wava's mana was nothing, compared to how ominous this feels. A heavy, armored boot stomps onto the scorched earth, the ground itself seeming to tremble. The voice chuckles, a sound devoid of warmth. It has been 700 years. Ha ha ha. Now that they're over, it doesn't feel all that long. Despair washes over Jin. This is the worst possible timing. From the vortex of miasma, a colossal, cloaked figure fully emerges, its horned, skull-like head surveying the battlefield. The demon lord has returned. A single reptilian eye glows with ancient power, staring down at the world of mortals. Jin can only stare back, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. The demon lord glances down at the body of his fallen subordinate. HMPH, so Wava's dead, huh? He seems almost pleased. Well, I suppose he did a good job with this. He had enough mana to summon me back, even if it wasn't enough for my complete form, and it seems he was equally matched with the hero too. Really well done. With a final, dismissive thought, he adds, he served me well for so long. The weight of failure crushes Jin. We were too late. But the demon lord turns his attention to the hero. No, quite the contrary, hero of this age. He looms over the fallen Jin, explaining, your awakening as a hero came just in time for my revival. Jin, confused, asks, what do you mean by that? The demon lord reveals a terrible, unbreakable cycle, if a hero is born in this world. He continues, his voice booming with absolute certainty, the demon lord will be guaranteed to revive, and vice versa, no matter how many times the cycle repeats. The implication of those words hits Jin like a physical blow. The cycle is absolute. The hero and the demon lord are two sides of the same coin, forever linked. Jin stammers, the horrifying truth settling in. No way, but that means. The demon lord's eye narrows in amusement. Heh, I like that expression. Done with his speech, the demon lord raises a hand, gathering an immense amount of dark energy. He unleashes a swirling vortex of pure annihilation. This is my gift to you, hero of this age, destruction magic. Jin is exhausted, his sword lying uselessly beside him. He has nothing left to fight with. As multiple vortexes of death magic bear down on him, the demon lord names his spell, Death Wind of the Underworld, Ve'erun. Jin shuts his eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. But then a calm, familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Good job, Jin-kun. Jin's eyes snap open. A figure in a white cloak now stands between him and the attack. Jin recognizes the magic instantly, destruction magic. The mysterious savior casts a spell of their own, creating a swirling void that effortlessly consumes the demon lord's attack. Black hole. Jin is in utter disbelief. He erased the demon lord's spell and this enormous warm mana. He knows this power, M. The figure turns, revealing himself to be Reese. Jin cries out in relief, Master Reese. Reese gives his student a reassuring smile. He looks at Jin with pride. Thank goodness, a human like you became the hero. With a determined look, Reese tells him, leave the rest to me. He extends a hand to his fallen disciple. Just a little longer, you can stand right. Jin remembers the day he met his master when he was weak and powerless, but now things are different. A fire of determination reignites in his eyes. He firmly grasps his master's hand. Yes. Standing tall beside Reese, his sword glowing with power, Jin declares, with you, my master and the person I respect most in this world, by my side. There's nothing in this world that I fear. Reese steps forward to address their foe. Hey, demon lord, I'm just your ordinary elf who came here. To rescue my disciple. The demon lord is unimpressed, raising a hand dismissively. An elf. He glares down at the duo with contempt. A lowly intruder like you dares come between the sacred reunion of the demon lord and the hero after 700 years. The demon lord's rage boils over. Don't ruin my mood. Meanwhile, the battle rages on elsewhere. Raiden struggles against the unending horde of monsters. He smashes one away with a powerful kick. Aura. Panting, he calls out to Rahab-sama, something's wrong. Jin should have defeated that bastard Wava, but the monsters are growing stronger. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Raiden is desperately holding the line. Rahab-sama, something's wrong. Jin should have defeated Wava by now, but the monsters are getting stronger. And what is that massive whirlwind of miasma? Rahab looks towards the vortex, her voice filled with worry. Jin-kun. Suddenly a voice cuts through the chaos, calling out to them. Rahab-sama, Raiden-san. It's Anastasia, looking panicked. Anastasia, Vritra-san is on standby in the sky. But before she can finish, a massive boar like demon lunges at Raiden and Rahab from behind. Anastasia screams, "Watch out." In a flash of red hair and steel, a mysterious swordswoman appears, effortlessly intercepting the demon's attack. The beast falls in pieces. Raiden can only stare in disbelief. Awesome, it was so fast. He turns to the newcomer, completely bewildered. "And you are?" The red-haired warrior lands gracefully. Jin-kun is safe. She turns, a confident smirk on her face. Reese-sama is with him now. Rahab's eyes widen in shock and relief. Reese-kun. Raiden suddenly connects the dots. Ah, wait, I'm pretty sure that she's the first disciple of Jin-kun's master. A wave of calm washes over Rahab. There's no reason to worry if Reese-kun is here, she thinks to herself. With their fears for Jin put to rest, the party's fighting spirit reignites. All right, let's use every last bit of strength we've got left. The mysterious disciple, Minori, doesn't waste a second, leaping back into the fray. She becomes a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down monster after monster with blinding speed. One of the soldiers watches her, completely mesmerized. That red-haired lady. Inspired by her display of power, he rallies his comrades. Form a shield wall, everyone, to make it easier for that lady to fight. Our strength has always protected this fort, show it to them. The soldiers slam their shields together, creating an unbreakable wall against the demonic horde. Stand strong. Their defense holds, but a much larger threat emerges, a hulking minotaur demon. Minori immediately spots the new enemy commander. Without hesitation, she breaks off from the smaller fries to confront the beast head-on. The soldier from before roars with encouragement, "Go get them, lady." Minori plants her sword in the ground. "I only take orders from Reese-sama, however." She glares at the minotaur. "Reese-sama left this battle in my hands." Her eyes burn with determination. "So I, Minori, shall give my everything to live up to his expectations." She remembers her master's words, a voice of encouragement in her mind. "Minori, your magic is crude, but with a sword you're even better than me in many ways." The memory of Reese placing a hand on her shoulder gives her strength. "So have confidence and train with the sword. After all, you're the only one I can trust my back to, please." Minori steels her resolve. As a fellow disciple and as someone who walks by Reese's side, I can't come up short compared to Jin-kun just yet. Dark fiery energy erupts from her blade, ultimate fire magic enchant. This is the combination of my sword and the magic that Reese-sama taught me. Her eyes gleam with power, the complete form of my personal magic sword technique. She holds her blazing sword aloft, declaring its name, Viola. With a two-handed grip, she prepares to unleash her full power. An inferno of black flames consumes the minotaur, its roar of pain echoing across the battlefield. When the smoke clears, Minori stands alone, her enemy reduced to cinders. The soldiers behind her are left utterly speechless, their jaws on the floor. Minori turns back, her expression calm. The lead soldier rushes towards her, practically vibrating with excitement. "Lady. That was awesome, incredible. What in the world was that technique? I've never seen anything like it. What swordsmanship school is that?" Minori is taken aback by the sudden intense praise. Another soldier points to her chest. "Wait, that cross scar, are you perhaps the one who was the talk of the town years ago?" His eyes widen in realization. The anonymous woman. The first soldier leans in, eager to know. "Lady, what did you say your name was?" A confident, proud smile spreads across her face. "Minori." She stands tall before the soldiers. "I got it from my master and my most treasured person. It's my one and only irreplaceable name in this world." The soldier's face breaks into a wide grin. "Lady Minori then, huh?" Minori beams, her heart swelling with pride. "It's a nice name." The soldiers erupt in cheers, their morale skyrocketing. "All right, we're following Lady Minori, men." The little girl who was once called Anonymous, a nameless child lost to the world, now stands as a hero in her own right, and nobody will ever call her that again. There exists a power beyond all others, a forbidden art known as annihilation magic. It is the exclusive power of the demon lord, the most taxing and taboo of all dark magics. Unlike simple destruction magic that just breaks things apart, annihilation magic erases matter from existence itself. The very air sizzles as this terrifying power manifests. Facing this ultimate threat, Reese and his student Jin stand ready. But Reese is captivated. "This is the first time I've faced such an intimidating aura from this creature," he thinks, his mind racing. Every movement is based on accumulated data. He's so lost in his analysis that he doesn't hear Jin calling him. Master Reese." Snapping out of it, Reese panics. I lost myself for a moment." Wasting no time, he places a hand on his exhausted student. "First, let's start with an ultimate rank stamina restoration spell, Ikori." Jin can only gasp in amazement. Reese rapidly casts a series of top-tier spells. Second, upper rank mana restoration, Elgatai, and third, ultimate rank status nullification, Last Alicia. In an instant, Jin feels power coursing through him, his wounds and fatigue completely gone. He's stunned. "Master, I don't even know where to begin. It's all right. I get the gist of the situation." Reese smiles proudly. What's happened is that you've met my expectations perfectly. Well done breaking your shell for me. He glances at Jin's sword. Looks like the sword I gave you helped out too, though you left out the part about it turning into a shadow of the sacred sword. Reese muses internally. It was created using techniques from ancient texts. I see, so he managed to use sword-forming magic too. It might not have been as good as the real thing, but considering the power of the great heroes Jin channeled from history, it all evened out. Though the man himself still doesn't seem to realize how special he is. With Jin back in fighting shape, Reese turns his attention back to the battlefield. He gestures, and the sphere of annihilation he had created earlier begins to collapse. The void implodes, sucking in all the surrounding energy. Reese watches calmly. Jin looks on in shock. Where the sphere once was, there is now only a barren, lifeless crater. As the name implies, Reese states grimly, everything there was annihilated. Suddenly, the world shifts. They've been pulled into a dark, surreal space. Reese realizes, so the nature of magic used here is inherently different. The demon lord appears, furious. Do not presume to leave me behind while you mess around, puny elf. Where did you enter from? This is the center of my consciousness. Those of weak miasma, like elves, cannot last more than a minute in this environment. The demon lord's gaze narrows. Are you truly an elf? Reese meets a stare without flinching. I wonder, he says with a smirk. You should try and see for yourself. Enraged, the demon lord lunges forward, crackling with dark energy. But Reese is faster. Sword creation, pseudo-holy sword grants. A blade of pure light materializes in his hand. The demon lord's clawed hand descends. Reese raises his new blade to block. Darkness and light collide with explosive force. The attack only manages to shred Reese's cloak, leaving him completely unharmed and grinning. Just as the demon lord recoils, Jin leaps back into the fray, fully powered up. The demon lord is caught off guard. Jin's sword glows with immense power. Heroic magic enchant. He unleashes a devastating attack, Levitain Chronicle. The blast is a cataclysmic explosion of raw miasma and holy power clashing. Watching the spectacle, Reese is thrilled. An elegant dance between the vortex of miasma and holy power. Witnessing a clash between such extravagant magic is a once-in-a-lifetime sight, even for an elf like me. The demon lord weathers the storm, his anger reaching its peak. Such relentlessness. He summons several spheres of pure annihilation. Did you really think you could win against me with the two of you? He fires the projectiles, forcing Reese to dodge. Reese throws up a magic barrier, but the force is immense. The spheres detonate with terrifying power. Jin screams as he's caught in the blast wave, struggling to hold his ground. As the battle rages, Reese's thoughts turn to his student. Jin has an honest blade. He has always longed to become an adventurer who can protect everyone. He believed in himself no matter how he was treated. He believed in me and kept going. Reese reflects on his own past. In my last life, I wasn't able to leave anything behind. I couldn't believe in myself. I didn't put in an ounce of effort. Jin has reached the heights it took me nearly 140 years to attain, in just 20. A deep sense of pride fills him. You've really grown so strong, Jin. That strength is not just the power of the hero factor, it reflects the effort he has made. Jin's relentless assault forces the demon lord back, who grunts in frustration. The demon lord has had enough. A boy and an elf disturbing my reign is something I shall not allow. He channels his ultimate power, manifest magic of annihilation and realization. Desis, from the depths of darkness, a horrifying skeletal scythe is summoned. He swings the soul-reaping weapon at the duo. I shall reap your souls from your bodies, so that you may disappear from my sight evermore. The scythe descends upon Jin. Jin tries to block, but the power is overwhelming. Reese screams his name, Jin. But just as the blade is about to make contact, it dissolves into nothingness. The demon lord turns his gaze to Reese. You're next. Just like your disciple, you will soon greet the ruler of hell. Reese looks at him not with fear but with pity. What a shame. The demon lord is confused as Reese calmly states, I won't be the one defeating you. Suddenly, threads of pure light erupt from Reese's chest and stream towards Jin. Ultimate rank mana transfer magic. Jin not only has his power, he now has my mana reserves too. Jin is engulfed in a blinding pillar of energy. Reese gives a final, trusting smile. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. The demon lord stares in horror at the source of the light. The hero, Jin, flits. Heroic magic. It even exceeds my magic. What in the world is this power? His composure shatters completely. What are you? An immense pillar of holy energy erupts from Jin, tearing the very fabric of the demon lord's dimension. The raw power is unimaginable. The light shoots into the sky, a beacon of overwhelming force that can be seen for miles. Watching from a safe distance, Reese whispers the inevitable outcome of this power clash: destruction. With a final, agonizing gasp, the demon lord's massive form begins to dissolve into light and shadow. Its physical body crumbles away, leaving nothing but the scarred battlefield behind. Panting and covered in sweat, Jin stares at the fading monster, barely daring to hope. Did we beat it? Is he finally? A hand rests on his shoulder. It's Reese. Reese gives him a wide, reassuring grin. Yeah, we did it. Jin looks up at his friend, the words finally sinking in. The tension breaks and Jin collapses into tears of pure relief and exhaustion. It's finally over. As Jin recovers, Reese points towards the horizon. Master Reese, the battle with the Demon Lord's army is still ongoing. I'm gonna head over to join everyone else. He gives a small wave. Keep yourself safe, Jin. Jin looks on, concerned. But Reese turns away, his tone shifting. Go on ahead, I still have other things to do. Jin watches him, sensing that Reese's work isn't finished. As Jin departs, Reese is left alone in the desolate landscape. He turns his gaze to the spot where the Demon Lord fell. Now what do we have here? Reese begins to chant, his voice echoing in the silence. Spirit magic, necrosome. A pillar of dark energy erupts, and on a spectral cliff edge, the spirit of the Demon Lord is summoned back from the brink. The Demon Lord looks at its ethereal hands, confused. This is. It gazes at the strange, spiritual plane Reese has created. I see. The Demon Lord begins to monologue, surprisingly calm. 2 cycles ago, I conquered half the human realm. In the last cycle, I invaded its very depths. But this time, it was over as soon as I opened my eyes. It reflects on the battle. Having the hero of this era was one thing. Its gaze sharpens. No. The spirit turns, its focus entirely on the elf standing before it. Having an elf like you, there seems to have been my greatest misfortune of all. The Demon Lord seems to accept its fate with an unnerving composure. Reese's voice cuts through the astral plane. You seem to be quite calm, Demon Lord, even walking on the road to death. Were you not aware? The Demon Lord scoffs. Called back by the very principles of this world, I shall rise once again when the fixed interval comes. It continues, this time my subordinate roused me before the hero's awakening. A failure. I can only hope my next subordinate will be more competent when I wake again, it says, before Reese interrupts with a smirk. So you're pretty used to death, huh? Reese's smile turns cold, but I guess this means you don't know. He raises his hand, a strange energy gathering in his palm. If I do this. His eyes glint with terrifying purpose. You'll now never be able to revive again. For the first time, the Demon Lord's composure shatters. What? Reese's eyes glow as he unleashes his true power, absorption magic. He thrusts his hand forward, casting the spell, Factor Absorption. The Demon Lord cries out as a brilliant light is ripped from its spiritual core. A glowing orb of pure energy is extracted and floats before Reese. Without missing a beat, Reese begins a second spell, and next, Appraisal Magic, Gronoces. He analyzes the orb, searching for the truth he's been chasing. The results appear before him, confirming his deepest suspicions. Composition Analysis, Samsara Factor. Reese trembles, a wave of triumph washing over him. I was right, thank heavens. He holds the glowing factor, his eyes wide with manic joy. This is exactly what I have been looking for. The Demon Lord's spirit wavers. Why you? What have you done? Reese looks down on it. I will send you off to the afterlife with my gift of the truth, esteemed Demon Lord. The reason behind your endless cycles of revival lies in a mysterious skill beyond the rules of this world. Reese presents the glowing orb, this revival factor. The Demon Lord is aghast. How absurd, to say that you stole my factor. Reese looks at the orb with a desperate intensity. Sorry to say, but I need this. I've got my own circumstances, you see. Plus, your revival in 700 years would be quite inconvenient. He closes his hand, a final, chilling smile on his face. So now you will never wake up again. Reese gives the spirit a light push as if dismissing it. All right, that's all I've got to say. The Demon Lord looks down in horror as its spiritual feet begin to disintegrate. My body is fading away. I will break from the eternal samsara. Impossible, impossible. It stares at Reese, finally understanding the scale of his power. A lone elf holds the principles of the world in his palm. You are no ordinary elf, are you? Reese's expression is unreadable. I am Reese Klein. A vision of his past self, Kaido Minoru, appears behind him. And Kaido Minoru, a human who came from another world. We had a lot in common, he says to the fading entity, as fellow factor holders. The Demon Lord's eye widens in sudden, shocking realization. A low chuckle escapes its form. The chuckle builds into a booming, manic laugh that shakes the spiritual plane. Reese is confused by the sudden change. Is something wrong? The Demon Lord finally understands. I see, so you were. So you are the one the Maker was prattling about, the new wind, the order of a new world. Reese's eyes widen. The Maker. The Demon Lord's spirit explodes into its final dissolution. It seems we are nothing more than puppets. You and I can only dance in the palm of the Maker in the end. Go, struggle to your heart's desire. Its hand reaches out one last time. I will watch your journey from the other side. And with that, the Demon Lord's spirit vanishes completely, leaving Reese alone with its cryptic final words. Reese looks at his hand, his mind racing, the Maker and the factors. As I suspected, he thinks, a deep unease settling in. Was I called over to this world on purpose? If that is the case, then for what reason? His business concluded, Reese heads back to rejoin the others. He finds the rest of the party waiting for him. Minori spots him first. Her face lights up and she runs towards him, shouting, Sir Reese. Before she can reach him, Raiden intercepts Reese with a frantic wave, nearly knocking Jin over. Raiden grabs him, shaking him with relief. "You're back, you're finally back. If you died out there, I would have killed you." He then turns to Jin. "Incredible work, you really pulled off something spectacular." Reese just smiles warmly. "I'm glad you all are safe too." Raiden then notices Anastasia and the masked elf Rahab. "Huh, you have barely taken a scratch if you are hurt anywhere." Anastasia calmly replies, "My wounds were healed by Master Reese." Raiden is confused, "Miss Rahab." Reese freezes, a look of dread on his face. The masked elf Rahab reveals herself with a flourish. "Hey there, Reese." Anastasia is stunned. "Master Rahab." Reese is completely flustered. "How come you're here?" Rahab casually explains, "Well, I just kinda decided to travel. An interesting party calling you their master popped up, so I tried joining them to kill some time." She leans in, teasing him. "These 2 years have actually been pretty entertaining, Master Reese." He can only groan, "Aha, she's so mean." The rest of the party connects the dots, their minds blown. Yeah, so you two are not just familiar with each other, you're master's master." Rahab throws up a peace sign, clearly enjoying the chaos she's caused. She laughs, "Hehe, just seeing my disciple's face like this makes these 2 years worth it." Vritra adds, "It only happened because I kept quiet." Reese mutters, "Rahab's sense of time is as broken as ever. 2 whole years just for that." Later, once things have calmed down, Minori approaches Reese. She smiles gently, "Sir Reese, you managed to honor your promise with Grillet." Reese closes his eyes, a genuine smile on his face. "Yeah, the me who did nothing of value in my old world managed to fulfill one of my friend's final wishes, and also, I obtained the samsara factor." He looks at Minori, his expression full of hope. "As long as I have this factor, her being human isn't a problem." Reese takes her hand, his internal thoughts revealing his true goal. "I'll be able to live alongside her for even longer." News of their victory spreads like wildfire. The name of their party, Ragnarok, echoes throughout the entire country as people celebrate in the streets. A grand ceremony is held to honor the heroes, 3 years after meeting the elves. Jin Flitz, at 20 years old, officially became a hero of the realm. Reese and Minori watch the ceremony from the crowd, smiling. Having seen their friend achieve his dream, they turn and walk away, leaving the celebrations behind for a quieter path. 52 years pass in the blink of an eye. A hooded figure, clearly an older Reese, approaches a rustic house nestled in the woods. He sits down wearily against the wooden wall. His face, unaged by time but heavy with the weight of decades, holds an expression of deep melancholy and contemplation.